Multilingual Redditors, what is your they didn't realize I spoke their language story? Flemish guy here. Working a safari guide in Kruger area, South Africa. One time, my boss asks me to go pick a family of 4 up at the classy reserve gate, do an afternoon game drive with them, and drop them off again afterwards. This was very uncommon. Normally we only do game drives with people that book a room in our own lodge on the reserve point. So I pick them up, introduce myself and go over the rules, all in English. They reply in English, or at least, the dad does, and normally I can pick up straight away if it's someone from France, Belgium, Holland, or Germany, but his English was Oxford English. So I thought, English people. Off we went! 10 minutes into the game drive I hear them speak in Flemish, and not only that, in my own dialect. Side note, every Flemish town has a dialect. We can hear what region/province other Flemish people are from, and if from the same region, we can often even pinpoint the exact little town or community they are from. Oh, I was going to have fun with these folks. Found a few nice animal sightings, spoke English all the time, but then one sentence to the next, switched to their exact dialect. I thought, now they are going to be surprised. But nope, we all kept chatting in Flemish now. Only 20 minutes later, the daughter, maybe 10 years old, goes, wait a minute, he speaks Flemish. After all had a good laugh, I asked them where they were from. They literally lived 1 street away from me. It's a small world, folks. Edit. Oh wow. Gold. Gold. I'm one of those redactors now. Thank you kindly, stranger. Most of these stories are a bit negative. Here's a lighter one. My mum's a linguist and speaks about 15 languages fluently, and as such, I picked up a couple along the way. Most of my childhood was spent in Germany, so I have a firm grasp of the language, which doesn't really seem to match my appearance. I'm a 6'3", 220 pounds, black man who speaks German. Now this isn't too uncommon a sight in Germany, but in North America, I'm a faking unicorn. So I was standing at the bus stop one day in the heart of downtown Toronto, and there were these 2 60-something-year-old German ladies who were not having a good time. They were trying to find the art gallery and were fed up with the fact that they were having such a shitty time navigating because their English-speaking children had left them alone for the day. I didn't have anything particularly important planned for that day, so I turned to them and said something to the effect of, you know, our city has a lot to offer if you know where to look. Would you two like me to show you where the gallery is and a couple places you can get lunch along the way? They nearly fainted. They were so happy that they found someone who spoke German and couldn't stop taking pictures with me to show their family the guy that saved their day. I walked them to the gallery and gave them a bit of an impromptu walking/bus tour along the way. That was the day I gained to almost said it. Thank you so much for the gold, kind stranger. And remember, help those you can. Oh, I love this one. So I was working at a dental clinic in Germany, and these 2 guys walk in and start speaking in Arabic, not knowing that both I and my supervisor can understand it. The first guy, actual patient, is nervously telling his friend and this would never work, and his friend is telling him to shut up and play along. So the supervisor and I try to figure out what kind of game they are trying to play. Apparently, they were trying to lie about the patient's age to get his dental treatment done for free. I don't know how that worked. I was just an intern. Unlucky for him, his teeth told the truth. You can't fake being 16 when your wisdom teeth are all the way out. So me and my supervisor shut up about it, and I'm in actual pain trying to hold back from laughing as the friendies. Convincing the patient that we are idiots who don't speak Arabic and can't understand their trick. Of course, until I can't anymore and decide to discuss the case with my supervisor. Right there in front of them. In Arabic. I have never seen someone turn so many different colors so fast. Edit. Apparently all you people are weird and got wisdom teeth at weird ages. Ask my professors, and they said at around 12 is the lowest they've seen, and even that is because of precocious puberty, from what they've seen. This is super interesting though, so if you have any raise PM me what age you were when you took them, and you can be my special case project of the year. Me and my friend were sharing a cab with 2 girls we didn't know. Just decided to share a taxi with them because it was a long way and we wanted to save some money. They started speaking Swedish not knowing my friend is also Finnish Swede. Her mother language is Swedish. She has been in Swedish school, but is Finn, and speaks Finnish fluently. I understand Swedish, but I was too drunk to care. Suddenly she texts me. They are planning to leave us with the bill. I texted that we should tell the driver, so my friend just said, these girls will pay half of this before they leave. He got the hint and didn't open the doors before they paid. Also another time I was in an airport with my aunt. She had broken her leg, so she was in a wheelchair, but because we were going to a beach holiday, we decided not to cancel it. Now my aunt has lived in Germany and speaks it fluently. I've lived there too, so I understand it well, but I'm not fluent. We speak Finnish, something just to pass the time, when flight attendant asks us to go on the plane first. This middle-aged man turns to her wife and says in German, I don't think disabled people should be allowed on planes. My aunt, who is a true badass, asks me to stop. I was pushing her wheelchair, turns to the man and says in perfect German, I'm sorry sir, but I broke my leg and didn't want to cancel my holiday plans. You are being incredibly offensive towards handicapped people and I feel sorry for your wife. Have a nice flight. He turned red, couldn't even say anything to us, and just looked away. His wife looked mortified. I have more stories if someone is interested. A friend of mine was visiting my country for a few days from Italy. He was staying in a hostel dorm that happened to have a group of German tourists sharing it. He said anytime he was back in the dorm he would hear them laughing and making fun of him in German. Little did they know he speaks fluent German. He stayed quiet for the few days he was there and remained perfectly pleasant, speaking English to them when they had conversations, but otherwise keeping to himself. On the last day as he was leaving the dorm he turned to the group to say goodbye and added, I hope you will enjoy the rest of your trip in German to them. He said the look on their faces was priceless when they realized he'd understood everything they'd been saying about him. Posted a comment on a small thread, went for a walk, come back to find it's blown up, whoops. I realize this sounds like the most generic story ever, but I'm sure my friend isn't the only person this has ever happened to, and not really sure how I could prove it otherwise. Added to, spoke to my friend about it since, and he said the stuff they said about him was that he must be the weirdest person on the planet because he was traveling alone, and that he must be queer because he chose to read his book instead of talk to them all. Nice group of guys. I recently went to Japan for my first ever international trip and was totally prepared to have to struggle through all my day-to-day interactions in Japanese, but was surprised at how widespread even a basic understanding of English is over there. Everyone assumes you won't speak any Japanese at all, so they stick to as much English as they're comfortable with, or you basically just play charades. At a restaurant in Kobe, the waitress was practically fluent in English, so we chatted a while, and it came up that I'm studying Japanese, so we had a little small talk, and she was impressed. Then the owner came over to talk, but wasn't as confident in his English, so he had the waitress translate. He was asking all these questions about where we'd been so far, where we were staying, how we liked everything, if we'd been down to Kobe Port yet, etc. It was simple enough that I understood 100% without her translation, and the waitress could tell. Finally, she says to him, in Japanese by the way, he understands what you're saying. His eyes practically bugged out of his head, and he got super excited and asked if we wouldn't mind waiting 30 minutes for him to close up and send everyone home. So I wait, he closes everything up, and we all end up hanging out that night. He drove us around the city, bought us drinks, even drove back to the Airbnb. Japan is amazing. Edit. I forget my handle on here is still Zango. I'm actually a 6'2" bald white dude, so very noticeably foreign in Japan. I've always loved Asian cultures, and in high school people called me Zango because I was the only one in my history class who kept acing the Chinese exams. For anyone thinking about going to Japan, even if you don't speak any Japanese, do it. It's the most beautiful country filled with the nicest people. Added to, the restaurant's name was Hanasato in Kobe. It's a short walk from one of the junior stations. The food was amazing as well. My family and I were flying to Greece from Houston to visit family, and 2 groups are also on this 10 hours flight. Student ambassador middle/high schoolers, mostly girls, from the US, and a youth male Greek soccer team. And of course, they were all sitting by us with their chaperones at the other end of the plane. The boys are hitting on and flirting with these girls about 2 to 4 years younger than them, all over each other. They moved seats so they can sit with the girls, and they were so loud and obnoxious the whole plane was pissed off, except the crew who did fuck all about it apparently. The boys were also talking amongst themselves in Greek. My mother speaks fluently from years of Greek school, and many a summer raised in the Peloponnese hillside point at some point, while all 3 of us are just sitting there eating, sleeping, trying to watch the tiny TV at the front of the plane, and listen over this kid's constantly talking. My mother jumps up and goes over to the group and says, "These boys are calling you fat and stupid. They also think American girls are so easy. By the way, she points at the one guy who was the most all over this one girl, is 18. They have girlfriends waiting for them in the terminal. Now shut up, so I can sleep." They all shuffled back to their appropriate seats, silent. Best flight ever. After that point, I love my mom. Edit. Thanks everyone for the kind comments. My mom is so happy, but still really pissed off about the flight attendants who did nothing. She's ready to adopt all of you. She adopts everybody. Don't get too excited. When I was teaching kids in Japan, I would only respond with English only to their Japanese. I did this for a few reasons. To make them think I didn't speak Japanese. To make them use English more. So I could scare the crap out of them once I decided to speak Japanese. Some kid in English school didn't do his homework. When I asked him for it, he told me in English that he forgot his book. He then turns to his classmate and says in Japanese that his book is in his bag and he didn't do his homework because he couldn't be bothered. I said nothing. Come the end of the class, his mother is waiting in the reception along with my Japanese manager. So I tell the manager in English that he didn't do his homework. I hear the conversation between kid and mom, with him giving the same forgot bullshit. So I just say in perfect Japanese, "Why are you saying you forgot the book? When I asked you in the class, you told the other student that it's in your bag and you didn't do the homework because you couldn't be bothered. I'm sorry, didn't you know that I could understand Japanese?" Mom opens the bag, finds the book, smacks the kid in the head with the book, and tells him to sit in the reception doing his homework. Kid cries. All is good. Cable guy here. Being a white guy, most people don't realize that I know how to speak and write in Spanish. I run into so many situations where I can run under the radar and just do my job without someone knowing that I can understand them completely. Every once in a while I subtly let them know that I can understand them. I was doing an installation at a house where the family only spoke Spanish and the order requested for a Spanish speaking tech. I showed up to the door. The husband opened the door and automatically assumed that I couldn't speak Spanish. His English was near perfect, and he greeted me, showed me around, and where he wanted everything. He let me do my work as he walked into the other room, where his buddy was, and automatically started talking shit about me. I can't believe they sent a faking white guy who can't speak Spanish. I specifically told them to send someone who can speak Spanish, so I didn't have to deal with this bullshit. He's going to be lazy as fuck and not do the job right. I bet the asshole is going to expect a tip after doing a shitty job and I'll have to fix it myself. The dude went on and on the entire time I was there, talking shit the entire time. At the end of the appointment, I was pissed. I didn't show it, but he thought it was funny to talk shit in front of me, smile on his face, while acting like he wasn't saying anything about me. So I looked at him, told him in Spanish, "Your installation is done. If you have any questions you can call the company yourself, and they'll be able to get someone who speaks Spanish to help you." He looked at me with a shocked expression, so I continued, "Next time you should ask if the person can speak Spanish before talking shit." His buddy hit the floor laughing as I left the customer standing there feeling like a jackass. I'm from the US, and when I was 11 my family went to France for a couple weeks. My dad was a very smart man. He graduated college when he was 18 and had a love for languages. He was fluent in French, Spanish, and German, and he lived in France for a year or two. He came back to the US and taught French for a few years before getting his JD and PharmD. He was constantly trying to teach us French whenever he could when we were little. He kept in touch with his French professor from college, and when we were in France we stayed with them in Saint Hilaire de Ries. They had a small party with some of their friends and everyone sat around talking and drinking wine. As much as he tried to teach us French, we could only do as much as ordering food and reading restaurant menus and such, so everyone was talking in English except for one man's wife that was there and didn't speak English. The hosts were translating most things for her. At one point, the man says something in French like Americans don't value things like learning foreign languages. Not knowing my dad spoke French, my dad looks at him and in French replies something along the lines of, "You're right. Lots of Americans aren't introduced to foreign languages until they are older and already out of the prime time of their life to start learning." And that this was why he started teaching his kids French as early as possible, and even why he brought his kids to France, hoping that we'd gain an appreciation for another language and culture. I didn't know what the guy had said or what my dad had said until after we left, but I remember the look on the guy's face and how he was clearly apologizing repeatedly. The host laughed too and explained my dad's history with French and his education. To say the man was embarrassed would be an understatement. Friday will be 13 years since my dad passed away at 55 years old. He was such an awesome person and loved by everyone he met. He would never take offense to something even like that guy. He was from a tiny southern town in the middle of nowhere and grew up with nothing and worked his ass off to get where he was in life. Cancer is a beach. I went on a class trip to France my senior year of high school. We learned about and enjoyed French art, history, and culture, of course. But being 17-year-old males, my friend Mitch and I were far more interested in the topless beaches we'd get to visit in Nice Point, so Mitch and I set ourselves up on the rocky beach one beautiful sunny day and awaited a parade of beautiful and topless French women. At first, we were a bit disappointed. Apparently, topless swimming was more popular with 80-year-old French women than we'd imagined. Eventually, a young couple set up a towel right next to us. As we listen into their conversation, we realize they're both Americans, and they're arguing. She wanted to go topless. He didn't want her to. "I don't want a bunch of guys staring at your tigs," he said. "But everyone here is French," she argued. "I probably stand out more by not being topless than I would without the bikini." Now, I was on this trip with other kids from French class, so Mitch and I both knew enough high school level French to get around. But that day, at that moment, we engaged in the most fluent and convincing French conversation of our young lives. No wide-eyed, horny American teens here, just two sophisticated French guys enjoying the beach, uninterested in some amazingly hot American girl, and whether she took off her top. We were conjugating verbs like our lives depended on it. Eventually, the boyfriend got pissed and left, and his girlfriend went topless. Mitch and I continued to play it cool, but this really did seem like the greatest thing that had ever happened ever. We talked about cheese and going to the library and whatever else our limited French vocabulary allowed us to talk about. Later that night, we both thanked our French teacher for the opportunity. She probably would have been disappointed to know what opportunity we exactly meant, but we left it vague and everyone was happy. C'est la vie. Being Canadian, I speak English and French. Years ago I was posted to Germany with the Canadian military. My friend came to visit me, and we booked a trip through a German travel agency to France. So we got onto a bus full of Germans and off we went. When we arrived at the hotel in France we were all lined up to check in. My friend and I were near the end of the line. As the line slowly progressed, the two French hotel staff members who were checking us in and speaking German to the tourists started speaking in a lower voice to one another, and they were bad-mouthing all of us tourists in French. I could hear speaking and understood every word. They were saying things about how Germans only drink beer and eat sausages and do not appreciate fine French food and wine or culture. How Germans are loud and other non-complimentary things. My friend and I were smiling at each other listening to all of this. When we got to the front of the line they asked, in German, for our passports. We handed them our Canadian passports and I asked them, in French, if they could recommend a good French restaurant that had a nice wine list. Oh, and could they also recommend a museum nearby? They looked at us, the girl turned red, and then mumbled something about a restaurant around the corner and a museum a few streets over. I thanked them in French, took our key, and left them standing there looking flustered. Here's a story of how I found out a long-time friend of mine has a thing for me. I'm half Indonesian. I was born and lived there for quite some time, before I moved to the States. I was on vacation in Jakarta this past summer, visiting family and catching up with old friends. I went out one night with an old friend I was extremely close with. Let's call her Y. We pretty much went on a date. I took her to the movies, had dinner, and we spent a good amount of time at the arcades. We linked up with our old clique afterwards. When I dropped her home, her mom was at the door. I got out the car to greet her and show some respect. As soon as she sees me, she says, in English, "Hello. My name is X. I'm Y's mother. Did you guys have fun?" Afterwards she starts whispering to her daughter. I was able to hear a bit of it and realized they were speaking in conversational Bahasa. I overheard the lines, "Ini kau yang kamu bilang, yap, kalian sudah pacaran," which translates as, "Is this the boy you were talking about? Are you guys dating now?" Her daughter just blushes in embarrassment, hugs me, and says goodnight to me as she assumes I'm about to leave. Before I leave, I say goodnight, and I just let out this line, "Terima kasih, Ibu. Selamat malam. Semoga saya dan Y bisa ketemu lagi minggu depan sebelum saya balik ke Amerika." Which translates to "Thank you, ma'am. Good night. Hope your daughter and I can meet up again next week before I have to head back to the States." Her jaw just dropped. She was extremely surprised and realized that I understood what she was saying to her daughter. Her daughter was just laughing at her. She hits me up later that night on feet saying her mom was still not over the fact that I'm fluent in Bahasa. She then confesses her feelings to me. This didn't happen to me, but it happened to my multilingual cousin, and is a favorite story amongst the family. Said cousin, who speaks a multitude of languages, 6+ but not sure which, was visiting family in Australia and they all decided to venture out for a meal. After being seated at their table and getting their starters out of the way, my cousin picked up on the table next to them making some very rude comments towards my family's table in German. Considering that the cousin had worked for many years as a translator between firms for German and English business operations, she politely turned towards the rude individuals and requested that they stop. Ashamed and abashed, they apologized profusely and even sent over a bottle of expensive wine to the table as an apology. Following the arrival of the bottle of wine, there was a brief respite where my family were able to carry on with their meal. However, the party of rude individuals could not contain themselves and were very much determined to continue to make comments, but this time in Spanish. Even going so far as to make comments about how British people rarely speak more than 2 languages. Unfortunately for them, this was another language in which my cousin is fluent, and the scenario played out very much in the same way for them. You would think at this point that perhaps they had learned their lesson and would stop trying to make snarky comments about my family gathering. Especially considering the apologetic bottle of wine and verbal apology. However, the routine had to play itself out for the 3rd time in yet another language before they would decide to pay for their meal and go elsewhere to complain about my family in peace. A bit of background. I live in Australia, location, but speak English without any accent. Can speak/understand Mandarin, but I'm not fluent, so I only speak it with my parents. I went to buy bubble tea at a shop that seemed to be staffed by Chinese people. You often get Chinese customers placing orders in Mandarin, so if you order in English, I guess they assume you don't speak Chinese. I placed my order in English. Cost was something like $12.40. So I handed over a $20 note and $2.40 in coins, expecting $10 back in change. The girl at the cash register took my money, gave me my receipt, then turned around to make bubble tea. I was expecting $10 change. I waited for the girl to come back and give me change, but no, she just went on to serve the next customer and ignored me. When I finally caught her attention, I told her I was expecting change, but she told me that I only gave her a $10 note and coins. I knew for a fact that I gave her a $20 note because $20 notes are red while $10 notes are blue, and because I have a habit of withdrawing $20 notes from the ATM point. The girl went to talk to her supervisor/manager in Mandarin. They were standing near me and probably thought I couldn't understand them. The girl was telling her manager that she only got a $10 note and coins from me and was adamant that she didn't do anything wrong. The manager then told her, in Mandarin, to just give me a $10 note to make me go away. The girl eventually gave me a $10 note but offered no apology. Being the shy non-confrontational type, I didn't say anything or let on that I understood what they were saying. I got my bubble tea and $10 note then left. So, after the long and grueling flight including connections from Miami to Athens, Greece, I arrived in my home country. While waiting at the carousel waiting for my luggage, I realized it would never come out of those black rubber flaps. Not the first or last time this would happen on a transatlantic flight for me, but I talked to the desk attendant who was designated for the job and found out I had 3 days in Athens before I would get my luggage. I had 3 reasons for being in Greece. The first a wedding, the second being a doctor's visit, the last being the beach. I wasn't going to buy another suit for the wedding or swimming, so I just bought some cheap clothes intended for tourists decorate with I3 Athens and Greek flags. I'm also a big fan of hats, so I bought one that matches my shirt, mainly because all the hats matched all the shirts. The next day as I caught a cab to go to a clinic to get some blood tests, I got a call from a friend back in the States. I had my headphones in and conversed as I handed the driver a Google Maps printout of the clinic's location point. At some point in the drive he must have assumed I was a tourist, as I did fit the bill, and he reached over to turn the meter off. I had an idea of what was going on, but didn't say anything. As we stopped in front of the clinic, the gentleman turned around and spoke in broken English. "This will be €36. The trip was really worth about 7. I told my friend, "I'll call you back. I have to pay for this cab." As I put my phone away and looked up to the cabbie, I responded in perfect Greek, "Look here, jerk off. I'm not going to get Egypt put of €30 for a walk that would taken 5 minutes. I'm not paying for shit." And promptly walked out the cab, into the clinic, and up the stairs. As you can imagine, this cabbie was not in the best of shape, so he couldn't follow so closely up the stairs. He barged into the waiting room full of elderly people and children. I was among them reading as he began to scream at me, calling me a crook. I told the nurse who rushed into the room that we would need the police to come and test this man's blood alcohol content, and he quickly became silent. I stood up and walked over to the melon-shaped man and exclaimed, "People like you, who treat newcomers to our nation with such disrespect and thievery, are the reason they do not come back. You should be ashamed to treat people who leave their country and bring money into our economy like that. Get out of my sight." He waddled out of the clinic and found the elevator down. TLDR, there is a reason Uber is taking over taxi business revenue. I was visiting a friend who lives in Abu Dhabi, and we decided to visit the Grand Mosque. As it's a religious place, you are required to cover up out of respect, which includes women covering their hair. Most tourists embrace it and are more than happy to follow the rules. While we were inside, one woman refused to keep her hair covered. A security guard told her to put it up or she'd have to leave. I'd heard her and her husband speaking outside, and they were American. However, when the guard confronted her, she said to her husband in Italian, "Just pretend we don't understand English. I'm not covering my hair." And that's exactly how they responded. I was so pissed about how disrespectful they were being, I marched over and said to the guard, "It would seem these Americans suddenly only speak Italian. Don't worry, I speak Italian, so I can translate for you." He said, "Please ask her to cover her hair or she must leave immediately." I nodded and smiled, then turned to them and said in Italian, "I know you're American and understand exactly what he is saying. Stop behaving so disgusting and disrespectful and cover your hair. How dare you come here and behave this way? You should be ashamed." She said, "I'm a Christian. If I don't want to cover my hair, I shouldn't have to." To which I replied, "If being a devout Christian is so important to you, don't visit a mosque." As I said it, 2 older women walked past us and said, in perfect Italian, "You're not even Italian. We are Italian." Now do as you're told, or go back to your own country," and walked off. The woman in question covered her hair, and I said to the guard sorry, took a bit of explaining, and walked back to my friend. I watched her and husband walk straight out the mosque without stopping. Edit. Had another story before this one, which wasn't that interesting, so I deleted it. I'm a British dude who speaks a moderate amount of Japanese. Big shout out to my teacher Hazuki. Back in 2013 I visited a place in the UK, known as the Lake District. It pretty much describes itself. A big mountainous region full of lakes, some real, some artificial. There's this one town called Windermere which has, amongst other attractions, the Beatrix Potter Museum. The world of Beatrix Potter. This museum is all about the titular British author, her life and her characters. One character in particular, Peter Rabbit, is super popular in Japan and many Japanese visit the museum every year. In fact, if you visit the museum's website you'll see Japanese as one of the selectable languages. While most of the museum's signs are multilingual, the shop is completely in English. Inside the shop there's one of those funky coin press things. You know, the ones where you insert a low value coin, turn a wheel and it flattens the coin with an image relating to the venue. My girlfriend of the time really wanted one of these novelty pieces of crap, so we waited in line. In front of us was a Japanese family, dad, mom and 2 young daughters, who were trying to use the machine, except they had no clue how to use it. The kids were inserting a coin and turning the handle, but the image was all distorted. The mother was getting agitated as she saw we were waiting and didn't want to be a bother, so she told the kids to give up. They looked so upset, and it broke my heart. When I got to the machine I saw that the handle had to be in a certain position to start with for the coin press to work correctly. Basically there were 4 different images, and if you started to turn the handle in the wrong place it would combine the images in a horrible mess. The kids and father were still standing kinda close, so I turned in their direction and said, in Japanese, "Excuse me, are you Japanese?" The kids froze, and the dad looked startled, but he quickly nodded yes. "Can you speak Japanese?" I replied, "Yes, a little. Will you allow me to show you how to use the machine?" Yes please," he said. So I demonstrated to the kids how to select the image they wanted. Surprise, it was Peter Rabbit, and then they pressed their coin and were super happy. The eldest one, maybe 11, thanked me in Japanese and the dad prompted the little UN to do the same too. He himself said thank you. We had a brief chat, but my girlfriend was getting antsy, so we said our goodbyes and went on our way. I saw him talking to his wife and pointing our way as we left. Later on in town we got absolutely mobbed by Japanese tourists. Turns out they were part of a tour group and they all wanted to have chat. It was a bit overwhelming, but funny too. I taught many Japanese people British curse words that day. These are so great. I'm Pakistani American and lived in Shanghai, China for 5 years. I have tons of these stories. Here are a few. I was in line somewhere with my best friend while in Shanghai, and she's a tall, beautiful Belarusian woman. These 2 old Chinese women tried to cut in front of us, and we told them politely in English that the line ended further back. They gave us a stink eye and instead cut behind us and started talking about how these foreigner women were here to ruin their society and we should at least learn their language if we wanted to live there. We waited until we were about to leave to turn around and tell them, in Mandarin, that we were only here for school and it's not polite to talk about people behind their backs. The old Chinese man behind them threw his head back in laughter as we left. Another time I was on the last train of the night alone with my headphones in but no music. Keeps weirdos away. And there was a little boy with his dad sitting across from me, and this little boy was just straight out staring at me. He eventually asks his dad if I'm an India person and his dad says I don't know, probably. Why don't you ask her? And he said he's too shy and his English was bad. His dad encouraged him to at least try to say hello. I took my headphones out at this point and smiled at the boy. He hid behind his dad and waved and said hello. I said hi and waited for him. He eventually asked me if I was India. I laughed and responded in Mandarin that no, I was from America. Boy turned 3 shades of red and hid behind his dad again. The dad laughed and continued in half English and half Mandarin to ask if my parents were from Bangladesh, and I told him Pakistan and we talked about how his company does business there. Eventually the boy tried to whisper something to his dad, and I told him he could ask me. I'm not that scary. He then shyly asks if he could touch my skin. I said sure, and held out my hand. He then rubbed the back of my hand, and was shocked the color didn't come off. His dad was mortified, but I laughed and assured them I wasn't offended, and then my stop came and I left. Side note, that was the third time the skin thing had happened. A couple times since I've come home and have been working retail, and the Chinese women will talk about how what I'm selling isn't good quality, and I'll join in and tell them they're right and they shouldn't pay that much for the item. They're embarrassed and then delighted. Last one. I was on a flight from Cali to Texas with my mom. Guy next to me is this dude who looks about my age and is reading a medical book. My mom starts commenting about how he's good looking and probably a doctor and maybe I should get his number. And the whole time I'm like, Mom, shut up please, he looks brown. And my mom's like, nah. Well, mom falls asleep and I just start talking to him about his book. He's a doctor and needs to renew his license, and I tell him I just quit med school, and he laughs and says I'm the DC, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, parents' nightmare. And I'm like, oh, where are your parents from? And he says Bangladesh, but he understands Hindi. So he totally heard my mom and understood her. I'm like, I'm so sorry my mother is this way, and he just laughs it off. My mom then wakes up as we're getting off the plane, and she's like, wow, his green eyes are gorgeous. And he finally responds and tells her thank you so much. I'm trying to disappear into thin air, and my mom then gets over her momentary shock to ask if I got his number and I should invite him over for tea tonight. I could not get off that plane fast enough. I'm a barely there American francophone. I don't get much opportunity to practice the language, so I understand it better than I speak it, which ain't by much. My boss is French Algerian, but I didn't make much mention of my crappy language skills when he hired me. During my first week on the job, I realized that whenever his wife would call, he would hold the conversation entirely in French, rather than excuse himself to have a private call. No need to worry about privacy if nobody knows what you're saying, I suppose. I did my best not to pay much attention, but I learned in that week that his wife was coming out the other side of massive emotional breakdown. She was incredibly lonely in our town, as they had moved 19 times in 12 years and friends were hard to come by. He was doing a great job of being supportive, but getting frustrated. I waited a while to say anything, as I didn't want to intrude, and it sure wasn't anything that he or his wife had invited me into knowingly. But one day, when he was having a very tough time, I volunteered my own story of mental health struggles, describing what I had been through and how hard it was to show gratitude to those helping me, even though I was forever in their debt. I accidentally mentioned his wife at the end. Everything clicked, and the look on his face was half anger, but half good job, boy. I apologized for not telling him that I knew my way around French. He forgave me. Now we hold French conversations whenever our users at work are being complete fucknuts. It's very freeing. I'm late to the party here, but I'll go anyway. I'm American, with a full Italian bloodline. My parents and grandparents spoke Italian fluently with perfect accents. I never considered myself to be fluent, mainly because of my accent and vocabulary, but I speak and understand enough to have Englishy conversations. Lol. I work in a busy touristy place, inside a busy retail environment. A man and women came in holding hands, just like a normal couple. They said hello, and when I said if I could help them with something, they replied, our English is not good and thank you. I get that a lot, so I said you're welcome and smiled. They went on to browse. Once I read them speaking in Italian, I was stoked. We rarely get Italian tourists. I started to think of what to say and feel them out, to see what they may be interested in buying, sales techniques and such, when I heard the women say this would be a really easy place to break into. I stopped in my tracks. The man started to talk about us not having security cameras, and pointed out our rear entrance had some glass panes they could break to get in. They went back and forth for a few minutes about their plan. The big thing I heard was tonight will be a good night. The women bought 2 cokes and made the awkward I don't know how to say goodbye to you thing a lot of us do when we don't know the language, and walked off. I contacted our local PD and told them about what I heard. As a precaution, they made sure they spent extra time near our shop that night. Around 3 AM, sure enough, they caught 2 people trying to break into my shop. And what would you know? They're a man and women. They're the man and women lol point at that month's meeting among all GMs, DMs, and the owners. I walked into a massive standing round of applause. Ha ha ha. It sounds corny, but it felt great. TLDR. Because of my Englishy Italian, I saved my workplace from getting robbed by 2 Italians. It was last summer when I had cracked a 15-day research project to Finland. P.S. I live in an average-sized city in eastern India. Over the weekend, we stayed at a little hotel in a small town called Lodja. While stumbling across the town, we found a cozy Indian restaurant, and as the food in Finland extremely bland, jumped at the chance of having something more home-like. We had a Finnish friend along with us who helped us around the town, and ordered food for us to the waiter in Finnish. The waiter lingered around the table for a little while, and then left away. He came back with the food, and then served us, talking in Hindi. We jumped in our seats. Although, he kind of looked Indian, you could have never have guessed it, especially as he seemed to be very fluent in Finnish. At the end of the meal, he took us into the kitchen, and introduced us to the cooks, who were both North Indians, Punjabis, who were more than glad to see us. They later explained that they hardly ever met Indians in that town, and it had been a long time since they had gone back. I guess we just reminded them of their long left homes anyway. They clicked pictures with us, took our Facebook contacts, and didn't charge a penny of the bill. The next night they took us out pub hopping, and bought us drinks. Although, we insisted on paying, they brushed off our requests, because they probably realized we did not have a lot of money on us, since we told them we were still in college. The day we left Lodja, we visited them, and hugged them goodbye. As a 21-year-old, when the world usually is full of cynicism, this was one of my happier incidents in life. I have a lot of these, but this one happened last night, and ruined my girlfriend's birthday surprise. Black American living in Tokyo, pretty much fluent in Japanese with no accent. This is a cause of a lot of issues, like the following. I made reservations on Saturday for an Alice in Wonderland themed cafe. There are 5 in Tokyo, and I'm sure I reserved it for one in Shinjuku, which isn't far from where we live. I told them I would like a cake, and gave them my girlfriend's name multiple times. When it came to giving my name, I said it once. They took it down with no issue. Q last night. We are waiting near the front of an hour-long line, when they open their doors. When we walk up, the guy at the front sees me, and asks if we made reservations, and I tell him I did, under my name. He can't find it. After spending 10 minutes trying to sort this, he goes, "Oh well, we have space anyway, so come on in." This sucks, because now my girlfriend won't get her cake. I was a bit down, and told her my plan, to surprise her with a cake and them singing to her. She is pretty shy, as most Japanese are, so I would love to have embarrassed her. The food took a while to come, and my girlfriend was done before mine even came, but all of it was good. Halfway through her plate, I get a phone call. I usually ignore all calls, as no one has my number besides my office for emergencies, and it was an unrecognized number. My girlfriend and I laugh and say, watch, it ends up being from the restaurant we are in, or one of the other ones. The guy on the other end is saying, it is way past 5, and we hadn't arrived, and asked if we were lost. I told him we were at one of the restaurants, and gave him details about the theme of this one, and where it is located. He replied in a shocked voice, wait, you're here? And I stand up, to walk to the front. It was the same guy who greeted us, and said my name wasn't on the list. My name is sometimes used as a nickname for Japanese men who have a similar sounding name. Since I pronounced it with no accent, he didn't expect a 6 feet 2 inches black guy. He apologizes profusely, and says the cake will be on its way ASAP, but the surprise has already been ruined. I ask if he could get all of the staff to sing for her, as her embarrassment is the only thing that can cure my frustration. He obliges. I go back, and my girlfriend and I have a laugh at the situation, and I ask for the check. Shortly after paying, a group of girls in Alice outfits and 3 guys with Mad Hatter hats come with a cake and sing her happy birthday. She turns red, and there is at least some saving moments for the night. We had a laugh that the bill had the total written on it, and then crossed off with a new total 6 yen less. I felt 6 yen was way unfair for the fuck up they caused. Afro Puerto Rican hair. Thick, dark, kinky hair. They call it pelo malo, but I think it's beautiful. On the contrary, dark skin, dark eyes. Essentially all the dominant black traits. I work at a movie theater, and usually I'm selling concessions or taking tickets. I don't like to speak in Spanish to Latino or Hispanic customers until I know absolutely for sure they speak it, because they could be like me and have English be their first language, might be learning Spanish, and that's totally fine. Just didn't want to throw them under the bus. I speak and understand moderately but never have been comfortable initiating in Spanish for fear of messing up or offending someone. So I try to listen to how they speak to their significant other / children / other Latino or Hispanic people as they are approaching me. One man and his 2 daughters came up, speaking rapid fire Spanish, and then stopping when they saw me, going to nicely paced English. So I asked if they wanted butter on their popcorn, in Spanish. The dad smiled and said yes, lots of butter, a lot. Going out on a limb, I started my own rendition of Gasolina by Daddy Yankee, substituting Dame Mas Mantequilla for Dame Mas Gasolina, and I'd never felt so happy when he and his daughters were grinning back at me. Part of it was shock, looking at an negrita as brown as I was, but the other part was pure delight, and I'd never been more proud of my heritage. I'm an American soldier in Afghanistan. I was born in Iran, so I speak Farsi, and in Afghanistan, they speak Dari in parts of the country. To the best of my knowledge, Dari originated from Farsi, so many of the words are similar, if not the same. Now some of the same words do sound a bit different, but it's still pretty recognizable. So me and my platoon are out on a patrol walking through a village, so my platoon leader can talk to the village elder. We are walking by the markets, saying hello, waving, trying to be friendly. Since I know the language, I say hello in Dari, but my English accent weighs in, and I probably sound like any other American trying to speak Dari. We walk past this shop with a young boy standing out front and what I assume his older brother and father sitting behind him at the storefront. The boy is probably 8 to 10-year-old and the other 2 are approximately 25 and 50 respectively. Me, hello, how are you, little boy? I'll faking kill you, waving his hand hello, with the sweetest little 10-year-old smile. Me, what did you say? Go ahead, tell me again. What was that? Readjusting my hands on my M4. Little boy, silence. Pen as a little brown ghost, mouth open, possibly peed himself. Father and brother stand up and grab son, proceed to tell me he's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's saying. They are sorry. Offered me something they were selling for free. Declined. Told them it was okay. Moved on. Platoon had a good laugh about it. I was eating soup in a back alley restaurant in an industrial city in northern China. It's communal style seating, so a few minutes later a woman and her son sit down beside me. The mother smiled awkwardly at me and pushed her son to sit beside me. I smiled politely and continued eating my soup. The woman immediately started hissing at her son in Chinese. Practice your English with this foreigner. It's not every day a witty is in this restaurant. The boy seemed really shy and did not seem interested in talking to a strange blonde woman. I continue eating my soup, mildly amused. The mother continued pushing the boy to talk to me, even scolding him, because what a waste of money on your English lessons if you can't even say hello to a foreigner when we see one. The kid looked totally embarrassed, and I felt bad for him, so I looked over at him and said in clear Chinese, "It's okay. I know it's really difficult to learn a new language and sometimes it's hard to talk to strangers. I'm from Canada, and it's nice to meet you." The mom turned beet red and started to make excuses on why she was so hard on her son. But the look on the boy's face was absolutely priceless. He was so stoked to see his mom embarrassed after she had been scolding him in public to speak English to me, assuming that I couldn't understand them. After that icebreaker, I ended up getting to know the kid and his mom and had a lively conversation with them in both Chinese and English. Win-win. I was born and raised in Canada. My family is originally from Lebanon. I look like the whitest Canadian you've ever seen. No hint of Lebanese, but maybe a bit of Italian. Anyhow, I was raised by my parents who only spoke Arabic in the house. Plus all my extended family, aunts, uncles, cousins, all spoke Arabic too, so this made me pretty fluent other than read/write point. So I'm at the gym one night around 1 AM. I'm a bigger guy and a bit conscious about my body. I go late to avoid seeing too many people. I'm in the locker room getting changed, and in walk these two Arab speaking gingos. Not sure what country they were from exactly, but anyhow. So I look at them, say hello, in English, and smile. They smile and nod back, then I begin to hear giggling point. I hear them calling me fat, hippo, elephant, etc. in Arabic. They also say they should go get me a burger in case I pass out from being at the gym. I turned to them, said I'd love a burger, but no tomatoes please in Arabic, and the look on their faces was incredible. I wish I had a camera to capture that moment. Sadly, at this point I had grabbed my stuff and ran out of the gym. My self-esteem was gone for the night and I couldn't bring myself to work out. The night duty guy had figured something was wrong because I left 10 minutes after I got there, so he chased after me to ask if I needed help. Story for another day. TLDR big guy goes to the gym. Small guys talk shit about me in Arabic. I speak Arabic. I'm a guy, Spanish but don't look it. Fully fluent in Spanish. I was in line at an airport about to go through TSA. Behind me there were two women in their 40s, I'm assuming talking in Spanish about life or something. All of a sudden I hear them giggling, and one saying hey das. Oh my god. I decided to pay attention to what they were saying and giggling about, since it was the only entertainment I could get, because my phone was already on a tray about to get expired. I hear one of them say Mirak bin lequet nessus jeans. Quisiera verlas en el piso de mi cuarto. Hehe, look how good those jeans fit him. I'd love to see how they look on my bedroom floor. Some cheesy sheet. The other woman says imagínate garando lesas nalgas en los bajulas cultures. Rico. Followed by more giggling. Imagine grabbing those butt cheeks at night under the covers. Yum. The other woman followed with esperamos que estén la maquinaria con las manos arriba vertigen al frente. More giggling. Let's wait until he's inside the machine with his hands up to see what he's got in the front. Talking about the body scanner, where you have to do the JZ hand sign while you get scanned. They keep going about what they would do to me, and then I go through the scanner. I see them looking, but I ask to get patted instead of x-rays. I want to laugh, but I keep serious. I get through, and then I'm getting my things off the tray as they come to get those. I heard them whisper I wish I could pat him, and some more quiet giggles ensue. I finish putting my belt and shoes back on, and I go sonoritas. Yo siempre religión no pasa por la máquina x-ray. Siento no haberals dado el shoquarian. Tengan un buen viaje y gracias por el entretenimiento ladies. I would choose to be posted instead of the x-ray machine. Sorry you didn't get the show you girls wanted. I hope you have a great flight and thanks for the entertainment. If a face can express fact, that's what they looked like. When I was in the army, I had a boss, a RSSGT, who happened to be from North Wales. He was one of a few Welsh folk in the unit who also happened to speak Welsh, and they were their own little clique in the unit. It was well known that they would speak Welsh among themselves, but no one ever knew what they were talking about. I'd always overhear them and pick up a few things, but I was never really interested in them or their convo, so I'd just walk on by. One day, however, as I happened to walk past them, I had a phone call, so I stopped to take it. Car insurance call. Had some time on hold. While I waited on hold, I heard them talking shit about Arco. Real nasty shit too. Stuff I don't care to repeat here. After a couple of minutes, they picked up that I was there and started talking shit about me and how they were going to fuck me up ECT. With bullshit punishments and the like, as I was not one of them. I'm also a Welshman, but choose not to speak Welsh. I kept my cool, partly because I was still on hold and really needed to get talking with the insurance folks. It was then these guys started going on about various nasty things about my family, parents, etc. This was when I spun around and started hurling various curses, insults, and threats at them in Welsh. That is, you say shit like that again, I'll rip your faking arms off and beat you with a soggy end, you horrible little cunt. sort of stuff. What I didn't notice until a few seconds later was that the one they had just been talking shit about, happened to step out of a nearby and started chewing them out. Also in Welsh, didn't hear a peep from them after that. This happened about 10 years ago. As a part of a scout regiment from India, we had travelled to the UK for the International Jamboree. We were in London 2 nights before we were supposed to fly back. We are all in the age group of 13 to 15 years olds, and there were only 3 teachers herding the 30 of us. Someone had mentioned how great the Tower Bridge looks at night with lights as opposed to the day. So 4 of us decided we'll sneak out one night and see what the fuss was about. After the teachers had turned in, we sneaked out and took the tube to where we had to get. The night goes by fine, and we all have a good time, until we realized it's past 2 am. It was then we realized that the tube service doesn't run from midnight to 5, and we had no way to get back to Tottenham Court Road. Panic sets in, and we start pooling all our cash to see if we could get a cab or ride back. Having found nothing on the streets, we walked into a nearby convenience store. I don't remember why, but for some reason we felt we won't be understood unless we speak in a British accent. So we argued amongst ourselves about who's gonna walk up to the store cashier and ask for help. We were talking pretty loudly in Tamil cause we figured no one would understand. Since I was deemed to have the most passable British accent, I was chosen. I walk up to the guy, and by now he's already glaring at us for being loud. With all the Britishness I could muster, I asked him if he could tell us how we could get to where we had to go. He starts laughing, and in the most fluent Tamil I've heard, he says I don't have to try so hard, and that he'll get his friend to help us get there. Never had I been so relieved to hear my own language before then. He talked to another person in the store, a nice Pakistani gentleman, who then dropped us where we had to go. So I'm first language Welsh, as is my father. However, my mother cannot converse in Welsh as she was born in the south, as was I, and attended a Catholic school who did not have a Welsh curriculum. Besides this, my mother, who is half caste, retains her accent from South Wales, so everyone always assumes she, myself and my sisters only speak English. Where we live, out in the sticks, 80% of people speak Welsh. Many of my friends and work colleagues speak Welsh, unless we are in the vicinity of an English speaker. To them we will converse in English so as not to seem rude. You walk into a shop, post office or bank and you're greeted in Welsh. Everyone just assumes everyone speaks Welsh, because why not? It's Wales, right? My father would always use this story as a blind example, to be careful what you say in your own language, or any language you assume the other doesn't speak. So when I was around 6 years old, my mother and I boarded a bus full of old hags. Some of the worst Welsh you will come across are old miserable first language Welsh women. My mother always feels as though she isn't welcome on any bus, and I never understood this until I was a teen and noticed there weren't any colored people in my village or town. If there were, they are tourists or students. Back to these old hags. The moment my mother sat down on the bus, these old hags began speaking nasty comments in Welsh. They assumed my mother couldn't understand them, which they were correct. However, they made the mistake of assuming I couldn't understand them. I felt awkward, as this was my very first instance of racism, apart from a teacher telling me that I don't look that black as my hair isn't afro. I'm slightly more tan than my sisters, so I get it a lot, even to this day. So, sitting there listening to those old hags talk amongst each other about how we must be tourists, or maybe we lived here illegally, sponging off the government, probably on benefits, welfare, making Wales look bad, taking all Welsh people's housing and jobs, having special treatment, because she has an immigrant kid. They truly saw us as immigrants, and were disgusted we were even allowed a seat on the bus. I wanted to cry and tell my mother, but she looked quite content sat there enjoying the view of the mountains. Much more was said, and I couldn't let my mother know how racist their hags were being. She would cry and make us get off at the next stop and walk the 2 miles into town. My mother had told me she came across a lot of racism since moving up north, after having my older sister and then me, and felt depressingly isolate. My dad would always have her back, and I told myself in that instance that I would too. So, I turned around in my seat, spotted the smug looking hag, and glared that ringleader down. I warned her in my native Welsh that if she didn't shut her mouth, I would have the driver throw her and every one of her hag friends off the bus. They didn't speak a word. They were in absolute shock. Then I could see the embarrassment and guilt hit them. My mother didn't know what was going on and pulled hard at my arm to make me turn and sit down. She then apologized to the ladies for my speaking in a tone she only recognized as rude. I ignored my mother, looked back to the women, and told them they should apologize to her, that we are 100% Welsh, no matter what our skin color, even if my mother was never taught it. They were silent for the rest of the long ride. Only her friends told my mother in English that she has a beautiful little girl as they moved to quickly get off the bus ahead of us. As soon as my mother and I stepped off the bus, I had a nasty telling off from her. I was not allowed sweets or toys, and when we got home I was to stay in my room. No TV, no computer, no playing with my sisters, bed at 6 p.m. and no supper. When my dad got home from work at 8 p.m, he came up to wake me and tell me off. I told him the story, and we both agreed to never tell my mother. He snuck me in some chocolate gatto, and to this day my mother has no clue. The old hags were genuinely polite every time we got back on that bus, that my mother noticed. I spent 22 months living in Venezuela. When I returned home to California, I found work as a teller at a major bank. One of the reasons I was hired was for my Spanish language skills. There was only other Spanish speaker in my branch. I'm white. She was first generation American from Mexican descent. Her family had encouraged speaking English inside their home. As such, she considered English her native language and had picked up Spanish as an adult working in restaurants. For my first few weeks both us struggled to get any of the Spanish speaking customers to come to my workstation, even though there was a placard stating Yo hablo español as well as the same statement on my name tag. One Friday we had a large group that worked at an industrial nursery come in to cash their paychecks. I overheard her translate very much to mucho más as she was explaining something. That made me cringe. Like nails on chalkboard. You don't say mucho más in Spanish. You only say one or the other depending on context and how it will sound, because there are cases when they can be used interchangeably and there is no gradient to make something more than something else when those two words are used. It just sounds weird to Spanish speakers. Anyways, I corrected her on the spot and explained, in Spanish, in front of 30 or so Spanish speakers, that you could only say one or the other. I got a kick out of her asking this group of native speakers if that was correct and having them shake their heads in agreement. After that people willingly came to me and I never had problems again. Unfortunately, for my co-worker, she took some flack for a little while. Apparently people had just assumed that she was native speaking and she had worked hard on her Spanish skills to sound that way. She probably would have gotten away with it if it hadn't been for that darn tubby white guy. I started ordering a coffee in a Starbucks in Germany in German. My German at the time was quite good, but I had an accent when I spoke. The barista rudely cut me off mid-sentence and said, in English, we can speak English too, you know. Cue dramatic sighing and eye rolling. I mean, yeah, it can sometimes be frustrating to speak to someone who doesn't speak your language fluently, but it's not like I just learned a phrase or two from a phrase book. I had a fairly good grasp of German, and even if I did only know a few sentences, there is no excuse for being so goddamn rude. Anyway, I digress. The two baristas then proceeded to bitch to each other, in German, about the dumb American and British tourists like me who think they're so cultured because they know how to say Guten Tag and Dank, but really, everyone just wishes they would fuck off home. She slammed my coffee down on the counter and I said, in German, thanks very much. I couldn't help but overhear and wanted to let you know that I'm Irish, not American or British. Have a nice day. I never saw two people go so red in my whole life. They practically fell over themselves apologizing. I just smiled and left. Edit. Just remembered another incident. I used to work in a gift shop. One day two Spanish 16-year-olds came in and loudly discussed in Spanish what they are going to shoplift and who will shoplift what. I walked over to them and in my cheeriest customer service voice explained to them, in Spanish, what our special offers of the day were. They sprinted out of the shop. I'm full Japanese but look Americanized. I can speak /read/write fluently in Japanese. My first cousin is the opposite. She looks super Japanese, but doesn't know any Japanese. 3 Christmases ago we were on a family vacation visiting our grandparents and other relatives in Japan. It was my cousin's first time in Japan. We decided to walk around Omotesando and went to a cute cafe to grab some pastries for ourselves and also for our families. We talked English to each other and ordered our food in English and by pointing. We ordered extra to take home for our families. There was an old couple next to us. They were talking so much crap. How can they not speak Japanese? They must be from America. No wonders Americans are so fat. Look at how much food those two girls got. They are not ladylike and are not sophisticated, etc. Maybe 15 minutes worth of them staring at us and talking about us and how Japanese Americans are worthless. I ended up asking the waitress in Japanese to help us take a picture. Shashi no totku same ka. The couple's eyes widened and the woman immediately whispered, "They know Japanese?" They turned their heads down in shame and completely stopped speaking. I then had a full conversation with the waitress on shops and things to do nearby. Then asked for a to-go box to bring the pastries back to my family. It made me really sad though. We didn't bother them. We didn't say anything to them, but unfortunately they had some prejudices towards us. Damn it. Always so late to the very few conversations I can actually contribute to. About 10 years ago I dated a Mexican girl. She was raised in America and spoke English and Spanish fluently. Her mom was also fluently bilingual, but would often speak to her in Spanish in front of me. It was actually a little rude thinking back to it, but she didn't know that I also spoke Spanish. Not 100% fluent, but pretty well. We were dating for about 3 months or so, and every time I'd be in the company of her and her mom would speak Spanish to her from time to time. She had no idea I spoke Spanish. The girl knew, but I guess never told her mom. Anyway, after about 3 months of this, her mom finally said something to my girlfriend in Spanish, but my girlfriend didn't hear her. After a moment or two, I just naturally responded to the question in Spanish. The look on her mom's face, I will never forget it. In the blink of an eye she realized I had understood everything she'd ever said about me to her daughter. Fortunately everything was very nice and kind, but she definitely didn't think that I'd ever understood her. Of course I always understood everything she said, and I guess whatever I said as a response was complicated enough where she realized I was well above basic greetings and the like. Her mom was pretty horrified, but I just kind of played it off like nothing had happened. Anyway, she then went on to know to speak Spanish, of which I told her I did, learned it in school, lived in Mexico for a while, etc. From that day on she'd either speak to me in Spanish or just say nice things about me in English in front of me. So I guess in a way it was sweet, but the experience was still pretty funny to me. I'm a little late to this thread, but here's why I love being bilingual. I speak both English and German. Here's a few. Sitting in a car waiting for a friend to grab something from his house. My Serbian friend and I see a group of door-to-door canvassers walking along the street. I jokingly say to him, I wonder if they'd knock on a car door, or if only house doors count. He jests that if they do, he'd speak Serbian, and I'd speak German. Sure enough they come up to us. Hi, we are collecting money for our church. Would you mind donating a few dollars? So, sorry, it's freshest English Serbian. Do you not speak English? Wait 1 second, Natalie, didn't you live in Berlin for a while? Another, I was on the subway home from school in Toronto and came across an older couple who looked stressed, poring over the posted subway map. I spent a lot of time on the TTC in high school, so I thought I'd ask them if they needed any help. I approached them, and the woman said to me in very broken English that they were trying to get to their hotel. I detected a German accent when she spoke and said in German, "Are you German? We can speak German if you prefer." She was so relieved. Apparently they had had a lot of stress getting from the airport. Understandable since it's just an express bus that takes you to the farthest possible subway station from the downtown core, and that no one could understand them because of her English. So I showed them how to get to their hotel. It was a big fancy hotel downtown, so I'm hoping they had a great vacation. I have dozens like this. Since moving to Germany, lots of people here that can't speak proper German but decent English. a British tourist trying to order a drink in Berlin, an immigrant at the train station, and a guy looking for his apartment, but he'd gotten on the wrong train. I speak English and Spanish. I worked in the restaurant industry for many years as a manager. Whenever I first started at a store, I would not tell people right away that I spoke Spanish. I would always wait a week or two and listen to what the cooks and busboys and waitresses said about me. I worked in California, and so many restaurant employees are Hispanic. As I listened, I learned a lot. Sometimes it was good corrective criticism and I could learn from that. Their honesty often helped me to become a better manager. Sometimes it was the guys talking about what they'd like to do with me in the storeroom or the bathroom. This one particular cook did not like me, but I didn't find out why for a very long time. One day I told him to put his hat on, and he pretended that he did not speak English. It is a requirement that you wear something to cover your hair while in the kitchen. And so I told him again to put his hat on and he refused. So I said it in Spanish, and he got very shocked and looked at me. So, then I told him in Spanish that if I would be happy to repeat it in Chinese, if that would help him, at which he laughed and then ran out of the kitchen yelling, "Oh my god, she speaks Spanish. She speaks Spanish. The blonde one speaks Spanish." I later found out that, while other employees were saying some kind of vulgar things about me, this particular cook really had a crush on me. It was genuine, and his inability to communicate with me made him very grumpy until he realized I spoke Spanish. We didn't date, that would be inappropriate, but he was an amazing cook and we worked together for several years. Many funny, and some unpleasant, situations have happened, but I'll mention the most recent one. I'm a multilingual Greek, living in Scandinavia. One of my best friends is Mehmet, fake name of course, from Turkey. Now, I do speak fairly okay Turkish, and he can speak some Greek, and we both also speak slang, so sometimes we have mixed slang conversations for fun. Now, problem is that Mehmet can be sometimes edgy in commenting others with burning sarcastic humor. So, a woman passes by the table, Scandinavian F, pale white blue eyes, red blonde, H&M style clothes, plain hairstyle, etc. And Mehmet is on fire. Even Donald Trump would blush. All this time I give him the shut the F up look and remind him that Turkish is not such a small language as he might think, with 60-meter speakers, and if he is to comment, at least stop using well-known Turkish profanities and at least switch to Greek slang that has less chances to be understood before we get ridiculed in the cafeteria. Minutes later, as she passes by, she says in Southern Coast Turkish dialect, "Actually, it's about 80 millions. Mehmet face was priceless." Then it all got even better when a middle-aged lady sitting alone at next table said cynically with a small smile in Greek, "Well, neither the Greek would be a good idea." I used to study in Malaysia. I was in KLCC, in an elevator when a bunch of crowd comes in. I'm Indonesian, but I look Chinese, and they might mistake me as Chinese or Malaysian point. So this crowd happens to be Indonesian, and they started talking about the city and the people, and one of the guy looks at me and whisper to a girl and they started to giggle. Then slowly each and every one of 4 or 5 of them started to whisper between each other, and the silent whisper becomes louder, and I can clearly hear it. They were talking about my appearance, my clothes and my shoes in Indonesian slangs. I bet they are Jakartans from their use of slangs. They talk about how bad Malaysian people taste in fashion and all. I don't even get into fashion. I was just wearing a t-shirt and jeans, and I was so into sneakers at that time I was wearing a maroon high top Dunk. I didn't call them out immediately. I guess I tried to enjoy it as much as possible as they thought I don't understand any of it. So we almost reached our floor and I pick up my phone and make a fake phone call, loudly speaking in Indonesian, talking about their shitty clothes to my fake friend as loud as possible, and the look in their face is priceless, as the girl jaw drops and the guy can barely look my face anymore when I mentioned how one of the guy's haircut looks like chicken feet, and I can sense one of the guy were actually furious, but can't do anything about it. While I walk out from the elevator not long after that, I met them again in a student club. It turns out they are new students and they can't barely look me in the eye when I introduce myself. Haha, they didn't come to the club meeting since then. 15 years ago in a city far away, I got on the tube at Heathrow, traveling into the city. I had just returned from visiting the Czech Republic and the girl who would become my wife. I was at the time learning Czech and had learnt all the bad words, expletives, as you do. I was sitting opposite a quite attractive young lady who had extremely large assets. Just before the train left, two young Czech lads got on, sat down next to me, opposite the girl with the large protuberances, and proceeded to talk about them, quite openly and loudly in Czech. The conversation between the two lads went something like, "Oh my god, look at those, they are huge. Christ, I would love to insert appropriate word, those they are enormous, and she's really pretty, I'd love to xxxx." This went on for a good 20/30 minimums. They were quite sure that no one sitting or standing in hearing distance would/could understand them. We arrived at my stop, and as I got out of my seat I turned to the two lads, and in my best, which was bad at the time, Czech, said, "Goodbye and have a nice day." The two lads sat straight up in their seats, mouths open, and turned red faster than you can turn on a switch. As I walked past, one of them tried to mumble an apology, but I was out the door and gone before I burst into laughter 15 years later, and I still tell this story and still laugh about it. At the time I didn't understand everything they said, but I did understand enough. This happened to me back in high school. I used to have an internship as a bank teller at Washington Mutual. Funny thing is, now that bank doesn't even exist anymore. RIP WAMU. Anyway, the way the floor plan was set up, people first opened the outside door and saw an ATM. You had to turn left to go into the main lobby. Past that was my station. I grew up in India in my youth, and so I speak Marathi. Kudos to my folks for keeping it going once we moved to the US. Now in English my accent is American. Important note, my name is common in India and the Middle East. This comes into play later. Nulai, what couple walks in speaking Marathi? Husband, in Marathi, will you stop pestering me? I need to deposit this check and I'll take you to whatever shop you want. Me, hi, welcome to WAMU. How can I help you? Husband, I'd like to make a deposit. Wife, sees me, in Marathi, oh look honey, a Mexican. Husband, in Marathi, sweetie, where we live now, they're all Mexicans. I nonchalantly readjusted my name tag after hearing this. Wife, in Marathi, oh my god, he's not Mexican, he's an Arab. Make sure he's counting the money, right, and not stealing anything. What the fuck? I was getting kinda upset at this point, so I finished their transaction and printed their receipt. Me, in Marathi, well here's your receipt guys, is there anything else I can do for you today? To say that their expression matched deer in the headlights is an understatement. We stood there for a few seconds just staring, and the silence was broken by the wife's quiet eek when it finally sunk in what she just heard. They hurriedly grabbed their belongings and bolted in embarrassment. I ran to the back room and laughed my ass off. Moral of the story, kids, don't be a racist dick, no matter what language. My then husband and I were on our honeymoon in North Africa, being cute and sweet and taking pictures in this really touristy spot around sunset. We were speaking English to each other, but we are both multilingual. We were saying things like, no, I don't like that one, let's try again. In this country, there are young men, locals, who go around and ask people if they want help get their picture taken, and when the unwitting tourists hand over their phone or camera, they run off with it. New hubby sees these two guys chatting nearby, and they come and sit closer to where we were standing, looking at their phones, doing a little acting, all while plotting their theft in a language they don't think these two American tourists understand. As the two guys walk over to start their spiel, new hubby, very clearly in the language they were using to communicate just moments prior, tells them to fuck off and get a job. You won't be stealing our camera today, before they even have the chance to get a word out. The two idiots stood there dumbstruck for a moment before I figured out what was going on and started yelling at new hubby to get the police in a different language, but one they would understand too, to which they faked off really quick. Hubby and I stood stunned for a moment and then laughed our asses off. We ended up getting some perfect shots and had a really nice time. I took 4.5 years of conversational Japanese in high school, and sometime after graduation my buddy called me up and basically said, I have tickets to Japan and Elise, are you coming? We Were there for a month or so. Trip got cut short due to illness, but he and I and another buddy had a grand time. Now, the other buddy is huge. Like, legit glandular problem huge. Easily 6.5 feet tall. Gigantic person. Very wide. He's large here, but he's a goddamn giant in Japan. So, one day we decide to hit up Moss Berger. I don't know if the poor teller had never seen a non-Asian person before, or if it was just my buddy's size, but he, like, forgets how to take orders, and is just staring agape up at my friend, while I'm politely trying to order in Japanese off the menu. He just isn't hearing anything I say, and is in complete shock at the giant in front of him, and starts, like, running on automatic. Points down to pictures on the menu and starts speaking broken English at us. Yodakai kan bagat is very good. Yes, the poor guy on the register next to him just has this oh my god what is he doing look on his face as he studiously stares ahead at the people in his line and is serving them with this fixed smile. Point I keep trying to order in Japanese. I didn't want the chicken burger. He keeps not hearing me and speaking English to the jolly giant, ECT back and forth for a bit, while everyone else is dying from embarrassment around us. Finally I, to my shame, lost my temper a little bit and cursed under my breath in Japanese. I wasn't as quiet as I probably should have been, but I think the shock of being cursed at in his own language from a foreigner shook him out of his trance, because we were finally able to establish communications and get our food ordered. We then went and found a table and sat for a bit waiting for our order to come up, and the other teller actually brought it out to us and apologized for his kaoka when we unwrapped the food. It was 3 chicken burgers. I had a summer job as a park ranger when I was in university. We had a group of French-speaking students who were on an English immersion program of some sort. I had to take them on a backcountry trip. They tested the waters a bit, and after collectively deciding my French skills were non-existent, they started speaking French to one another, confident I couldn't understand. Soon a few were openly insulting me and sheet-talking Anglophones in general. I'm a patient person with a cool head, so it was easy to play along and let them keep digging. Some were saying some pretty crazy shit. For example, that I was taking them into the forest to rap and murder them. Others were saying I was stupid because of my size and obviously only good for manual labor / being a bear shield, not smart enough to have a real job, etc. etc. Eventually we made it to a remote campsite. They were all tired and complaining about bugs. After the break I explained, in my hilariously formal and articulate French, some of the dangers of making assumptions when hiking in the backcountry, because there could be severe consequences when making bad decisions, and that the forest was not a forgiving place. It was hilarious to see the few vicious, petulant little turds turn pale with fear, reflecting on the things they had said earlier. The group turned and sneered at the few loudmouth students who were acting real tough minutes before. My little forest allegory wasn't lost on them. I had no need for revenge, incrimination or direct confrontation. I didn't say anything to the program administrators. The students didn't know that though, and spent quite some time waiting for the axe to come down and for them to get hauled off and sent home. Some of the students spoke to me in French from that point on, which was bad, since it was an English only training thing. Despite lots of effort they couldn't get me to change back. Here in Canada there are people who cling to the idea that nobody outside Quebec can speak French or care about the language. Ridiculous. It can be dangerous to make assumptions, in the forest or otherwise. I was coming home from being with a friend and watching a movie. It was winter, so it was cold as fuck outside. Had to wait at the bus station, outside, for around an hour and a half. It was freezing. I didn't realize this when I left my friend's house. I had just taken the first bus to the bus station point, so a woman in some leopard patterned clothes came and sat down. We both were super cold. She started talking to me in English, and so I responded. She was a bit tan, so I thought maybe she was Italian or something. After about 10 minutes of talking, she asked me where are you from? And I just told her about 30 minutes from here with a car, and she went yeah, but like where are you actually from? And I just said the name of the place in Norwegian with some uncertainty. And she stared at me really funny and asked in Norwegian, wait, are you Norwegian? Are you joking? and we just kept on in Norwegian. Turns out she was apparently fleeing from her ex, who was a drug dealer guy who had, according to her, tried to kidnap her by shoving her into the trunk of his car. Thankfully she apparently had learned some self-defense from some goon she had hired earlier, so she was able to escape. And now she was just waiting for said goon to come pick her up and take her to some place safe. And then she offered me weed and MDMA. It was crazy. I told her no thank you, I have school tomorrow, so I didn't feel like I should accept it. The bus eventually came, and she went off at a stop only like 5 minutes away. In this time she made sure she told the bus driver all about her endeavors as well. All in all, it was quite an episode. Too late to the party, alas. Decent story. I was a teacher in a vocational school on the outskirts of a big city. We were basically 50% prison warden, 40% social worker, 10% teacher. The students were mostly from more challenging backgrounds, and mostly of Moroccan origin, due to a combination of many factors that will not be discussed in this post. The kids were straight up horrible, but I was kind of used to that. But this one kid would systematically address me with a word in their dialect that basically means the vagina of your mother. Now I knew what it meant, but he didn't know that. I'm also an okay Arabic speaker, for which I took courses for many years. But I never divulge much personal info to students, because the less these little bastards know about you, the better. And if you try to be the cool teacher, they eat you alive. So I just told him to cut it out, because pretending not knowing what the word meant would mean that I could be less offended, which was just less conflict. But he persisted. And I told him again, and he got a lot of laughs, and then I warned him again. And he didn't stop. Okay, no problem. I tell him to come to the front of the class and take his school agenda. So he comes and shows off and gets even more laughs because he's on stage now in front of everyone. And he gives me his agenda and, with a smirk, tells me, write down everything you want for my parents, mister. They can't even speak native tongue of the country we live in. And I sit down and start writing in Arabic what he called me and that he needs to cut it out. And I swear to God, I've never ever in my life seen a Moroccan kid look whiter than a ghost. All blood just disappeared from his face, and I thought he was going to faint. The whole class stopped jeering, just because I could see that look on his face. They had no idea what I was writing, but that kid's look, I've never seen anyone so completely obliterated in my life again. He apologized, told me it would never happen again, and went to sit. Didn't say a word to the others that wanted to know. Class silenced for the remainder of the hour. Next class I ask him, it's not signed. I tell him it has to be. He says he swears he won't do it again if he doesn't have to let it sign. I insist. He clearly signed it himself. The next class, I told him, I'll let it pass, but next time I'm calling them. Never heard a single word from him in class ever again. I'm Spanish, and so is the passport I showed at the door of an international bus going from Poland to Belarus, but I'm a geek and can speak Polish, Russian, Belarusian and a bunch of other languages. I did say good evening to the stewardess in Polish. I didn't know where she was from, since the bus itself was going from Germany to Russia, but we were in Warsaw, so yup. My Polish greeting was ignored, and she told me my seat number in very shaky English with a bitter grimace. Oh well. When we were approaching the border, this same girl starts giving out transit cards to all non-Belarusian citizens, needed for the border guards, and I could see her dreading communicating with me. As she got closer, I heard several racial slurs about me from her, and things like, golly, I do hate these foreigners, they're all so stupid and happy-go-lucky, I don't know how the hell I'm going to explain anything to this Spanish dumbass. A few of the passengers around actually nodded at this, mind you. Girl comes up to where I'm sitting and addresses the guy sitting next to me in Russian. Then this exchange happens. Hey, sorry, but do you speak English? Can you explain the clueless foreigner how to fill in the transit card? I bet she can't even read Cyrillic. It's gonna be a pain, and my English isn't the best. Not even sure she even speaks English, but yeah, no Russian, surely. Him, I do speak English. Me, interrupts in Russian, excuse me. I wasn't going to say anything, because I hate conflict, but you're being incredibly rude. First off, it's no good to assume who can speak which language, because, hey, look at me now. Also, I've been to Belarus several times before. I'm actually a Belarusian language poet going to a poetry festival, so I know how to fill in the transit card thingy. Moreover, you shouldn't use this and that racial slurs. That was truly horrible, and it's generally considered bad taste to speak about someone in the third person whilst they are present, especially if they're within earshot, lady. Lastly, yeah, you should polish off your English. Maybe learning a foreign language and being involved in a new culture would open your mind a little. You might find we foreigners are not so bad. Bus bursts in applause. Guy's face is epic. We actually became Facebook friends later. Her face was, you can imagine. I define it as a mix between a terrified tomato and an absurd theater actress who's only now beginning to grasp what kind of play she's in. So I've been studying Japanese for a while now, and while my speaking isn't too great, I can definitely understand much more. I had a pen pal friend that ended up winning some sort of contest at a university and was admitted into their study abroad program with all tuition paid to a university in California not too far from where I lived. Awesome. So I ended up offering to pick her up at the airport and take her to her university and help her get settled in that day. The day before she flies out, she tells me she has a week off before her classes start and asks if I wanted to hang out. She really likes Disney, so we agree to go to Disneyland. Before our conversation ends, she tells me there's another girl from her school on her flight, and I agree to helping her out too. The day arrives, and I pick them up at the airport. They are not really used to speaking English, so most of their conversation between themselves is in Japanese. No problem there, except right after they would say something, one of the two would turn to me and say, okay, so basically this is what we were talking about, and tell me everything in English. The first time it happened, it kind of surprised me, because my pen friend knew I spoke/studied Japanese, so I decided to mess with them. I spent the entire day interjecting and replying to everything they were saying in Japanese with English. They never caught on, and would still stop to translate everything for me. I was giggling on the inside the whole day, until we were waiting for their dorm situation to be worked out. I'm sitting there on my 3DS, because they were having girls talk. I then hear the other girls start talking about their time off, and what they should do. She mentions she'd like to go to Disneyland and my pen friend says we are going soon. The other girl then tells my pen friend she shouldn't rely on me so much, and that they should just go to Disneyland together. My friend kind of mulls over it for a bit and agrees. The kicker? She tells me that she's been thinking of going to Disneyland and wanted to know if I knew what day was the best to go or if there was anywhere she can get discounted tickets. She also asked me if I knew how long it would take to get there on public transportation. I felt like she'd point sometime after I realized my pen friend was just an airhead and there was no way she'd pick up on what I was doing. Even after we started dating, she would still try doing the translation thing, even though I was like halfway through my reply. I was at a restaurant in the China district in Seattle. I'm a pasty white guy who just lived a few years in Taiwan, so naturally my waiter was a little surprised when I ordered something off menu, stinky tofu no less. He told me some of the locals order it, but he omits it from the menu because most non-Chinese don't like it and will leave bad reviews after a little while. A heaping plate of stinky tofu and 1,000-year-old egg is served to my friend and I, and as we start digging in, an elderly Taiwanese couple enters. They sit down at the table adjacent to ours, and I can see, while they're ordering, that they're taking little peeks at us and the food we are eating. After they've ordered, they start making small talk, and the woman says in Mandarin, they're eating stinky tofu. That's so weird. They both continued to gossip about us, assuming we couldn't understand. My friend whispers to me that I should just start speaking in Mandarin, just to mess with them. I make an audible comment about how good the food is and thank the waiter, to which I hear the woman say to her husband, in Mandarin, that guy speaks Mandarin. I turn to her and say, I do speak Mandarin. How are you? The woman looks at me briefly, turns back to her husband and this time uses Taiwanese. That man can understand what we are saying. That's when I pulled out my ace. I responded in Taiwanese. Yeah, I do understand you guys. I've been listening in for quite a while. But no matter, it's nice to meet you. The woman, man, and the waiter who had been lingering in the back of the room watching all had their eyes grow real big, and the woman's jaw dropped right to the floor. FYI, Taiwanese is a dying language. Only the elderly population in Taiwan speak it. It's contained to the south of the island, is not taught in schools, and has no written form. Foreigners almost never try to learn it. She kept muttering. They understand us. They understand us. It took them a little while to snap out of it, and afterwards we had a pleasant conversation. I have many. You see, I'm half Hispanic / half white, but I speak Spanish fluently. White people think I'm white and Hispanic people think I'm white, and after marrying my husband, who's blonde with blue eyes, I have a white last name now. Usually, people I work with are shocked the first time they hear me speak. I didn't know you spoke Spanish, even though I usually have mentioned it. But the most recent egregious story happened the summer before last when my husband and I were on vacation in DC. We had walked into the Library of Congress through the underground tunnel and there was a huge group trying to go the opposite direction, but they were blocking most of the stairs. So, we decided to take the elevator to the second floor. After walking into the elevator, we held the door for a child, mother, and grandmother. As the door closes, the grandmother says to the mother, in Spanish, something to the effect of, "Why didn't they take the stairs? They obviously need the exercise." To be fair, we are overweight, about 100 lbs, but this was our third or fourth day of walking / taking public transportation everywhere. At this point, what my husband calls my spicy Latin aside came out. I'll let her have it in Spanish. I can't remember my exact words, but it was something like, because we're so fat, right? So we can't possibly be people who exercise, right? You know nothing about us, so you should just keep your comments to yourself. Oh, and in case this has taught you nothing, lots of people speak Spanish, even people that don't look like they should. The grandmother's eyes just got really big and neither she nor the mother said anything. The elevator dinged. My husband and I walked off the elevator. After I explained what happened, he started laughing his ass off. I felt pretty vindicated. So I speak a little bit of Italian. I was in Prague on holiday, and I was hanging out with this girl I met at the hostel. We both had never tried absinthe, so of course that became the task du jour. There's this little medieval themed restaurant on the west side of the river in the old town that I'd gone to a few nights prior and really enjoyed, so we decided to see how their absinthe was. So we were sitting at the table, after drinking the absinthe, remarking on just how goddamn strong it really was, when one of the waitresses spilled a ton of meat juice down the back of my shirt as she was clearing the table of the diners next to us. The table was Italian, and they all see me get covered in meat juice. One of the women at the table gasps and says caso di murder, which means faking sheet, and a couple other choice phrases. I'm laughing at the situation, since I could care less. The waitress is super apologetic and nice about it, and she tries to wipe me off, and the Italians are also apologizing and talking amongst themselves. Anyways, I sit back down, and I hear the Italian woman swear again about the situation. I couldn't help myself, so I turned towards to the woman with a cheeky grin, and said "Parlo un po di Italiano." She instantly clasps her hands over her mouth and her eyes widen, and she says "Oh mio Dio," and apologizes and says a woman should never speak like that. I was laughing, and told her I thought it was hilarious, and that it was nice to hear some Italian, but she was bright red. I ended up talking to the table for a while, and had a good conversation that was totally worth getting some meat juice spilled on me. I'm half Cuban, with my father coming to this country in the late 50s, early 60s. My brother was dating, and is now married, to a girl who had Mexican parents and spoke Spanish fluently. Although my brother speaks / understands very little Spanish, I almost completely fully understand Spanish, because our housekeeper / babysitter, our grandmother, and my father used to speak to me in Spanish all the time. I don't know why my brother didn't pick it up as well, or they didn't try with him as much, but for some reason Spanish just didn't take with him. So anyway, my sister-in-law, whom not many people in our family liked, lived with me and my brother in our apartment for a while, and she would call her parents frequently and would talk in English and Spanish on the phone. Oftentimes when she would want to start bitching about my brother or something else related to my family, she would start speaking Spanish on her cell phone in front of me or him, very confident that neither one of us had any idea what she was saying. Well, one Thanksgiving she came with us to our father's, and in an effort to endear herself to him started speaking Spanish with him at the dinner table, even though no one else at the table really spoke Spanish. My father has a hearing problem and she tried repeating herself a couple of times, just not much louder, and instead was using different or simpler words, thinking it was more of a comprehension problem and not a volume issue. Well, after the third time, I just loudly said to him in English exactly what she was trying to say to him in Spanish. The look on her face was one of absolute shock. My father saw her reaction and just started laughing and said to her, "Oh, you didn't know he spoke Spanish? He understands every word you say, he just doesn't speak it, but he understands 100%. The mix of oh shit anger look on her face was priceless as she realized all the times she was talking on the phone in front of me in Spanish, and that I knew all of the shit talking she was dropping about my brother right in front of me. From then on out, she never spoke on the phone in front of me and would always go into another room and close the door. TLDR, my now sister-in-law basically shit her pants at a Thanksgiving dinner when my father told her that I understood Spanish fluently, and she realized that I understood all the shit talking she was doing about my brother to her parents on the phone in Spanish for the past year. I lived in Miami for a little while, and I speak absolutely horrendous Spanish. Necesito practica, pero no tengo la oportunidad. Point anyway, there's a certain variety of person who is absolutely despised in Miami by English and Spanish speakers alike. We originally referred to them as Cuban American princesses, but they are not exclusively Cuban anymore, now that Miami is the business capital of all of Latin America. These are the selfish rich folks who moved to Miami, because that way revolutions and protests can't touch them. They own everything in their home countries, but they are out of reach of consequences when they cause problems. If you think America has it bad in terms of rich folks, you've got no idea. They treat service workers like absolute shit. When I worked at Masses, we banned one of them from the store because she would walk in looking to buy polo shirts for her son, and instead of doing what a normal person would do and check the paper tag for the size or ask an employee, she'd unfold the shirt, turn it around, look at it, and if it was the wrong size, she'd throw it on the floor. She did this in every department and wouldn't listen to anyone, even the associates who spoke Spanish, when we asked her to stop. When we told management we were worried about her damaging merchandise, they stepped in. Point, these folks also regularly pretend to forget English if you ever call them out for behaving badly. Unlike poor folks in Miami, who don't have easy access to English classes, these folks usually speak excellent English because it helps with business. There was one extremely rude woman in a grocery store called Millam's Market. This one was in Coral Gables, I think. Anyway, I'm picking up some beer and some steaks for a cookout. I've got 4 items. She's chattering on her cell phone as I'm grabbing some spices and looking at the shelves. Runs her cart straight into mine. Point, no biggie. Bumps happen. But instead of acting like a normal person and saying whoops, sorry, she shouts, "Watch where you're going," at me, in English. Lady, I don't need to watch where I'm going. I was standing still. You watch where you're going. I wish I had said, instead of standing there in stunned silence while she rolled off, telling her friend, "Oh no, it's fine. Some asshole just ran into me with his cart." I head off to finish shopping. I've got my 4 items, steaks, beer, and some spices, and she's in front of me in the express line with a full cart. Point, the grocer, an older black woman, tells her, "Ma'am, this line is for 10 items or fewer. You need to go to another line." Lo siento, no hablo inglés, she says. Sorry, I don't speak Spanish. Point, now I have been in a bad mood since she ran her cart into me and mad at myself for not saying anything, but the opportunity for petty revenge has arrived. Oh, chica, ¿qué es tu problema? Desarticulas o menos. Vita otrolina. And don't pretend you don't speak English. You spoke it just fine when you ran into me earlier. Hey, girl, in this case, an insulting form of address. What's your problem? To is familiar and also insulting. 10 items or less. Go to another line. Point, she looks at me, embarrassed and angry, but there's not much she can do. I move my cart out of her way, gesture for her to move, and she walks off in a huff, muttering insults at me in Spanish so quick the only one I catch is cabron. As whole point I wish it was a moment where like, everyone applauded or something, and Obama was there, but actually everyone was pretty uncomfortable about the whole thing. Maybe it's due to the fact that I'm a big white dude who has whatever the male version of resting beach face is. It was a really awkward checkout moment for everyone, except the Latino couple who happened to be walking by and burst out laughing at the exchange. But at least I got her back for being incredibly faking rude to multiple people point, and on the bright side, she hit me with her cart, and not her Porsche Cayenne. I'm just guessing here, but that was a popular car with this crowd at the time. I live a city in the US where speaking Spanish isn't really uncommon. Point that being said, I'm a cashier at a retail store. I had only been there for a few months, so I was still getting used to the hang of things. I had these two ladies who were taking a lot of items. This was a clothing store by the way, who were making comments in Spanish about me and how slow I was. The first lady had said, "Why is this cashier so slow? We have to go to insert some other store here," and I honestly paid no mind to the comment. But what really got to me is what the other lady said. She said, "I agree, he's too slow to be working in a store like this. People of his generation are so lazy." Point I honestly didn't think I was going that slow, and they had nearly 50 items in which you have to remove hangers and sensors, so I did what anyone else would have done. I went even slower. I took my time to carefully remove the hanger and sensor off each item and fold the item nice and cleanly onto the counter, because I'm slow, right? I saw their faces getting anxious and even more annoyed. Finally, when I had charged them, in the most snooty and happiest tone I could give them, in Spanish I said, "I hope you ladies have a wonderful day. It has been a pleasure." Their jaws dropped at the realization that I spoke Spanish. They turned white, grabbed their receipt, and scurried out of there. Hopefully that taught them a lesson. Point TLDR to customers called me slow, not thinking I spoke Spanish, so I went even slower without commenting on their remarks. Their jaws dropped when I told them to have a good day in Spanish. So way back, when I was working in my college, I'd spent several months living in Belgium a couple years before, so I spoke serviceable, not fluent but conversational, French. Point anyway, my college was kinda small, but we still had several hundred students living on campus, and this was right around the Windows XP SP2 days, when security was a major concern and the operating systems weren't super proactive about it. So we had this policy that once a semester, if you wanted to connect your computer to the dorm networks, you had to drop it off with CampusIt, and we'd make sure the OS was updated, that there was AV on it, that the firewall was on ECT. Yeah, right, no, kinda crappy, but those were the days. Anyway, if for any reason we couldn't install the latest patches or get AV running, we were supposed to help as far as we could, but ultimately we couldn't let them on. So these two French girls came by dropping off a laptop. Now it was weird, because it's kinda rare for laptops to not have genuine Windows keys, but I guess in Europe there are some boutiques that abuse Windows licenses. Anyway, the computer won't update because of this key. They come by, and I explained to them that I can't pass their machine because of the bad Windows license. I explained that I'm not the morality police, and if they want to go to the bookstore and buy a copy of Windows, which was like $20 with the student discount, I'd be happy to switch out the key. It was a pain in the ass, but it was doable in those days. Not sure now, and work with them. Point the second girl asked the first in French what I was saying, and the first girl responded in French that I was an idiot and didn't know what I was doing and that they'd just come back later on. To which I replied in French that actually I was pretty good at my job, that no one was going to tell them otherwise, and that now they're on their own about the Windows key. It was 1984. My parents, who were born during WW2 in Germany, took us to Germany for a vacation. Point we saw our relatives, like Castle Neuschwanstein, the Brandenburg Gate, and visited our relatives in Stuttgart, and the small town of H. My parents just called it H, where my grandparents were. No, I cannot remember the name. But on that holiday, our parents took us to a concentration camp. I was 13, my sister 10. For us, It was rather boring, just rows of wooden empty buildings and wooden walkways in the middle of what was a large gravel yard. We were too young to understand what this place really was. My parents were very quiet. Point now, this place has a caretaker and I guess we were there very close to closing time. All of a sudden a man comes up to my parents and in broken English says very emphatically, "It is time for the site to be closed." He was about 60 years old. Just for the curious, he then starts venting in German about how the bloody foreigners are going to make him late again, that we are just keeping him off his schedule, and how we're so rude by making him be behind and not understanding and following the rules. Of course, we look the typical tourist. We had Canadian flags on our coats. Don't ask. Mom thought it was a good idea. My dad had a Canadian pin in his hat and was carrying a camera around his neck. My dad speaks perfect German, 100% fluent German, having grown up in Stuttgart and emigrated to Canada in 1974. He waited until the caretaker had finished his tirade in German and led into him in fluent German, calling him a disgrace because of a few minutes late in schedule. Takes importance of the thousands of your countrymen and women who were murdered in this memorial. The caretaker turned basically stock white and apologized profusely, but my dad wasn't having any of it. Told him how shameful it is for him to treat this place as a carnival museum and to expect that there will be "shut down" exactly at 17:30 feet because it affects his schedule. During my freshman year of college, I took a Punjabi language course. Because I speak and fluently understand the language, I thought it would be an easy A, and it was. Imagine the shame if I got a B lol. But majority of the class, and I mean 99% of it, were all Indian kids who could speak the language. So, during the second week of school, our professor took roll, and I was the only Indian girl in that class with the most American name possible. And to add to that, a lot of people don't think I look Indian in general, whatever looking Indian means. Anyways, I digress. While working on an individual assignment, the class tar and one of the students started talking in Punjabi about how some of the students in class that they both knew were stupid and didn't know anything, and how they couldn't understand why some of the non-Indian students in the class wanted to take this language course. Then they look at me and started to say, "Oh, that Mexican girl right there. I bet she doesn't even know what's going on. She's probably struggling with that assignment, haha. She's like the other non-Indian kids in the class who don't know what is going on." And I looked over at them and they're laughing, and I deadass look into their eyes and say in Punjabi, "You guys are being disrespectful to people who want to learn, and I can understand every word you are saying. If you want to talk crap, do it outside of class, but not in a room where we can all understand you." The look on their faces was probably the best thing, because not only did they look super uncomfortable and embarrassed that I called them out, but they had that look of sudden realization that I was Indian. This is literally the only time I have used Russian in the world. We hired long distance movers to move 4 states away. The movers who showed up spoke Russian to one another, and I acted as though I could not understand them. A sample conversation between them. Guy 1, "She wants this sofa upstairs." Guy 2, "Tell her it won't fit." Guy 1, "No, I think it will fit fine, you just rotate it." Guy 2, "I know it will, but it's hard and I'm tired. Just tell her." Guy 1 in English, "I'm so sorry, ma'am, but this sofa is too long. It will damage the stairwell if we try to take it up." In the early afternoon, they claimed they were done, but the bed was not put back together. Things were in the wrong room, etc. They said to me that we had not told them that our house had 2 stories and that there were 4 steps up to the front door. I went and fetched my contract, which showed both things and showed that our items were to be placed in the correct room and reassembled. Guy 2 says to Guy 1 in Russian, "Tell her we are not doing it unless she gives us a tip." Guy 1 translates that to English as, "I'm sorry, we were not paid our necessary rate for this. Perhaps if you are going to give us a tip?" I reply in English, still not letting on that I understood the first guy. "I have only requested things that are in the contract. We always give a tip, but we wait until everything is done." He translates that back as, "She's probably not going to tip us, but let's just finish it and get going." Guy 2 starts seething at this point. I walk to the adjacent room, and he starts bitching about me. My Russian professor would not teach us cuss words, so I had obtained a CD called How to Make a Russian Sailor Blush, so I recognized most of the terms he was using. They half-assed finished a couple of the punch list items and told me they were done. Guy 2 is still muttering and tells Guy 1 he could tell I was a cheap beach. I look at him and calmly say I was already rusty by this point, but it let him know, when you speak Russian, I understand you. He turned white as a sheet, his face dropped, and he turned and walked to the truck and sat there while his buddy settled up. Totally worth 3 years of tuition for otherwise relatively useless Russian language classes. It's been 13 or 14 years, and I can still cheer myself with the mere memory of that guy's I'm faked expression. I'm half Korean and half white, grew up in different parts of Europe, then moved to Alabama when I was 17. So for the last 15 years, my accent has changed from British to Southern American to Californian, if that makes sense. To Americans, I look Asian, and to Asians I look like a typical white person. Well, my Korean mom started a retail business when we moved to Alabama. To purchase wholesale merchandise, we would go to Atlanta once a month and place orders. Eventually, my mom became a frequent buyer and was well known by these wholesalers. One day, while my mom was placing a large order, I walked into the warehouse after she had been there for a while. The wholesaler looked up at me and started talking to my mom in Korean about how dumb white people were a nuisance to his business. He called me a few dirty names and asked her to excuse him while he got rid of me. He comes up to me and asked me in English if I needed any help. I responded in Korean that I was there waiting on my mom to place a wholesale order. He turned so red from embarrassment and in Korean profusely apologizes to me and to my mom. My mom then tells him to cancel her order and any back-ordered merchandise, as she would no longer be doing business with him for obvious reasons. Later, when her and her friends in the same industry would meet up, she told them about the incident and they too stopped ordering from that same wholesaler. I'm Swiss and American. One time my mom's parents, my parents, sister, and I went to Switzerland to visit family for a few weeks. Our first week there, we decided we would have some fun and spend a week in Zurich before proceeding on to where our family lives. When we checked into the hotel, all of us are dual citizens except for my dad, so we all just checked in on American passports. While staying at the hotel, I was taking a shower in our room, and the shower had a sliding tempered glass door. After I took my shower, I went to slide the door open, and right as I barely touched the door, the thing shattered in an explosive manner and glass shards went everywhere. I was also cut up pretty bad on my hands and feet. As a side note, my grandfather, who was with us on the trip, happens to be a solid-state physicist. Apparently, because tempered glass is under such a large amount of internal stress, any minor structural defect or pre-existing damage to the glass, like if they were rough with it when it was put in, can cause the glass to eventually explode like it did, especially when coupled with the temperature change of the hot water from the shower. At that point, my mom calls down to the front desk to let them know what happened. The front desk receptionist and a maintenance person show up and start cleaning up. Then the manager walks in and starts talking to the other employees in Swiss German about what happened. They told him how the boy vandalized their bathroom, and then the manager went off in an angry tirade using unpleasant language and also expressed some anti-American sentiment. Thinking none of us understood what was going on. My mom then asks in Swiss German if they would like for us to wait outside. The manager's jaw dropped to the floor. It was pretty damn hilarious. I was a Peace Corps volunteer in Madagascar and lived there for 2 years. The primary language spoken there is Malagasy, whose closest language relative is spoken in the island of Borneo. Needless to say, not many people speak it, but I had to learn it given the rural nature of my work. French is the second most common language on the island, with roughly 40% of the population speaking it pretty well, and 80% can understand and follow along. So I'm on a cramped bus with mostly Malagasy people on a 2-hour ride, and we pick up this older French guy who's leaving a fancy resort, and as soon as he gets in the bus and overpays the fare, he starts scolding me in French for wearing my hat on the bus. Apparently I was obstructing his view or something, I dunno, but he was really upset about it. I speak French fairly well and understand it a little better, but the guy was so flustered he was speaking too quickly, and I responded in my first language, English. So we have an awkward exchange. I take my hat off. All is well for the remainder of the trip. Where the story gets interesting is as we are to get closer to our final destination. The driver is talking to his bus helper guy about ripping off the French guy for his fare, something like $5, and how they are going to try and charge me the same as well. Because I'd responded in English, they just assumed I didn't speak French, let alone Malagasy. While they are bickering about how much they are going to overcharge me, we pull up to the final destination. I get out with my stuff and tell them in their own dialect of Malagasy that the old French guy actually paid my portion of my fare already, since they ripped him off and just walked away. I work at a grocery store in rural California, where we have a lot of, let's say, alternative agriculture. We get a lot of Europeans, including French, Belgians, and Swiss, who come to trim the harvest 99% of the time. They are not saying anything interesting in French, but I start speaking French, and they are just tickled that way out in the woods their cashier is speaking to them in their native tongue. One time, though, this couple is coming through my checkstand late at night. We sell bulk water refills. There are two machines, one outside the store where you prepay, and another inside the store, where you pay at the register after you fill it. The man says to the woman in French, I'll just tell him we got the water from the one outside. I ask him in English as I'm ringing them up, and the water? He says in English, I got it from outside. I say in French it's 35 cents per gallon. Are you truly trying to steal $1.75 of water? The woman just started laughing and said to him in French, are you proud of yourself? They paid the $1.75 and the man was so embarrassed he couldn't even look at me. Just remembered another one. About 8 years ago I'm at a bar in my town. We'd just gotten approval from the Dept of State to be a refugee resettlement area about 2 years previous. This was when Muslim extremists started terrorizing Mali, so we got Malians. Mali is a hot desert country and my town is in the high foothills of the Sierras. It was winter, so it was cold. There I'm at the bar drinking my beer, and to my right are two Malian men roughly my age at the time drinking and talking in French. Like I said before, 99% of the time, no one's ever saying anything interesting. They are talking about the jobs they've gotten since coming to America, how life is, etc, etc. Then there's a pause like male friends have the world over. One of them breaks the silence with, in French, since we've come to America, my wife won't fuck me in the winter. She says it's too cold. I just bust out laughing. I couldn't stop myself. The guy whose wife won't fuck him says in French, oh shit, you speak French? I tell him, in French, yeah, I do. Sorry for listening to you. But that was hilarious. Tell her that we sell blankets in America. Then he laughed. The three of us wound up hanging out all that night taking turns buying rounds. I have an English name, but I'm originally from a Slavic country. I moved to Ireland as a little kid and pretty much got Irish accent, hanged out with Irish girls, etc. And, honestly, never felt the need to let anybody know I'm Polish. If they were just strangers. The first funny instance was when I was 16. Gosh, that was more than 10 years ago, and working at a gift shop. I came to a lunchroom and there was a new girl having a security guard repeat difficult words in Polish, and laughing. So, obviously, I told the girl I'm really good at that game, and she can ask me to repeat anything, in English. She told me Zestacza, name of a city in Poland, which is very hard for foreigners to pronounce. I repeated it flawlessly, and she's all wow, that's really good, to which I replied obviously, since I do speak Polish. Another time, I was 17, and working at a grocery store. There was a bunch of Polish cashiers, but I had my own friends, and never really spoke to them. Once the only cashiers scheduled were those Polish girls and couple of old ladies. So, when it was quiet, I walked up to them and said Zesk, hi in Polish. They smiled really sweetly at me, and started chattering in Polish to each other, that I'm a stuck-up Irish beach. So, of course I had to tell them in Polish, that I'm actually Polish. They were so embarrassed that for the following 2 months they would go out of their way to be super nice to me. A somewhat sweet instance was when I was on the bus in a school uniform and some random Polish guys started to make really rude comments about me and how they would fuck me when some other lady suddenly stood up and started to berate them, all in Polish. When I was getting off on my stop, I made sure to loudly thank her in Polish. There was plenty of other instances, but they were hardly funny or nice, so let's leave it at these 3. Paramedic here. I'll preface this with that my first language was Spanish. I can read/write/speak perfect in both languages with zero hint of an accent. We make a call to an assault where we find a mid-20-something-year-old female who had the living sheet beat out of her. Her mother, grandmother and a few kids are there. Story goes, as she was walking home from the store, she was jumped by 3 men who stole her purse and her phone. As I began to ask questions about how she was feeling and her injuries, the mother, standing next to her, looks at me and asks me if I spoke Spanish. No, I'm sorry, followed by her mumbled desgracio, jovenk no hablar idioma de su gente. Not that I don't look Hispanic, but older Mexican women seem to hugely frown upon the younger second and third generation Hispanics that aren't fluent. After my assessment, I overhear them speaking. Her boyfriend/baby daddy did it. He was over at his brother's house a few streets up the neighborhood. Who's going to help me with clothing and feeding the kids? He pays most of the bills here. He has the car. What am I supposed to do? We can work this out. He was just drunk. He didn't mean it. I shouldn't have angered him. My heart sunk. I normally maintain I don't speak Spanish for these reasons. I came over to her and in Spanish explained, "Let us help. Let me help. You don't have to live like this. There are programs here for people like you. Let us do our job." You could see the fear in her eyes as she didn't know how to respond. She began to sob and threw herself to the ground. I leaned over and gave her a hug. Her mother came over and hugged me while I was knelt. She apologized profusely as I told her, "Don't worry. What is important is that you and your family are safe." I went to Prague with a couple of friends some years ago. After settling in at the hotel, we grabbed a beer and hung around in the hallway of our floor because for some reason it was allowed to smoke there. So, my friends and me being German, we started talking in German, and while chatting about God knows what, 2 older French ladies came up the little stairway and started to talk bad about us, making remarks about us being alcoholics and whatnot. I'm lucky enough to have a French mum, and I was raised bilingual, so I obviously understood everything they said. I waited until they walked past us and said in French, "Welcome to Prague, mesdames. In case you don't have plans tonight, feel free to join the alcoholics for a drink." The look on their faces were priceless. They declined the offer though. And I have another one. The ex and I used to live in Germany, and we spoke French as she was from Paris. One day we are sitting in a restaurant, and at the table next to us is a lonely guy sitting at a table for 2. Obviously missing someone as there were 2 plates with food and 2 drinks. After 10 minutes or so I turn to my girl and tell her in French, "Look at that poor guy. His burger is getting cold while his date either left him hanging or is doing some big business in the restroom." 2 minutes later she comes back to the table, tells him something about how sorry she is in French. My ex bursts into a laugh and I get the meanest look from the next table while slowly turning as red as a tomato. One time I was with a tour group in Japan for a few weeks. I have a basic understanding of Japanese, or I did at the time at least, and at one point in Hiroshima, our tour guide told us he was feeling tired and he was going to skip dinner that night and just go straight to bed. The group walked around outside for a bit before deciding to stop at this ramen chain restaurant for dinner. After we walked in and sat down at a table, about 10 of us, we had 2 waiters come to take our order. They seemed a bit apprehensive at the idea of trying to speak English, and they said to each other in Japanese, "I hope this goes well." The rest of the tour group had already seen me reading Shonen Jump issues during the trip and had seen me speak a little Japanese, so they started asking me about each ramen dish and asking me to explain what the differences were, what the broth flavors were, and how they'd taste. If I didn't know, I asked the waiters. They smiled and started talking back to me in Japanese while I translated for my group. We got all our orders sorted out, and then one of the waiters said in English to our group he speaks very good Japanese, while pointing at me. So the waiters and myself were both surprised that we could speak each other's language. Another time on the trip I went to this village that had two artists known for their dragon paintings that they do with one brush stroke. I had to choose one artist to visit. From memory, the man was famous for painting the faces on the dragons really well, whereas the woman was famous for her detailed work on the scales. I decided to go to visit the woman's shop. When I walked in it was just her there, and I looked at a few paintings before picking one to buy. She sort of looked at me and asked in Japanese if I'd like a tube to roll the painting up in for protection, and I said yes please back to her. She immediately said oh wow you can talk in Japanese, so she left her place from behind the counter and brought me over to this part of the shop and pointed above her, showing me this really nice dragon painting that her father made when he first started the shop. She was giving me all these details about it, and she seemed really happy when she realized I could understand her. Generally speaking, I found that Japanese people were more friendly and were more open with me when they realized I could speak their language. I had a couple of experiences where I heard people mention how many foreigners were around as we all walked through the streets, but I don't recall having anything negative being said about me or anyone else there. When I was living in Belgium I lived on a building that was between a neighborhood where many Jewish people lived and on the other side a lot of immigrants from various different places, and I decided to go into the immigrant neighborhood to find a laundry because the one on the Jewish side seemed as if it was ruining my clothes and no amount of soap or softener ever seemed to be enough. So I found a nice quiet laundry, only one lady in it, so I put my clothes in the washing machine and sit down near the entrance and play a portable console while I wait for it to finish. After a while, these two tall dark-skinned men walk in and go to the end of the laundry, and I couldn't help but overhear, even with headphones, that some of the words they were saying seemed familiar to me. So I brought down the volume of the console and noticed they were speaking Brazilian Portuguese, which is very similar to my mother language, and they were basically describing in excruciating detail how one of them had eaten something that didn't agree with him in a party and had mad diarrhea the rest of the night and had to make very frequent visits to the toilet to the point where he almost clogged the toilet during one of his visits and was scared shitless when he saw the water rise up to the edge. Somehow I managed to hold my laughter, but I continued playing with very low volume while eavesdropping on them. When my clothes finished washing, I got up, put the clothes in my carrying bag, and as I walked past them to leave I said good afternoon in their language. They were quiet for at least 10 seconds as I walked out the door, and just as I set foot outside and the door was closing I could faintly hear one of them say the equivalent of fuck in his language. This story might not quite fit because family, but my family lives in Germany and everyone is fluent in German except for me. In high school I took German class, and by junior year I was decently proficient. My dad took me on a trip to visit the fam, and I was doing an alright enough job listening and responding to the locals, but I never spoke to my family in German because I was embarrassed that I would make a mistake. Point now, my oldest cousin has a history of pissing me off because I've always felt he's fake and everyone in the world thinks he's so wonderful. He's the kind of nice guy who is generous and kind to make himself look good. So, he takes me shopping, offers to buy me some new clothes, and mind you this is 2004, when skinny jeans hadn't really hit yet but they were trending. So, I emerge from the dressing room in my first ever pair of skinny jeans and ask everyone how they looked. My younger cousin said they look great, very trendy, you should buy them. My older cousin agrees with him in English, then turns to his brother and starts making fun of me in rapid fire German. Something to the effect of, those are ugly, who would wear those, they make her legs look like breadsticks y'all. I lost it. I was so sick of everyone always thinking this guy was so wonderful when I knew he was a funny. So 16-year-old Mirangela cussed him out, yelling in the middle of the fitting room about how much of an asshole he was being, and that he was an idiot for not realizing I could understand him. I stormed out of fitting room after that, and marched right up to the cashier, and bought those damn pants with my own money. They looked great on me, cuz, if you read this, I love you, you're an ass, but I always love you. While I'm Chinese, I didn't learn Cantonese because my parents thought it was better to speak broken English to me as a kid. As someone in their mid-30s, I'm attempting to learn now. I've learned a lot of nouns and verbs and have gotten decent at knowing the context of what others are saying, even if I don't know every word. Once, while walking up to an Asian market, there was a group of young men, likely 5 to 10 years younger than me, about to enter at the same time. I heard bits of their conversation. I heard the words of, girl, attractive, maybe, American, yes, speaks Chinese, I don't know, all as they walked a bit behind me as we all walk up to the door. As they get closer to me, I hear, American, of course, half Caucasian, ask a question, numbers, fuck you, speaks Chinese, I don't know, shut the fuck up, doesn't speak, shush, just a shhhhh sound, understands, sheet, shut the fuck up, fuck your mother. My best guess is that they weren't sure if I was attractive enough to talk to me, then wondering if I could speak Cantonese while trying to be discreet. The half white part threw me for a loop. I'm not half white, but I guess that's because my hair had been bleached to a blondish color. The conversation ended as they arrived at the door at the same time as me, with the three guys shushing each other. They almost had looks of rel 50ef, because they thought I was half white. One came forward and opened the door for me, being polite. So I replied thank you in Cantonese. I went to the counter to buy a drink and the three immediately went all the way to the back to sit at a table. If I wasn't already seeing someone, I probably wouldn't walked up to them and explain I know very little, though they were embarrassed enough. So my aunt's first husband was a big ugly Greek guy who looked Irish. He was the man. He owned restaurants and fostered dogs from kill shelters till they were healthy enough to be adopted, i.e. lots of awesome food and puppies to play with when you visited. But he was also really proud to be an American, so he rarely spoke Greek and always tried to speak without a hint of an accent. It was the 80s. My aunt was much younger than him, 10 to 12 years, and also very pretty. She was studying for the bar exam at one of his restaurants, and he was waiting on her hand and foot, bringing her food, making her iced coffee, which apparently back then was a big deal, asking her if she was alright every 15 or so minutes in the restaurant. A few young Greek guys eating and drinking. They were making fun of my uncle in Greek without knowing he spoke it, calling him fat and ugly, and also making fun of him trying so hard with the pretty girl, saying he was so desperate or maybe just gay. He just ignored them because he was cool point. But then they started making sexualized comments about my aunt, what they would do to her, etc. He begins to get mad, so he starts correcting their grammar, explaining to them in English and Greek the proper grammar of the lewd acts they were suggesting. My aunt turns around and she speaks Greek too. She, being a teacher before being a lawyer, begins to further correct them. Then she tells them that they'd never end up with the pretty girl because they are immature and have no respect for women, and she feels bad for their mothers. Then walks over and plants one on her husband. He just winks at them and gave them a bill with required gratuity. Apparently, they were stunned and embarrassed. They tried to apologize, but my aunt/uncle simply ignored them and told them to pay their bill. From Norway, lived in Australia at the time with my fiancé, and we were on holidays in Thailand. Early on, we met up with 3 blokes from the UK that we started hanging out with for beach and dinner, etc. Halfway through the trip, the British guys tell us about this group of Norwegian girls they met the other day. Generally got along well, but they were getting the impression that the girls were gold digging and not really too interested in them. Asked me if I could keep an ear out during dinner for signals to affirm or deny this suspicion, to which I originally declined. However, when we met the girls, they couldn't care less about who I was, where I was from, etc. and basically ignored me and my partner. So I just kept speaking English with my washed out American/Australian accent for the next 3 days while they were trying to milk money out of the UK blokes and generally ignored the two of us. The final night, before we were leaving, we joined them for dinner. During dinner, the girls had the British guys trying to pronounce Norwegian words and sentences. The Brits suggested that I should have a go at trying to say something in Norwegian. I got fed a short line that I made sure to more or less fuck up entirely the first time around before I asked her to repeat it again. Second time around, I made sure to nail it perfectly and finished with how'd I do, point there. Jaws were all in their laps. One girl couldn't stop laughing her ass off. The others turned a shade of red that I've never seen on anyone either before nor after. They were all thinking about everything they had said in private around us for the last few days, of which quite a few things didn't exactly paint them in a pretty light. They never bothered to ask where I was from, nor take much of any interest in either myself or my partner. Quite clearly just trying their best to get as much of their expenses covered by these British guys. So yeah, I didn't feel the least bit bad for what I did, and I still feel all warm and cuddly inside whenever I think of that night. I was reading through the topic and I completely forgot that I actually had a situation like that. So I had a second, part-time work in Germany, where I used to clean offices, laboratories and such. Easy peasy. As I was doing my thing, this one dude, standing quite far in front of me with his colleague, said a sentence, "Putz Merzin," where putz means to clean, and Merzin, being a Polish word, is equivalent to an N-word. So roughly, he called me a cleaning nigger. That guy was Polish, and so was I, but he didn't know. As I heard those words, I was kinda in disbelief that maybe I didn't understand it right, but just to be sure, I just looked at him and just said was. He immediately dropped eye contact and just muttered nichts, owl's gut. Later on, as I was leaving, I stumbled upon him near an elevator and he was asking, and he never spoke to me before, "Is everything okay?" So I confronted him about that. Did he actually call me what I think he called me? Boom. His eyes widened, face got red, and he muttered in sorta broken, with rather German influenced accent, Polish, I'm sorry," as he shook my hand. I said okay, no problem, but never say that again. He asked me if I want a beer, cause that dude, I see him drinking all the time at work, which is actually allowed there. He was working in some sorta packaging/delivery station. Hell, I drink like a Pole too, but I refused the beer and just went home and drank at home. Ha, good for him for apologizing to me, cause I was already asking people where they had ours stationed, just in case. I have a reverse story. My parents are Chinese and self-employed. Except for the rare overseas holiday, we only close for Good Friday and Christmas Day. Hooray for Asian work ethic and Australian public holidays. When we were younger, that day off usually consisted of dad driving for hours to some scenic location, while us kids slept in the back, mum taking photos of us excessively, homemade lunch in a rice cooker, the long drive back, then a fruitless search for a restaurant that was open on that public holiday. One year, we took a day trip to a location along the coastline. It was a windy day with lots of people enjoying the view and taking pictures. At one point during the day, we were waiting for an Asian couple to finish taking photos so that we could take their place at the end of a raised walkway. The man was taking his time snapping pics of his partner. My dad was growing weary of waiting and probably annoyed by the prospect of mum making us pose for the umpteenth time that day. As the man called out to his partner to reposition herself for a better shot, my dad said sarcastically in Cantonese dialect, "Now we are going to have to wait for her to hold back her hair," as the wind whipped her hair over her face point without skipping a beat. The man calmly called out to his partner in Cantonese, "Make sure you hold back your hair, okay?" My family exploded into embarrassed laughter. I don't remember if the couple otherwise acknowledged us or just moved on. I remember that they were Asian, but they must have looked non-Chinese for my dad to be bold enough to sheet talk them at close range. Or perhaps he didn't anticipate his voice being carried by the wind. I attend a state university that has a large number of international students, typically from China. I've been taking Chinese for 4 years, converse with some of my friends in it, and have even studied briefly in Taiwan with the intention of attending graduate school there. The amount of international students who act like they are better than state students because they paid the full ticket price up front to come here is a little ridiculous. We get it, Yorick. You're not always the smartest. There have been a few amusing cases. One of my friends started conversing with 2 girls on the bus in Chinese, and I was just listening in. One of them asked my friend if I was part Asian. My friend said no. They had some more meaningless conversation, and then they started asking why my friend would associate with someone who looks like me. They started tearing into me, making fun of my clothes, my hair, glasses, etc., and didn't let my friend even defend me. After a few minutes of just hearing them go back and forth between themselves about me, I threw on a smile and looked at my friend and said I now understand why they're friends in Chinese. Both got very flustered and got off at the next stop, practically in the middle of nowhere and definitely not where they wanted to be. If I see them on the bus now, I'll compliment them in Chinese, just to see them squirm. Another time I was riding the bus by myself and had to stand in front of a guy and girl that were sitting. I was heading back from dance practice and I honestly felt bad because I was late and didn't get to shower before getting on the bus, so while I didn't necessarily smell bad, I was sweaty. Guy started saying I was just another fat American, that I'm out of shape, etc., and the girl was obviously uncomfortable. I'm just ignoring him because I don't have the energy to deal with it. When he made another comment and said he was going to try to push me away without making it obvious, she told him to stop it and that obviously I was just at some sort of sport practice. He kept going, saying I was too fat for a sport, and she asked if he thought she was fat then, since we were about the same size. He hesitated and without thinking, I went, "You're definitely not fat, don't worry." Guy went bright red. Girl started apologizing for everything he had said and made him apologize as well. I've seen them on the bus twice since that happened, and she always makes him give up his seat for me. Edit. Remembered one from my time in Taiwan. I had fallen ill while there, but was still attending classes and all, since I wanted to make the most of my time. On a crowded subway with no seats available, barely any standing room, I nearly fainted. Immediately, people were moving to get me to a seat and I ended up next to an angry elderly lady that claimed I was faking it for the seat. My classmates were trying to ignore her to make sure I was okay, and I could barely speak, but I managed to say I can understand you to the lady, to get her to shut up and let my pounding head rest. Classmates all stifling laughter as she goes tight-lipped and glared at me until we got to the next station point. Not everyone is bad though. A guy in Taiwan was telling his friend how I looked so pretty that my skin was so pale and just sounding love-struck. When I thanked him for the compliments, he nearly died and his friend was red with laughter. I worked at a high-end handbag retailer for a while. One of the ones that requires the employees to be up yours the second you walk in the store. I hated it. I totally get that people just want to look around and shop and that if they need help I'm there. But it was my job and I had to follow store policy. A couple comes in one day and I greet them. No response. I head over to them and talk about the new product launch. The girl does an awkward little giggle and walks away with her man. At this point, I notice they're signing to each other. Woo. This is my chance. I'm conversationally fluent in sign language. So I start to head over towards them again, proud of myself for not getting angry that they weren't at least feigning politeness. When I see the girl sign to her man, I'm just gonna pretend to be deaf too, so this bitch will leave us alone. I decided to back off. Whatever, I don't have the energy. But they continued talking badly about me, my store, the product, and my coworkers. Eventually they chose to buy something, and at that point they had to interact with me. All our product is out back. So the girl brought the item up to me and I asked in ASL if they had found everything okay and if there was anything else they were looking for. Her face went white and she verbally stammered out that no, they had found everything fine. That was a nice day. I had lead a few trips up Mount Whitney in California over the summer and decided to plan a quick one day up and back for myself before end of the season. By the time I made the summit, several groups of hikers from base camp had made their way up and were sitting around lunching, so the only available spot to sit was fairly near the lip, where a Swiss couple were sitting, dangling their legs over one of the technical climbs. Swiss German is like German spoken in Bavaria, already hard for most to understand the dialect, crossed with the sing-songy tone of the Swedish chef. Pretty hard to understand for most native German speakers, except I had just ended a 2-year relationship with a girlfriend whose entire family spoke Swiss German. I largely ignore the couple's conversation over my banana and power bar until they start first with some flirting and sexy talk. Trust me, it's not pretty in German of any flavor, and I decide that's a good time to pack up and head down. As I'm fishing for my water bottle, he starts telling her a dirty joke. The joke keeps building and building toward the ending like the aristocrats, and as I'm chugging from my water bottle, he delivers the punchline. Except, in her naivete, she doesn't get it, and at the same moment, I get water down the wrong pipe. In one huge comical spit take, water goes shooting over the cliff. I'm coughing and sputtering and laughing at the absurdity of the situation and the joke, and they're both sitting there, unsmiling, staring at me over their shoulders. After I stop choking and laughing, I manage to say verdammt lustig, total Geel. Damn funny, awesome, at which point he starts chuckling. She smiles, I give a wave and head back down the trail. Oh man, back in the day I used to work the freight team at a Coles. We'd pretty much just show up in the early hours of the morning to unload the truck when it first arrived and have everything set up before we opened. One day in particular the GM asked if I wanted to pick up any extra hours, which is a shitty way of asking you to stay late, because if you said no she would passive aggressively say well I know who not to come to when I have extra hours. But anyway, I agreed and got put on the replenishment team. Their jobs is to essentially take everything the freight team unloads and restock the store. Now keep in mind this particular store is out in the country, where most people have to drive at least 20 minutes from the home to reach this shopping center. That said, we got a lot of backwoods people so I'm stocking some clothes in the men's section and I hear a couple fussing over something. They didn't know where to find a particular item and the woman wanted to ask for help, while the husband just wanted to keep looking himself. I could hear them walking towards me, and right as the old lady says excuse me, my intercom goes off with chatter from the manager. I guess that must have distracted me and delayed me response too long, because before I have the time to turn and acknowledge the couple, the husband just rolls his eyes and says see, I told you. Paco here probably doesn't even speak English. They just put these people to unload the truck. Let's keep going. I figured the man was just flustered to begin with having to ask for help, so I didn't dwell on it too much. Although I did stand up and turn off my headset, turn to the woman, and say sorry about not responding sooner. I got a call from the Grams. I'll make sure to send an associate here immediately to help you out. I've had the opposite happen in Montreal. I'm Irish, lived in Montreal for a while. My French is pretty terrible, but I'm good at following the gist of a conversation, knowing when to smile, laugh, shake my head etc without actually understanding specifics of what the conversation is about, but then deflect and ask a simple question like how much is this? There was a lady who worked in the local store down the street from where I lived. Every day I'd go in and buy something, so she knew my face well and would always chat for about 5 minutes to me. She was one of those people who would just talk at you, never requiring an actual answer, so for a few months this happened. She loved to gossip and chat and would even pat me on the hand to say goodbye, almost affectionately. One day while waiting to buy beer or bread, she was chatting to a guy up the counter, looked at me, including me in the conversation, made some comment about the weather, which I pretty much understood. I rolled my eyes, gave a monosyllabic answer and smiled. Then her friend asked me a direct and quite complex question. I froze and just awkwardly stuttered I don't understand in French. The woman behind the counter's face dropped into a frown, and she turned back to her friend. I think she was genuinely a little hurt. We were shop friends. I paid for my bread and beer and left feeling embarrassed, and from then on, made that longer trip an extra few blocks to go to the next corner store, so I didn't have to face her ever again. This story happened a week ago. I'm Lebanese, so I obviously speak Arabic. I work as a receptionist in a Parisian palace, and a man comes to our front desk to ask about 2 reservations he has made for his 2 guy friends. I directly realized they were Lebanese by their last names. I confirmed everything to him, and he asked meantime if there was a room already ready for 2 Russian girls that were behind him. I didn't realize why he asked until one of my coworkers made me understand that they were escorts and all the purpose of their stay was to be able to have fun besides each one having their wife and kids. Note that all this time I decided to not speak a word of Arabic. So I went upstairs with the 2 escorts and showed them the room to rest in. My coworker and I were looking forward to meet the 2 guys, since no pre-authorization was taken, and we were scared they would consume from the room service minibar while putting it on the room's bill. 3 hours later, the 2 guys were standing by the front desk and my coworker asked me to accompany them to their room, since it's the palace's procedure to make sure you accompany the guest and explain some things in the room. So we were on our way, and then we went inside the elevator. While inside, guy 1 says to guy 2 in Arabic, "Don't let the girl come with us, so that she doesn't see the sluts." At that moment, I was dying of laughter inside, and my face was so red I couldn't but say I saw them in Arabic. 1 second later they both exploded of laughter, and we kept laughing for 10 seconds altogether, while there was other guests in the elevator that didn't understand a sheet. It was the funniest moment I experienced in this palace until now. I don't speak fluent Spanish, but I know enough to get basic ideas across and understand simple sentences. Anyway, I was helping my Colombian friend move, and he also had a moving company helping him as well. The entire company was made up of Latinos, so there was a lot of Spanish being spoken as we tried to unload everything from the truck into the new house. It was raining that day, so they brought the truck right up to the garage door to keep things from getting wet. There was a point when a few moving guys were trying to get a dresser out of the truck, and it was really heavy, but they couldn't use the ramp since the garage ceiling was too low. So they were lowering it down, and I was watching, since I have about the same muscular strength as a tablecloth, and didn't want to get in their way. Since I'm really white, I guess they assumed I couldn't speak Spanish, because I heard 2 of them say, "Why isn't he helping us? I don't think he understands us." So a few minutes later, I come back out to the garage and there are some of the guys just moving some last little things. I look at them and ask in Spanish, "Is there anything else on the truck, or is that it?" And one of the guys just stared at me wide-eyed and another guy started laughing. They told me no, and I went back inside, but I'll never forget that guy's reaction. I'm an Indian guy that grew up in California. My sister and I speak a somewhat outdated version of Marathi, the language of our parents. We use it as code when we are out, because there's not many Marathis at all in America. India by itself is like Europe. It's like Italians compared to Swedish compared to Polish compared to British, depending on which part someone is from, but with even more linguistic and ethnic diversity. Most of the Indians over here are Gujaratis or Punjabis or Tamilians. Not many Marathis. We are the Bitcoin 5kg people, by the way, so we are pretty absurd and loose when we are talking in Marathi, because no one has ever caught us. We crack jokes, we are generally nice, but we'll bust on someone when deserved. So, one day we are at a small local restaurant. Waitress comes, takes our order. She had bats in the cave. She's a young white lady. No one else is around. We are safe, right? She walks away, and we make jokes about how the budgers were going to land in each other's food, how budgers were each other's favorite condiment, etc. The jokes die out. While we are waiting for our food, we switch to talking like adults. Then she comes back. She asks my sister if she wants any parmesan on her pasta dish. I said something in Marathi referencing the budger condiments. Yes, we are very immature adults. And the waitress turns to me and calls me an idiot in a gentle funny way. Gad, I froze. We all froze. She laughs and tells us she's married to a Marathi guy and can understand, but can't speak. Yeah, I left her a huge tip for putting up with us. I'm white, but have been studying Mandarin off and on for about a decade. Not fluent, but I can manage basic conversation and read. Few stories. I used to volunteer at one of those diorama museums. This particular one showcased the 1920s, where the museum attendants dress up in period costume and give little talks about the buildings. I had an older Mandarin speaking couple come into the building I'm in. I greet them, and they offhandedly say hello, before making rounds of the room. I hear them debating in Mandarin what certain objects are, because things like a toaster and other household items looked a mite different back then, and being delighted that I could understand basic kitchen vocabulary. They get around to the counter I'm standing behind and are perusing the display case, commenting on the dry goods, when the wife adds in that dress is ugly, with a nod to me. I smiled at her and replied easy, thanks. She turned red and got super embarrassed. I wasn't too offended because I don't look that great in drop-waisted dresses too. Years later, working loss prevention, arrested a lady who immediately clammed up and claimed she didn't speak English. She did, however, speak Cantonese. She had been arrested with a truly impressive haul, almost $3,000 of designer clothing and scarves from various other stores in the mall, and she had managed to bite the other LP when we were wrestling with her. I don't speak Canto, so I called in a store employee who did to help us question her. After calling the police to come pick her up, I started searching her purse. I had been busy cataloging the bags of other stuff beforehand, and she was pretty indifferent, watching me do it with no expression. I found a list written in Chinese characters of all the stuff she had planned to steal. It was titled Order List and had things like 2 blue shirts, size 6 from store. So I pulled out my notebook and started translating the list so I could submit it to the cops and for my report. I got about 2 sentences into it before her eyes went wide and she yelped no and tried to move towards me. However, she was handcuffed, so that didn't work too well. It matched all the stuff she had stolen. She was basically taking orders from China, then stealing the items. I think she got charged for some sort of export violation too, along with theft under and assault. Background: I'm studying Spanish and am a solid B1. I'm learning it for work, so my medical Spanish is better than general conversational Spanish. However, I still use a translator frequently for people who are completely monolingual and have a complicated complaint. I also look super white, like I make Conan O'Brien look mixed race. I work as a nerd in an area with a lot of monolingual Spanish speakers. So a guy comes in with his friend complaining of back pain. I had brought in a translation phone initially because he had another medical issue and it was late in my shift and I was tired. As I'm getting the history, his buddy is whispering things to him low enough so the translator on the phone wouldn't hear, but loud enough for me to easily hear. Dude was coaching him on answers to help him score a prescription for opioid pain medicine. For example, I asked about medicine allergies and his buddy told him to say that he got an ulcer from anti-inflammatory medicine. I managed to hold it together and do the whole interview and exam and then said te habriadado anaraceta para hidrocodona, pero tu amigo me mostró que esto es todo para obtener anaraceta narcótica. Pero le voy a dar anaraceta para el medicamento no narcótico para el dolor. I would have given you a recipe for hydrocodone, but your friend showed me that this was all to get a narcotic recipe. But I will give you a recipe for a non-narcotic medicine for the pain. The two of them looked like they were both deers in the headlights. Best part was, the translator actually had heard some of what his friend said and started laughing her ass off on the phone. While I was on exchange, a large group, 100 plus, of exchange students including myself went on a tour of Europe together. The language groups began to form, so most people hung out in groups of people who were either from the same country or spoke the same language, and we all kind of knew what languages the other spoke. We did not get to pick who was in our hotel rooms, and it rotated every night in a new city. I'm a Canadian who speaks fluent French, and I was put in a room with 2 French girls. I was excited because I figured I'd be able to become good friends with them because I spoke the language. Fast forward a few hours and we're all in the hotel room and Steve invited a 3rd French speaking person into the room. They all began talking about how they wished they didn't have to stay with a fat American and how rude it is of me not to switch out to a different room. They went on to say some pretty rude and frankly kind of weird things, like they suggested I would bring home another fat American, and they would have to listen to us have sex all night, and they also talked about how I was going to stink up the bathroom with my American bowels. I'm pretty upset at this point, but I was getting ready for a night out with my friends, so I don't say anything. I finished getting ready, and as I was leaving, said in French, "My ladies, I'm Canadian and speak French. I won't be coming back here tonight, but I hope you have a nice night," and left. The next day they tried to apologize to me several times, but I just ignored them. I had a renter from Quebec that assumed since I live in Ontario and my accent was English, that I didn't speak or understand French. She wanted to break the lease since she dropped out of university 2 days in. I told her there was a cancellation fee, and she was understanding of it. Her mother on the other hand was this real beach who was entitled and rude. She comes into my house without knocking. The daughter was working, and she knew this, and started talking to me. Her English wasn't really that great. She was talking to her daughter on the phone in French. I understood everything, and she said, "We will try to move your stuff out and leave without paying him." The daughter was honest, so of course there was a little arguing by the mother and her over the phone. The mother kept on saying, "Let's see what happened." So the daughter arrives not long after, and they started moving her stuff out to the moving truck, and I started talking to the mother and daughter for payment, and the mother kept ignoring me. The daughter had an uneasy look on her face. The mother said to the daughter, "Go to the truck and I will handle it. I will pretend to have my checkbook in the truck and we will take off." So the mother started talking to me, and she started looking for her book and said it in the truck. "I will be right back." I then responded her in French that I understood her entire conversation and I will be walking with her to the truck to ensure she will pay me, and that she should be ashamed that she is trying to rip someone off. Did her face turn red? She then started beaching at me saying, "You lied and said you didn't speak French." When I answered, "Actually I never mentioned I did speak French. You just assumed I didn't or asked if I did." She paid me and left. I cashed in the check right away to make sure it won't bounce or get cancelled. American that speaks Spanish here. I was doing a study/internship abroad in Spain and had quite a few instances like these. When my Spanish friends would introduce me to other Spaniards, they would almost always turn to my friend to ask questions about me or say something about me, always nice. Imagine their shock when this American could respond fluently in Spanish. However, the best instance was with a group of Americans. As I have a dark complexion, I could pass as a Spaniard quite easily. Yes, not all Spaniards are olive toned. This combined with the fact that I would be dressed up for work mean that I could pass for Spanish. I would often encounter Americans who would loudly talk in public, oftentimes about personal stuff. The one that takes the cake though was on the train home one day. The seats were arranged so that there were 4 that faced each other. I had a long day at work and was looking forward to a relaxing trip home. Well, shortly after I sat down, I saw 3 American girls walking towards the 3 empty seat next to me. I decided to pretend to be Spanish as I didn't want to have to deal with Americans that day. We tend to be a bit obnoxious when we meet other Americans abroad. So I sat there while they chatted. I heard in graphic detail about a couple of their such lives. One story was from the night before in the park. Also about the time that their group, they were also there on study abroad, went to the Mediterranean on a chartered bus, and one of them had explosive diarrhea in the bus bathroom that made the whole bus smell terrible, and then blamed it on some poor antisocial guy. There were a few times where it was hard not to judge them or laugh at what they were saying, and I think at one point one of them looked at me like she knew I understood. By this point it's way too awkward to pipe up and say that I speak English and can understand everything they are saying, so I'll let it slide. However, they then proceed to have the most ridiculous debate about whether there were dolphins in Finding Nemo. This debate went on for far too long, something like 15 to 20 minutes. I had finally had enough and piped up something along the lines of, "Yes, there were dolphins in Finding Nemo. They told some pelicans who told they are the pelican who told Nemo that his dad was looking for him." They looked at me with shocked faces and asked, "You speak English?" To which I replied, "Well, I'm from Seattle, so I would say I'm fairly familiar with it." Spent the last 20 minutes of the train ride talking to them about their time in Spain. It was the most gloriously awkward time of my life. My experience is nothing special, though I found it quite amusing because it could happen on daily basis. My mother tongue is Cantonese, English second, and technically Mandarin is my second too, but my English is way much better than my Mandarin. After studying in the US for some time, my English keep improving to a point the fluency can fool a native speaker. I don't have an Asian accent. It's quite easy for me to adopt a native accent. Also, I've a more westernized upbringing, schools, and grew up in a multicultural community. I don't really act or talk like a traditional East Asian, and my feature is pretty mixed. E.G. Japanese might mistaken me as a Japanese. Many people asks me am I Asian, or basically most Chinese don't know I'm Chinese until I tell them. Then, as you know, the US has a lot of international students, predominantly Chinese. But because of all of above, many people would assume I was born and bred outside East Asia and speak English only. There's one thing I love to do, is eavesdropping the Chinese students bitch about the teachers and other stuffs. And when they have done something stupid and they think they can get away with it, thus laugh about it, I'll scold them in Cantonese or Mandarin. Or I'll comment on the matter in English so other persons in the room would know what they are doing. Their face are priceless. When they are found out they are busted, might missed a lot of words. Let me know if you spotted one edit. Words, as explained below, didn't mean to upset anyone. Peace and friends to everyone. I'm American, but I've been living a few years abroad in Spain, and by this point I can speak Spanish decently enough. One weekend I was in Berlin. I had a super early morning flight, and I was killing a couple final hours in the lounge of the hostel. I had already checked out, trying to sleep when in came 5 obnoxious Spanish guys pre-gaming for their crazy night out. Very quickly I found out they were from Barcelona, and if there's one thing you should know about Spain, it's how much these two cities hate each other. Anyways, these dudes are being really loud and annoying. Imagine Spanish frat boys, and that was basically them. Their conversations were about stupid stuff like trying to fuck every girl they've seen in Berlin, who can get the most drink, etc. Just in general annoying to be around. Soon a group of French girls came in, and these dudes invite them to join their bro party. The girls tried to speak in Spanish, since these dudes didn't seem to know French nor English well. They asked the girls if they'd ever been to Spain, and they replied yes, Madrid, and we loved it. Instantly these guys start cheating Madrid and its people. I'm talking extremely offensive racist things. Shit, that was making even more pissed, especially considering I was exhausted and not looking forward to heading to the airport at 3 AM. This goes on for nearly 15 minutes before they finally head out to the club. They invited the French girls again, but they thankfully said no and bailed. Right around this time some Argentinians came in and instantly gave these dudes that look of detest. As the guys were leaving, I made some extremely snarky comment about understanding all they had said and that I lived in Madrid, and their faces just dropped. They instantly noped out, and the aforementioned Argentinian dudes started cracking up and ended up offering me to share their weed. Worked out well for me, I suppose. I'm conversational in Spanish. My research group recruits heavily out of South America. Out of 30 graduate students in the group, probably 12 are native Spanish speakers, and to speak Portuguese, which I can sort of understand sometimes. Now, since all of these people are 20 something or so, all have common interests, and all come from similar backgrounds, there's a lot of, shall we say, romantic interest floating around among them. A few years ago, one new student from Argentina attached herself to an American postdoc who speaks only English. They seemed to be a fairly average couple and managed to keep work separate from home life. Now, the whole time she's been in America, she's spent a lot of her break time at work with the other students from Argentina, a postdoc, and another master's student around her age. A few months after she and the American postdoc get together, the Argentinian postdoc finds a job and leaves. This leaves just the star of our story and the other master's student as the only Argentinians in the group. So they eat lunch together, dawdle outside the lab together, partner up for class projects, and of course converse only in Spanish. Here's where the fun part comes in. When she was around the American postdoc, you could tell they were together. She would gaze longingly up into his eyes. They would hold hands outside on the way to the parking lot. Average couple stuff. Apparently she was also screwing the Argentinian master's student behind his back. It didn't seem to be a secret in their Spanish conversations over lunch or while putting off project work. She even arranged a hookup in Spanish over her poor American's shoulder while he flirted with her in English. I never said anything to the American about it, and when he got a job and left 6 months ago, they were still together. A few months ago, the Argentinians quit at the same time and went to work at the same place. As far as I know, she's still in a long distance relationship with the American, while more or less living with her Argentinian sweetheart. I actually have a reverse story. I had to act as if I didn't speak a language. I was going back home after having studied in Uppsala, Sweden, and during the time I spent there, I had the occasion to learn quite a lot of Swedish. Anyways, to go back home, I had to buy a train ticket to Arlanda airport from Uppsala Central to get to my flight, which was really early in the morning, and I did so, but bought my ticket with the company Society of Jesus, Statens Järnvägar. However, the first train that arrived at the station and that was going to the airport was a Planslökolltrafik, different company, train which I did not buy a ticket for. Worried that I would be late to the airport, I still took the train, thinking that they almost never check the tickets, and thinking that my ticket might actually work for that company as well. Well, they did check that day. The controller asks me in Swedish to see the ticket. So I hand it to him, and he looks at me and says in Swedish, "Wrong ticket." So I decide to do the dumb tourist, and I pointed to my passport and said in bad French accent, "Sorry, I don't speak Swedish," and I explained that I thought this ticket was the right one to go to the airport. He immediately gave me my ticket back and said that it was okay, but to check next time to buy the right ticket with the right company in English. So I got off without any fine or anything like that, because I faked not being able to speak Swedish. I still feel bad about it today. If the controller that met me that day is ready this, I just want to say, takoch FRLT. I speak conversational Spanish and look like one of the whitest guys around, so I have a lot of stories on this topic, but this is my favorite. I was ordering at a fast food joint where 3 Hispanic women were behind the counter. 2 women looked to be in their 40s and the woman in the kitchen was maybe in her young 20s. After I placed my order, one of the older women began telling the youngest that I was a good-looking young man. I was also in my 20s. At first, I was flattered, but this woman immediately proceeded to lay into the youngest woman about how she should come get me, that she's just too embarrassed, that if she needed a man as bad as the younger woman did, she'd just walk right up and say how hot the guy was, and, well, I didn't quite catch the next part, but with hand and hip motions and intonation, it was obviously a little dirty. The young woman was getting more and more agitated, and the other older woman was acting like this was just a normal and frustrating part of everyday point. This went on for the entirety of waiting for my order, a few minutes. Lots of obviously lewd suggestions, lots of teasing and shaming, and no one talking back to this woman. When the first woman brought me my order, I saw my opportunity. Loud enough for the other 2 to hear, I told her that it's too bad she wasn't single, because she sounds like she knows how to have a lot of fun. She turned one of the brighter shades of red I've seen, while the other 2 women just froze completely for a full beat. Then they completely lost it, pointing and laughing and telling the older woman how she ought to just go for it, while that woman just stood there, and I walked away with my meal. I took it to go at that point. I felt like the movie hero walking away with the explosion in the background. I bet that woman was a bit quieter with customers around in the future. I'm a second-generation Greek American and was raised in a Greek-speaking home for 17 years. Naturally, I'm fluent in Greek. I frequently visit Greece during the holidays with my family, mostly islands such as Mykonos or Crete. Last summer, however, we went to Thessaloniki, the second largest city of Greece and my mom's place of birth. Me and mom were in a bus and on our way to the city center when I faintly hear 2 ladies talking about us. I usually only speak Greek with mom when we are inside the house, so we were communicating in English during that time, and apparently they heard. I very clearly hear them say, which roughly translates to "fuck" in English, "go to hell." I exchange one look with my mom, and, after her nod of approval, swiftly turn around and instantly meet the eyes of the 2 middle-aged ladies, who are staring right into my soul, and say, which translates to "we are from America, thank you very much." I expected more politeness from citizens of such a fine country. What a shame. The look on the ladies' faces. They turned around and never bothered us during that bus ride again, while I enjoyed my 5 minutes of fame in that bus, because lots of people apologized on behalf of these 2 ladies. I of course told them I understood that there are bad apples in every environment, and that experiences like this will never spoil my outlook of a country and its people in general. Now this is where my previous experience of being a bartender helps. Around a year and a half ago, before I began my current job I was tending to the bar, basically serving drinks and putting the orders for snacks when the customers wanted to eat something. Normal stuff point. While I continued to tend the bar, a pair of Americans come in and sit at the bar. We receive foreign customers every once in a while, and while none of the staff save for me and the owner know English, most of the tourists know the local language to a working degree, so it's not such a big deal. Plus the Europeans tip well. Now we had a new waiter, younger guy, relatively unexperienced, never served a tourist, so he began to take their order at the bar, which I didn't really mind, because the guy had never served tourists, and was excited about it, and I'd figured out that he needed the experience, but the guy couldn't speak a dollop of English. Thankfully our tourists were being cooperative, and, for the most part, were being patient with the new kid. After ordering like $60 in food and beers each, I begin to hear them talk about how they are going to walk off and pretend that they paid and the server forgot to return their credit card used for payment, act offended and basically get a $120 dinner on the house. Suddenly I'm very interested on seeing where this is going and begin to discreetly record the whole thing. The good thing about Costa Rica is that if you are an employee in private property you can do these things as long as they are not expressly prohibited by your employer and don't record things such as credit card numbers or other financial or personal information. So up they go and begin to walk off the front door when suddenly the waiter comes in and explains that they forgot to pay, and now they begin to be uncooperative. They begin to argue with the guy, and knowing that he cannot speak English they begin to wail on the guy, calling him all sorts of stupid shit. Calling him an idiot hick in a piss poor as country who would never amount to nothing besides being the father uncle of a kid with his sister wife and other things that are worse. So out comes the owner to see what in the world is going on, begins to speak with our pair of gluttonous rapscallions. Then he begins to speak with the server, who explains what has happened up until now. Then the owner turns to me and asks if I saw what happened in English, and I explain in English that I saw these two guys at the bar ordering a lot of food, and then they began to discuss how to dine and dash. By this point the color of one of our tourists began to go away from his face, though the other one got angrier and began to yell that I had no proof of that and was my word against his. To which I replied that I had a recording of their conversation where they discussed their plan. Point 1 review of the recording later. The boss simply said to the guys that they had two options, the first option being that they pay the amount owed plus a 7% tip to the server for the inconvenience, and he dropped the matter. The second option he provided was that if they refused they'd be detained by the staff with a reasonable amount of force and then turned over to the police. When they arrived, point needless to say, our pair of raccoons ended up paying without so much as a whimper. I know that this is not how most Americans are, but Jesus fact you the tourists you guys can send out can be faking cunts, second only to the Chinese. I have a bunch more of similar stories if someone is interested in hearing about them. I was in Paris with my sister, about to fly to Spain from the Orly airport. The line at the check-in counter took freaking forever. We were there 2 hours early, and it was taking so long we started to get a little worried we were going to miss our flight. I talked to the woman at the counter in English, explained the situation. She says there is nothing they can do, that we just have to wait in line. I go back to my sister, we just waited. When it was our turn the same woman goes on a rant on how she will have to walk with us so we can pass security quickly and basically giving us crap for checking in so close to the flight time. My sister, who is one of those people that is calm, always says that we talked to her to avoid this situation, but there was nothing the airline could do at the moment and we were going to have to work with what we had. This woman keeps on complaining and tells us we were not going to get our bags. She starts being very rude in the way she addressed us, complaining about our passports, etc. This kept going for like 10 minutes until I tell her to stop being rude to us and respect us as clients of the airline. She laughed and said in French to the other lady at the check-in counter next to her like I care she is flying with us, what a crazy beach. Point to her surprise, I took 3 years of French. My pronunciation is not great, but I understand it completely. I look at her and said in French, this crazy beach wants to speak to your manager. Her face looked like she saw a ghost and started apologizing. Point I still spoke to her manager and they ended up bumping us to first class and giving us free stuff. Late to the party, but whenever I'm home from school I work at a major tourist attraction in my city. We regularly get over 1.5 million guests and we're approaching 2 mil. So pretty big. Point this one summer I was managing the line and we had room to move about 60 people up, so I did that. After I counted 60 people it happened to end with a white family. I'm Mexican but pale as an SS officer, with a large Puerto Rican family behind them. I stopped the Puerto Rican family and had them continue to wait because there was no more room. Point well, they didn't like that and started calling me out in Spanish for being a racist white guy and they swearing every other word. If you're not aware, Puerto Ricans normally swear a lot as part of their dialect. However, this is a family-friendly environment so swearing isn't allowed. I stick to English and tell them that there's no room for them to move up and they'll continue to have to wait in line. They kept trying to argue with me in English, whole constantly talking crap to each other about me when I'm 2 feet away in Spanish. Point normally, when a guest is upset I try to calmly explain things so they understand exactly what is going on, and they're almost never upset once it's explained. Since these people have been nothing but rude I took the polite but curt route. I never gave them more than a couple words answer, and it was clearly making them more and more mad until eventually one of the daughters exploded and started screaming at me in Spanish about how I am just a dirty, uneducated racist white boy who shags his sister because he's too alone to talk to anyone else. I cleaned up some of the language, but you get the idea. Now that someone has started yelling and made a scene, I called for security over the radio and had them escort this family to the exit. When security came they tried to play dumb and act like they had no idea what they did. Then I replied, yo soy mexicano pendejas y yo en chin todas ustedes dicen, which translates to I'm Mexican you idiots, and I understood everything you said. Their faces went white for a moment and security took their shook as a cue to start moving them towards the exit. Point TLDR, Puerto Rican family doesn't like me and starts cussing me out in Spanish, not realizing I'm Mexican. Once they make a scene I get them escorted out and have a sweet line of revenge. So fluent would be a massive stretch, but I studied Japanese in college for a few semesters. Just for fun and to take something that wasn't a European language. Point fast forward about 5 years and my wife and I are honeymooning in Japan. She always wanted to go and loves traveling places where we'll be totally culture shocked. I'm just shy of 6 feet tall, very pale and red-headed, with a goatee that I had back then too. I stuck out a little bit. Lots of generic little crap of being stared at and people gossiping, but for the most part tame. Point however, one night, my wife and I decided to go to a nice sushi restaurant in Kyoto. We sat all the way at the far end of the bar to avoid disturbing other patrons and mostly kept to ourselves. It was a weeknight and the senior apprentice, a woman, which is still pretty rare in sushi restaurants, was working the bar and serving customers. She didn't speak much English and started to apologize when I told her, in Japanese, that I spoke a bit of that language and that it would be fine to talk in her language. Her face lit up and we wound up having a very nice conversation over dinner, and our meal plus service immediately got a lot better than I suspected was going to be. Point that's not the really good part. We were probably about 5 courses in when this cocky guy sauntered in with his squeeze. He had bleached blonde hair and I think he may have been Yakuza or a Wanabe. She was dressed to go clubbing and not really giving a girlfriend vibe. Sat down near us and immediately beached, rudely, to the apprentice in Japanese asking what the foreigners were doing there. Point she basically told him everything was cool and to be nice. Then she turned and asked me how long I'd been studying Japanese, and I told her, all in Japanese, of course. The young brash guy froze, like he'd been shot, blushed cherry red, and didn't say another word the entire time we were there, except to order, and to thank the apprentice for their food. Turns out even Japanese punks feel shame when they think they can cheat talk Gage into their faces and get put on the spot. I have too. But a little background. I was born in the US, but my parents are from Guatemala, so I look Hispanic. Sometimes though, with makeup on, it'll look Middle Eastern. I worked at a grocery store when I was younger. After working there for a few months, you can usually tell which customers want to chat and which just want to leave. I had a Caucasian woman come through my line, but I noticed she looked rushed, plus she was on the phone. So I said good morning and I started scanning and bagging. While on the phone, I heard her say stores are really alienating their customers by not hiring real Americans who speak the language. I said nothing. At the end of the transaction I said, I hope your day gets better. Thank you for shopping with us. We hope to see you soon. And her mouth dropped. She said, oh, you speak English? Well, you speak really good English for a Mexican. And I said, ma'am, I'm not Mexican, so don't assume, and it's well. You speak English well. She got so red and walked out without another word. I worked at a bookstore and had a couple purchasing books. They mentioned, in English, that they were from Spain. I said, that's lovely. I didn't want to speak much because they didn't seem too comfortable with the language, but I didn't want to assume and start speaking Spanish. The wife asked me for the bathroom key, and I said, I'm sorry, I don't have it, but if you go. And she cut me off and said stop, so I did. She then proceeded to tell her husband in Spanish that I was lucky to have a job because the US didn't like people from the Middle East. She also said how I was rude and just didn't want her to use the bathroom. Her husband tried to get her to be quiet, but she kept saying how incompetent I was. Finally I gave them their total, and as they were leaving, I said in Spanish, have a great day, I hope you like your stay in America. And she flipped out. Lol. She said I waited till she talked shit about me so I could embarrass her after. Her husband dragged her out. This happened while I was in grade 10. I was part of an exchange program and was living with a French family in Quebec, Canada. The very first day we were over at a pool party and there was an idiot uncle there who was a strong separatist. Quebec should separate from Canada because all English people are evil, etc. The 3-year-old daughter of this uncle fell into the pool and I was the only one who noticed. I dove in and pulled her out and gave her mouth to mouth, getting her to spit up all the water she had swallowed trying to scream. I was greeted by a stream of French invective in which the general message was that I keep my disgusting English mouth off his daughter or he will break all my bones and do other terrible things to me. He said this in a perfectly pleasant tone and with a smile, assuming that I didn't understand in point. When I responded in flawless French that it is customary to thank people for saving your children from drowning, even if they are English, he doubled down and went off on me for real. The good news is that his really attractive teenage daughter also witnessed this, thought I was a more hero than an asshole, and was more than happy to let me get my evil English mouth onto all kinda of fun places. Jerk dads of Reddit, be warned. Your dickery can make even a scrawny 15-year-old seem like a badass to your daughters. Also say thank you when someone saves your kid from drowning. Oh, where do I start? I grew up as a blonde in China, so this is a story of my life. Every time someone is shouting out a price for goods in a public square or from their shop in Mandarin, I love to go up to them in English and ask them the price. They will hold up a note or a calculator with a price that was triple or quadruple the price they had been shouting in Mandarin moments earlier. It is fun to chew them out in Mandarin and keep them honest. I also had a lot of people comment on my appearance as they were standing right in front of me. This happened a lot on the metro. My favorite way to deal with it was to say something to the people talking about me right as I was getting off the train. I would say something that had to do with what they were saying about me, but without being rude or nasty about it. For example, I was wearing a skirt to school one day on the metro and a group of women were tearing apart my outfit and trying to guess my age. They particularly commented on the fact that they thought my skirt would look much better on me if it was shorter. As I was leaving, I said to them in Chinese, yes, my skirt would be cuter if it was shorter, but it is pretty cold outside for a mini skirt, don't you think? Have a nice day. Living in China, I tried to fight the stereotype of foreigners not speaking any Chinese. I didn't want to be rude, I just wanted to try and increase awareness. I think this is the best way to deal with situations like this. By handling almost daily interactions like the ones I shared above. In this way I tried to leave a positive lasting impression about foreigners. It doesn't help to be unkind to those who are unaware and don't actually mean any real harm. Since I'm an Afro-Latiner besides being Asian, when I went to Japan most of people thought I didn't get what they were saying, and it was mostly funny. I've studied Korean as a hobby too, mostly because I love learning new languages, and because I found their history interesting. So one day I prepared a trip to Jeju-do with one of my best friends, who is also black, but she doesn't speak Korean. Once we got there it was really fun. People were always surprised when they saw I spoke Korean that well, and stuff like that. The days go by, and we finally decide to explore a bit further from where we were. I caught a flu in the past days, so we really couldn't go around as much as we wanted to, and we get to this really empty restaurant, and we decide to give it a try. Everything was fine, until two old businessmen enter, and sit to the table next to us. At first I just thought they were a bit curious, because they kept making comments at how cute the agashes, ladies, were. Then they started talking about prices, and how much they thought we were, not as prostitutes, but like if they sold us. So I finished my meal really quickly, before telling my friend to get the fuck out of there. I didn't tell her anything, because she gets too nervous, and doesn't act like she should. When we got out I called a taxi, and we had to wait at a bus stop close to the restaurant, so we started walking. There was a white car that followed us all the way, and when we got in the cab I thought they were gone. But they followed us very discreetly to the hotel. Then I started to realize that things were getting way too real, so I told the reception that the agashes, old men, were following us. Security went out and scared them off, but still I was too scared to get out my room the day after. My friend got mad at me for not telling her, but she got my choices and almost couldn't believe me when I told her I'm never going there without at least a group of 4 people. 2 summers ago, me and my friends were chilling on the beach at night when a group of guys approached us. It was obvious they wanted to just stick to us cause we were girls and had lots of booze, but we let them, since it could end up being pretty entertaining. When they were introducing themselves they also mentioned the country they are from. It was Belgium, Austria, and Macedonia, so we pretty much talked to each other in English. Me mostly because out of all my friends my English is generally the best and it almost sounds like I'm native when I speak. I noticed throughout the night that the guys were talking to each other in German and I gotta say they were not even trying to be subtle. Fun thing is that I actually know German, but I kinda taught myself by watching TV when I was 6, so I was more than a bit rusty. I tell one of my friends this, and she turns to the guys and says, "Hey you guys, she actually understands everything you are saying," which would be true if I wasn't drunk and generally just had bad hearing. So they all turn to me, and the Macedonian guy first says in English, "Oh yeah," and proceeds to ask me when will I buy my car in German, to which I somehow managed to coherently respond by saying, "Jetzt noch nicht, ich habe keinen Führerschein." They promptly stopped speaking German so loudly, even though I actually had no clue as to what they were saying beforehand. I lived in China for 2.5 years and picked up some of the language. In general, the Chinese never even consider the possibility that a foreigner can speak their language. They'll quite openly talk about them, even in the same room, on a train, etc. Although tbh that's more because they don't care if you know they're talking about you. The reality is that a non-trivial number learn enough to know they're being talked about, and some become very proficient. I'm in the former group. It doesn't take much to recognize the words that mean foreigner, nor weights and numbers. I'm a big guy, about 195 kilograms. When I first went to China, I overheard a lot of people discussing my weight. I usually ignored it, but a couple of times I'd hear one person ask their friend something like, 200 pounds you think? And I'd reply 400 actually, and they'd get all embarrassed. About a week after arriving in China, I was sitting down having street BBQ with a colleague who'd been in China for 8 years and spoke the language quite well. A local stepped out of a taxi and on his way to a restaurant, addressed my colleague and I with magnanimous, sweeping gestures, speaking in a very welcoming tone. Suddenly my friend stood up and got verbally stuck into him in quite an upset tone and manner. While that was happening, the BBQ lady gave me the bill, which we hadn't asked for. After my friend sat down again, the Chinese guy's attitude had totally changed, and he was obviously trying to convince my friend of something. My friend said that when the guy was first speaking, his tone was welcoming, but his words were along the lines of all foreigners are dog shit, you should go home, etc. After he got set straight, the guy was saying how cool it was that my friend could speak Chinese and was inviting him to their table, etc. Basically trying to recover face, since all his friends were now laughing at him instead of the dumb foreigners being the fat guy. I had to play Santa at the school's Christmas party. During setup, I'd put my costume in a plastic bag and put it behind the bar. When it was time to be Santa, I went over to the bar and asked, in Chinese, for one of the girls to pass my bag over. As per my earlier comment, the girl assumed that, since I was a foreigner, I was speaking English, and therefore she couldn't understand me. I recognize that my Chinese isn't great, but it was good enough for the task. I repeated myself slowly and clearly a couple of times, but she didn't get it. Finally one of her colleagues said, "You idiot. He's speaking Chinese. He wants his bag, behind you." I speak Spanish and Italian, and have a story for both. When I was younger, my family took a trip to Puerto Rico. My mom is a short Italian woman who looks nothing like a Hispanic, but grew up in Venezuela after moving there at a young age, and speaks fluent Spanish. She decided to go shopping for trinkets/souvenirs, and brought me along. I was only 10 at the time, but knew Spanish, because I had to speak to my relatives that still lived in Venezuela. While shopping, the two girls running the store were talking about how stupid gringos will buy any crap they see on vacation. My mom kept her mouth shut and the two girls kept on going. When we got up to the counter, one girl said to her coworker, "I thought they'd never pick something, geez," or something to that effect. I just remember the look on their faces when my mom started buying everything and speaking to them in nothing but Spanish. She had told them to be careful with what they say around people, because you never know who understands you. The girl who whispered turned red and was very embarrassed, and her coworker was mortified. They went very silent after the transaction and my mom gave them a very passive-aggressive "have a nice day" in Spanish, and we left. My story for the Italian comeback takes place in my grandparents' neighborhood when I was 13/14. My best friend lives in their neighborhood, and every year they hold a giant feast celebrating Italian culture. I've been speaking Italian longer than Spanish, because my family in America uses it more, not to mention my grandparents speak absolutely no English, so I had to be able to communicate with them. I'd go every year to this feast, since my grandparents lived up the road from the main street it took place on. I'd get money from them, and win myself a fish or something. My best friend also lived about a block away from this feast, and so, since we were older, we decided to go together that year. While walking the main road, these two old Italian ladies sitting in chairs started talking shit about the way my best friend was dressed. She had on a skirt and blouse, but to these women she was dressed like a hoe, and they even called her a hoe. I turned around and called them out hard, saying, "Shame on you, people here know your language, and that some younger kids still speak it too." Basically saying that they shouldn't assume young kids don't know the bullshit they are spewing. I also defended my friend's dress and said that we don't live in the 1800s anymore. These two women sat there mortified and looked at me in disgust as I just kept walking with my friend. I didn't care though, they were assholes, and they faked with the wrong person. I'm a Caribbean immigrant living in the Netherlands, but I'm from a Dutch colony, so I had to learn Dutch in school. While I'm nearly fluent in Dutch, but my language of choice is often English, which I speak fluently with no foreign accent. But my favorite event is, while sitting in first class in a train, I won a month free upgrade. I'm hungover as hell, half asleep in the train, looking sloppy and basically looking like I do not belong in first class. About an hour into my trip, an older couple walks in and sees me. Suddenly they start complaining about how these goddamn foreigners can't understand that this is first class and how I should be sitting in second class and that they paid extra to sit in first class. And they were deciding if they should tell me to leave or just let the train inspector give me a fine point. They decide they will just leave me alone. All the while I looked at them a few times with a dumb face and just give a courtesy smile. 30 minutes later the inspector walks in and they say finally. When the inspector comes up to me, I use my best Dutch accent and go, "Good morning, would you give me a second? I'll find my train pass. Also inspector, I want to know, do you do random checks, or is there a quota?" Basically had a 5-minute conversation, all the while the older couple turned bright red and went to sit in the second class. When I moved to the USA from my country El Salvador, many kids would walk around saying things like, "Oh, look it's that faking Mexican. What's up stupid?" I, having studied English before moving here, would respond with broken English. "I'm from El Salvador, idiot." Of course back then here in this part of Virginia, there was a large concentration of whites, a few black and Hispanics who made like 10-13% of the school. Most of those Hispanics were Mexican and those fakers loved to cocksuck the white kids, so they would also bother the new immigrated children. They would go around saying she'd like go back to El Salvador when they found out I was from there. Of course the idiots didn't know I came here with papers. They would only talk in English to me and other kids who sometimes wanted to ask a question from something we could not comprehend. A year later they made ESL for the first time in my school and me knowing broken English, but enough to make a conversation, advanced through it real fast, and got out of it in 3 years. Program was 5 years. Now that it's been 15 years in the USA it's the opposite. I work at a place where people come in and can't speak English correctly, but talk to me anyways, thinking I don't know Spanish. I begin with English, but at the end, we end up talking in Spanish. It has been a long time, but I still remember how I was treated as a child from people who though I couldn't understand them, and so I try to be nice and respectful to people who are struggling to as well. Probably be buried, but back in high school I excelled in Spanish, and my friend who was a few years older than me grew up in Mexico. Before moving to the States we went to Six Flags and there was a group of Mexican kids our age, about 5 girls and 3 boys. They kept making fun of me and my friend in Spanish, thinking we didn't understand them. But we didn't say anything, because who cares? We kept running into this group throughout the day, and they kept making jokes. I asked my friend if we should tell them we understand Spanish, and she said no, that she didn't really care. Point on one of the intense roller coasters, a few of the girls were paired up with us. It was one of those rides that seat 3 across and back to back. So my friend and I were facing the 3 girls. As the roller coaster started, it pulled us upwards and backwards for the first huge vertical drops. The girl in the middle started freaking out. She started crying, then bawling, then screaming. Kept saying she wanted off. She couldn't do it. She was really scared. Then her 2 friends started making fun of her, which made her even more hysterical. I glanced over at my friend, she glanced over at me, and we both started consoling her in Spanish, letting her know she wouldn't fall out, her harness would hold her in, and that it was going to be okay. The look of shock on all 3 faces was amazing. The girl stopped screaming, and after a moment of shock, she apologized through sniffles, then demanded her friends apologize too. After the ride, they gave us hugs and thanked us. The rest of the day, whenever we ran into each other, they waved and we waved. So the bit of England I'm from basically has its own language, probably less than a few thousand speakers. It's referred to simple as dialect. It's sort of a mixture of English, Welsh and few Nordic words. It's usually spoken by older people in the villages. Most young people don't speak it in such a pure form these days, but it's clear to others that they are from those parts. The accent that goes along with it is a surefire way to know if someone is from the Shire. Problem with these little villages is lack of jobs. Most only have a shop/post office and a pub. A lot younger families move away to have children, closer to schools, better jobs and the such. Point my family hung around for some reason. I leave to go to university and come back 3 years later with a watered down accent. Since I've been away a lot of new money had moved in, People who have made money in the cities and moved to the country to give their children a smog-free start. After a few weeks settling back and I go to the local pub for a night of reflection. I'm a self-employed writer. Seeing a new young man in the village, a lot of elders presume I'm one of those mucky outsiders. After about half hour, the local pilfermen come around, usually local farmhands who make a bit extra on the side selling stolen goods or poached game. Landlords turn a blind eye as they usually in some way benefit from it. The pilfermen went around shouting "Cometh and herdlops," rough translation is "come one and all, and buy yourself a rabbit," with said aforementioned rabbits hanging around his neck. Whilst I look like one of those modern boy with my fancy haircut and clean shoes, I'm still country to the core. Bringing home some rabbits for mum for warm dinner is nothing I don't mind. As he walk past I beckon him over, only to be met with "Nathi ain't welcomer, bugger on ome new brass." Roughly, "I don't think so. Your business isn't welcome here. Fuck off home new money." His face was a picture when I replied with "Narcork, the ain't, Thiago or all else, nor trees for a Gemini." Again, roughly, "You have got me wrong. I'm not one of them. I'm as good as everyone here. Is it 3 for a fiver?" I am now a regular customer of his. He usually called by my cottage before you goes to the pub to sell his catch. Mother is most impressed by the rates and quality of goods. I'm not completely fluent in Spanish, but most of my family, including my parents, are, so I've picked up much of it over the years. Well, my boyfriend and I moved to Miami a few years back. I grew up there as a kid, so I'm well aware of how some of the Latin community treats white boys like him. Sometimes it's endearing, other times, not so much. Anyway, we went in to buy a pack of cigarettes. He's picked up on conversational Spanish pretty well, but he definitely lacks the, I don't know, accent. He asked the cashier in Spanish, and he pretended not to understand what my boyfriend was saying, making him repeat it twice, while kind of smirking and shaking his head. He was saying it perfectly fine, by the way. I mean, there's no mistaking Paquite de cigarellas. I mean, yeah. Not perfect, a little awkward, but he did it. So I got pretty aggravated and said, in English, "Give him a faking pack of Marlboros." Now, usually I'm pretty calm, and I don't like being rude to people, but, well, he started muttering under his breath when he turned around about a beach and the gringo speak no Spanish. So I just answered him enchiendo, bastant and deadpanned. The look on his face was priceless. Hopefully that taught him to be a little less of an asshole. I don't speak it perfectly, and ensure I definitely get things confused, but I try, and so did my boyfriend. The cashier, on the other hand, who I'd heard speak some English many times before, didn't even try, and was just being pretty rude. I tried not to go back there often. Haven't had to encounter much of that outside of that incident. My boyfriend did, however, learn some stuff from, I want to say, the Somalian language, unfamiliar with what it would be called, or if that's correct in the first place, and always says good morning/good afternoon, and have a good day to a woman who works at the Walmart near us, and is always very quiet. She seemed really happy when he did that the first time, and was waving and stuff. Not sure how he knew, but it's pretty cool to be able to break a language barrier, even just a little bit. 8. This is one of my dad's stories. Here goes. My dad used to be a scout coordinator/leader, whatever you wanna call it. Like 5 to 6 years ago. He speaks fluent French and English. Every 4 years there's this big event where lots of scouts from many different countries all go to the same camping site and do whatever it is scouts do for a week. There were actually over 19,000 scouts back when he was there. Now here's the fun part. Since there were so many damn scouts, the showers were really big and also really open for everyone to see. It was literally just one massive box, so everyone had to shower in the same room and almost everyone showered with bathing suits on. One night, my dad goes to shower really late at night and finds the showering space completely empty. So he says fuck it and goes for a nice naked shower, just like good old times. A few minutes later, one extremely drunk French guy comes up to the shower, followed closely by 2 other friends, yells back "Holy shit, there's a fat naked guy in the shower," and runs back to his friends. After a lot of screaming and laughing, they finally grow some balls and come back into shower. While getting ready, one of the lesser drunk guys says back quote, "You know it would be real fucking embarrassing for you if this guy spoke French. After all, the French camp isn't that far away." So my dad, who'd been listening in, walks up real close to the really drunk guy while still being butt naked and says back quote, "You embarrassed yet?" Poor guy just said sorry and left while my dad and the two other guys laughed their ass off all night. I think it's safe to say that he was indeed pretty embarrassed. Alrighty, these incidents always make me feel like some sort of spy. I'm a young Asian girl that dates older dudes. I live in LA. What's new? I'm used to getting looks by mostly older women and couples, and sometimes remarks, "It's a hot morning," and we park in front of one of my partner's homes to talk to his contractor, boring construction stuff, and outside are some workers mixing cement. As I'm chilling in the car, I can see the workers look at my partner, get out the car, back at me, chuckle and start talking to each other. Now I took 4 years of Spanish in high school, and I'm fairly fluent after years of practice and travel. Curious, I roll down the window and pretend to look around. Wish I hadn't, but it started with light jokes about him being old enough to be my father, I guess possible, but a young cool dad, and my gold digging status, nope. Then they began complaining about the heat and their work, joking in Spanish about how much money they would need para resta con una como ella to be with one like her. They went on with more gross sexual suggestions and they finally got around to what tipo of Asian I am. Una Karinata, Japanese, Kul Kreese. At this point I'm over it. I open the door and slam it. They look up as I walk towards them and basically laugh. "Si le interesa tanto, soy Filipina, mi podrían haber preguntado." If you're so interested, you could have just asked. I'm Filipina. Their smiles immediately die and are completely quiet. My partner walks out the house just then and walks toward us. They are basically pleading their apologies, and when my partner gets to us and asks what's up, noticing the nervous workers, I shake my head and let it go. Before getting in the car I wave back at the workers. "Adios chicas," my best confrontation yet, lol. Blonde white girl in Japan. Naturally, no one thinks I speak the language. Most I've heard Japanese people talk about me is talking about my appearance. "She's so cute, I wonder where she's from, look at her hairy etc." People are very polite, albeit curious here. However, once a few of my friends were out for drinks when the table next to them started beaching about loud Gaijin slang for foreigner. Little did they know one of the guys there was a Japanese national. You should know, this guy is one of the most even-tempered, polite, kindest person I know. He got pissed the way they were talking about his friends and he ripped them a new one. In the end they all got drunk and hung out together. Japan in a nutshell. Same Japanese guy dating a foreign woman. Someone remarks about her ethnicity as they bike past. He spins around and rips into them asking why it's important to them to comment on someone's race, why they have to be so narrow-minded etc. They left with their tails between their legs. He's a great guy and stands up for his loved ones. Lastly, being a foreign woman in Japan is pretty much the worst as far as dating, because all the Japanese men want Japanese women and hey, so do the foreign men. But sometimes you'll find a diamond in the rough and get a good guy. Well, I thought I had a good guy until he turned around and said, a year after we started hanging out regularly, where he insisted to pay for dinners and lunches, I could never date a foreign woman because I couldn't introduce her to my parents. So, yeah, I'm single and probably will be for a long time. Bit of a reverse situation. This actually happened last week. I was out with my family and some family friends playing mini golf in this new place that's just opened. There were 6 of us, me and my parents' friends and their son, who is 11 years old. As we play the first few holes we catch up to this group of 10 speaking in German. They were just pissing around having fun. Totally alright considering we are playing mini golf. And we were only waiting a couple of minutes after each hole, so no big deal. Except kids are impatient. The son of our family friend starts to talk shit about the people in front of us, saying things like no wonder they lost the war, they take so much time doing everything and such. I don't think his parents heard what he said, but I certainly did, and so did the English fluent Germans. So I just asked him to watch what he says, because what he just said can come across as rude, even if he didn't mean it that way. He said to me, Germans can't speak good English anyway, what does it matter? That's where he realized he faked up. One of the German guys turned around to this kid and said in very good English, would you like to overtake us? Now this kid turned pale and my parents replied to the German dude and thanked him, while our friend's son followed sheepishly. Point note, I'm fluent in German, but only my parents know this. I asked them not to tell people as I believe everyone should speak at least 2 languages, and that it shouldn't be that big of an achievement, and I don't want any unwanted attention. All you multilinguals know the same old teach me a swear word or say in X language. I made sure I was behind my parents and their friends as we walked past before I turned to one of the Germans and said he doesn't even know I speak German. The little sheet in my best German. Point they all lost it and started pissing their sides laughing for a solid 2 minutes whilst my group knew none the wiser and carried on with the next hole. I looked over my shoulder and gave them a smirk as I was waiting for my turn. It was a great feeling, especially knowing our friend's kid has no clue what they are all laughing about, and I had stood up to this kid's ignorant comments for them. It's one of the first times I've used my German on a practical basis. Usually I just talk to my 2 German friends on Discord and play games and fuck around, so it was interesting to see how powerful it can be to know another language. I attended a strategic planning meeting as an observer as I was still new. The meeting had people from Shanghai, Manila and Singapore in the meeting. I'm the only person from the US. I was also the highest ranking management person in the meeting. Point the meeting was conducted in English and went relatively smooth. There seems to be good consensus in terms of the overall strategic direction. However, during break time, each group started their own conversation in their own language. Mandarin, Tagalog, and Fukian. That's where the real opinions about the meeting and strategic direction really came out. It was obvious that not everyone is on board and there are confusion and frustration with some team members. I sat there and listened to all groups and I didn't say anything. One guy noticed and apologized to me, and I said in his language, that's okay, I can understand everyone. All blood drained from his face, and he made a loud gasp that made everyone stop their conversation and turned their attention to him. Point a couple asked him what's going on and if he is okay, and he just stared at me not knowing what to say. So I had to explain to everyone in English that I can understand all their local languages and I think there's still some work that the team needs to do to truly align the strategic direction between each group. The room went very quiet and very awkward. I had to transition my role as an observer to a facilitator from that point to move the meeting forward. Point after all said and done, each came to me separately and told me that it's the most productive strategic meeting they have ever had. That was 15 years ago, and I still cross paths with people that heard about that story. People will ask me, I heard you speak multiple languages. Some of the original team members are still with the company, and they still bring it up when they attend some of my meetings. They'll jokingly ask me what language I'm planning to use for the meeting. Point I'm originally from Taiwan and it just so happens that my family moved around a lot when I was growing up. I originally posted this in a different thread a couple months ago. Not me, but a girl in our group is multilingual. It literally saved the guys from being murdered and the girls from being sex trafficked. Myself and 6 friends, aged 18 to 28, mixed European group, were on a 5-day river canoe trip up a tributary of the Orinoco around Merida in Venezuela in 1998. Our guides were an older, 60s, rough-looking German guy and a slightly younger, but shifty-looking Orinoco Basin Indian. One of our group knew fluent German, but for some unexplained reason, didn't share with the guide that she could speak it. Later told us she didn't want the creepy dude making comments to her that no one else could understand. Point we were 3 days in, roughing it in hammocks on the side of the river, not having seen a village for at least 8 hours. The guides kinda kept themselves to themselves after dinner, which was fine, but this evening they were a bit further away, and we could tell they were having a pretty heated discussion in a mix of German and local dialect. Suddenly, the German girl in the group turns white and looks terrified, and it takes us a few minutes to calm her down. She explains she heard the German guy talk about making sure the others will be at the place and they will have the guns, and that the crocodiles will get rid of the guys and the girls will go with them to some village the day after next. We kinda freaked out but decide that being alone with these two dudes days from anywhere in the middle of the faking rainforest, we were pretty much trapped. We decided on a plan, which, fortunately, went our way. Early the next day, we decided that the next time we saw another canoe expedition pass us, we would essentially shout and scream at them that we were being kidnapped and needed help. Fortunately, a 4-canoe group came past, and we enacted our plan. Our guides immediately just got the fuck out of there, didn't even protest about our crazy accusations or anything, other than to pull a sawn-off 12 gauge from under a blanket and point it at us to stop us chasing them, which kinda validated to us that they were planning to kill traffic us, and they didn't hang around to get caught. We got taken to the nearest village a few hours down a branching tributary, where we explained the situation to the local police and some soldiers that were on exercise or something. Turns out there was a suspected serial killer operating out of the Maracaibo area targeting tourists going into the forest, active since 1996. I was never able to corroborate any of the info we were told by the police using any Western media source or internet searches. We still occasionally email each other about our close call, but it's been 20 years and we've moved on with our lives. I've never told family or my wife, and I don't think anyone else ever told more than a handful of people. My parents were really insistent that my brother and I speak Slovak fluently once we moved to North America, but when they weren't around, we chose English because it came more naturally since we spent most of the day in school. During one of our visits back to Slovakia, my brother and I went to hang out at the mall and get coffee and ice cream. We were conversing in English and neither of us had accents, so most people were taken aback when we ordered in Slovak. Once we sat down, a couple came in and sat beside us. In the midst of our conversation, I heard the man telling the other that me and my brother were typical Americans, and that this was exactly how they spent their time, just hanging around the mall all day. I laughed and the man had a little jump before realizing that my brother hadn't actually stopped talking, so he assumed it was something he had said. They didn't leave till my brother and I got up, even though they only had one coffee, and finished it a good 15 minutes before we left. I was younger at the time and the idea of saying something to them just didn't cross my mind, because it might have been seen as rude. It's pretty rare to come across Slovaks where I'm at, so my brother and I basically always have a secret language to go to, but I'm waiting for the moment when it backfires on us. I'm Scottish born with a French mother and otherwise mixed European grandparentage. Mum speaks 5 languages and has tons of her own stories that would fit this thread. When I was 10 years old and in primary school in Scotland, I got attacked by a pit bull, pre-DDA/BSL, loose in the playground. The headmaster, formerly a high school French teacher, took me to hospital where my mum came to meet us/take me home after treatment. Sitting in the waiting area, with me in obvious pain, covered in blood, and still a little shocked, he started trying to flirt, in French, with my happily married mum. She politely smiled and shrugged as he tried to impress her with his proficiency of language, complimenting her and telling her how regardless of the circumstance, i.e. my leg being near half chewed off by a dog on school grounds, he was so happy to spend time with her outside of the school environment. Yep, inappropriate AF, but my mum is awesome and stayed super calm for my benefit. But when he really wouldn't take the hint of her disinterest and she was fed up being polite, she just looked at him, smiled, and said, in French, "You know she understands everything you're saying, right?" And he sort of nervous laughed, I imagine hoping she was joking/fibbing. Then she turned to me and asked, in French, how I was doing/did I need her to get me anything, while we waited for the doctor. Of course I answered in French and his nervous laugh turned to silence as the color drained from his face. To be fair, I had only half heard his attempted chat up, since you know, agony, shock, blood, R&D, but nearly 30 years later my mum and I still laugh about this idiot of a language professional assuming I didn't speak my mother's native language, and b. cringe at how creepy it was for a school head teacher to hit on a student's parent in front of the student while awaiting treatment in R&D. I'm born and raised in America with Cuban parents. The only language spoken at home when I was growing up was Spanish. My parents would always say things like, you are in America, where everything is in English, at home you're speaking Spanish. etc. They taught me how to read it, write it and speak it. They did such a good job that people often ask me at what age did I come to the States. One day I went to a fast food drive-thru, ordered my food, and very kindly specified that I wanted Diet Coke. This one place is notorious for giving you wrong order, so when I got the cup I took a sip to see if they'd given me the correct drink. They didn't. They gave me regular Coke. So I told the lady nicely in English, "Hi, I asked for diet. Can you please change it?" The lady proceeded to give me a face of displeasure and started telling her co-workers in Spanish how I was a picky bitch and who does she think she is, and kept going for the entire time it took them to give me my entire order. I think they took extra long on purpose. Once they gave me the order I responded in Spanish with, "If you had done your job right the first that I asked nicely, then I wouldn't have to ask you to redo it. It's not my fault. And if you don't like customer service, then maybe you should consider getting a different job." I waited until I got my food to get my revenge, since I rather my food not have special ingredients in it. I just don't understand how someone gets so angry because you ask them to please correct something that they did wrong. I was not rude at all. Well, until she started talking crap about me. PS. Never been back quote till this day, years later. I'll start by saying I'm not actually bilingual, but I managed to undo a night of work by knowing a few German phrases. I joined a tour group crossing the border to TJ from San Diego for dinner and drinks, and ended up befriending two Austrian males in the group. Naturally, we spoke English together, but as they said they weren't confident in their English, the two towering Austrians would often talk over me in their native German tongue, and one would generally translate back to me. I didn't think much about it. Pretty early into the night, it became obvious that they were trying to crack onto me, and I started to assume a lot of their German conversations were turning into them trying to figure out which guy I was into. The answer was neither. I didn't want to lead them on, so excused myself and branched out to befriend some others in the group, but it seemed their targets were set. Their tequila consumption didn't help. Given my declines at dancing or accepting drinks wasn't working, I decided to talk it out. So I went outside for some quiet, and when they followed, I asked them about their language and hometown. Now, it's important to mention that a few years prior, I had spent 6 months studying in a small German town. Everyone spoke English there, so I don't speak or understand German, but I got good at picking out random nouns, verbs, and a few phrases. Nothing to follow a conversation, but enough to convince someone I could point. So as I asked them about their home in Austria, and they spoke in German, to formulate their English answer, I concentrated hard to hear something familiar, and took a guess as I responded in English to something they'd said in German. The looks on their faces told me I'd guessed right, as one of the guys said in English, "How did you know what we said?" And that's where one of my memorized German phrases kicked in. As I said in perfect German, "I studied in southern Germany for 6 months." In shock, the other Austrian said, "Have you understood everything we've said tonight?" This is how I knew my suspicions were right. So I laughed and said, "Now you're safe. I don't know German. I just memorized a few phrases and words." Then went back inside, leaving them second guessing everything. Needless to say, for the rest of the evening, they stopped speaking German around me and left me alone. TLDR, don't speak German, but got two Austrian guys to back off by convincing them I'd been spying on their conversations all night. Truthfully told them I didn't understand. They stopped believing me. I studied abroad in Daegu, South Korea. After being there for about 2 weeks, I was getting pretty good at reading, writing, and basic conversation. Absolutely loved it. Students at the university that housed us each took one of us. I was one of a group of 8, out for a day and home for the evening. I took the opportunity away from my American counterparts to practice as much as I could and thoroughly impress my new buddy, nicest Korean on earth. We had a blast, and he used me to mess with people because I'm a big white guy who does not look like he can speak any Korean. Minor really fun stuff that doesn't really translate easily. We did the same with his family that night at dinner. Again, had an awesome time, and bulgogi from a Korean family for dinner blows all other beef dishes I have ever had totally out of the water. Then after we went to bed, I got up to go pee, not thinking I wiped the seat and threw the TP in the toilet and flushed. Went back to bed, then the amazing bulgogi and kimchi made a spectacular run for the exit. Went back to the bathroom and popped. Then caught myself before throwing that too in the toilet and completely forgot that I flushed TP. When I peed earlier, I flushed the toilet and stared in horror as the water did not go down. I spent the next 55 minutes furiously trying to get my fesses down this tiny Korean toilet. And of course not a plunger in sight. Even tried reaching down the toilet and snaking it with a toy I found there. 0.40 minutes in my buddy starts knocking on the door to see if I'm okay. Just a minute is all I can muster in my horror. In perfect Korean, I finally left the bathroom at 1:30 in the morning like the quietest ninja who ever ninjaed. I hear my friend walk into the bathroom and mutter something incomprehensible and then knock on my door. I explain, in English, that yes I popped, but swore I didn't flush TP because I still didn't remember about going pee. I woke up and joined him, his sister and mom for breakfast. The quietest breakfast of my life. I was no longer the life of the party and breathed the biggest sigh of relief when I was dropped off back at school, only to turn around and see my friend from the day before starting daggers at me from the car. When my teacher asked about my stay, I responded in perfect Korean, just fine. I was at a friend's baby shower where my friend, the father, invited a couple of his buddies to eat, drink, and ultimately move boxes of gifts at the end of it. His wife is from Cuba, as is her entire family, many of which do not speak English. My friend's Spanish is nearly non-existent, so there's a lot lost in translation when he is with her extended family and friends. So I'm with about 4 other guys there just hanging out and catching up with one another. I go up to pour myself a drink, and one of his wife's friends is near the table that I'm at, and I overhear her talking with some other girls there about who they want to take home that night among us. Turns out I was a hot commodity that evening, and they were quite explicit about what they all wanted to do with me. They also were talking shit about my friend too, which pissed me off, especially since they're at an event celebrating that he and his wife are having a kid. They continue to do this for a while, and towards the end of the night I walk up to their table, and their eyes all light up. I pull up a chair and sit right next to the one girl in particular who was the most vocal about wanting to fuck my brains out, and also about how much she hates my friend. I say to her in Spanish, you know, I have to say that I'm very flattered you all find me so attractive to make it a talking point about wanting to fuck me this entire night, but there's a few things you should know. 1. I'm happily married, show them my hand with my band on it, and that it was never going to happen. And 2. I think you're all a bunch of shitty bitches for the things you've said all night about my friend. He's going to be an incredible father, and he's been made aware about the things each and every one of you has said about him just during the time I was here. Go fuck yourselves sideways. After the initial stunned silence and embarrassment, I got slapped and a drink thrown in my face. It was worth it. Then I went back to my table of friends and said we should start moving the gifts since things were wrapping up. After that was said and done, us guys went out to a bar and neither the dad to be nor I paid for a drink that night. Disclaimer, I'm not fluent in Dutch, but I've been to Holland often enough, sometimes months at a time, that I've picked up what I call McDonald's Dutch, in that I can effectively order fast food, even train tickets, without the server automatically replying to me in English. I have found it a fairly dense language to get to know, not just in vocab, but in correct pronunciation, which uses deep consonant sounds and garrulous G's that can be difficult to a non-native speaker. Many Dutch people, bless them, speak far better English than I do Dutch, and are always enthusiastic to practice what they know. Great for the unilingual tourist, not so grand if it's I who wishes to practice my Dutch point. Anyhow, I was in Arnhem for the 65th anniversary of Operation Market Garden, a tremendous battle in WWII in September of 1944. It was warm that year. I've always visited Holland in the fall, and this was the first trip I had where the weather was bright, sunny and fair hotter than I had expected. Very pleasant, indeed. In between going to the events and gathering other material for the story I was working on, I was enjoying a coffee and a good book out on the patio of my hotel. Problem was, the bins hadn't been emptied and were setting off a bit of a whiff. A large group, probably a conference of some sort, of young ladies were also there, conversing in Dutch, and I was able to discern Passing comments on the smell. One of them suggested het is Dijon, which followed a titter of giggles. I was the only person there they could have been referring to. I turned, gave them my best indignant stare, and tried to level my how dare you with the proper gravitas. Do you know that sorry is the same in Dutch as it is in English? Oh, I've never been able to contribute to a post here before. So the night I proposed to my wife, we got dinner in the restaurant in the Eiffel Tower. Unless you paid even more money than it already cost to eat there, you didn't really get to choose your seating in advance, so if you wanted a window seat you needed to be at the front of the line. We made sure we were, and this one couple behind us kept trying to wedge in front of us. We got to the hostess area first though, and we got a window seat. The whole time the couple was saying how I was a typical rude American in Spanish, apparently because I didn't let them cut me. Didn't say a word, or give any funny look to them. My wife is Mexican decent, and knows Spanish better than English, and I'm from Texas and always hated the idea of not understanding someone who lives next to me, so I'm decently fluent in Spanish as well. So we get a window seat, and they are seated at the table next to us complaining to the hostess about wanting our seat, and how they deserve it because I'm rude. Again, I've said 0 words to these two. So we are sitting down, and the waiters are pretty neat, and the first thing he asks us is what language we would prefer to speak. We said English, and we continued to have a really cool dinner inside the Eiffel Tower. After a while or so my wife starts saying in English a little louder than we had been previously talking. I love it when someone tries to badmouth you in a language they think you don't understand. So I'm confused at first, because I wasn't paying attention to our neighbors sitting next to us. Then she says the same thing in Spanish to me at the same volume, and our neighbors stop talking, and the woman has a really sour look on her face. I laugh and say something along the lines of I don't know what you mean. A rude American like myself could never understand multiple languages in Spanish. They stop talking altogether, and my wife and I start speaking the rest of the night in Spanish, and start saying how amazing the view is, and pretty much try and make it sound like we had the best seat in the house. It was a fun night. TLDR, I'm a pasty white guy that knows Spanish and my wife is Mexican decent. The Spanish people next to us in France found that out after insulting us for the better part of an hour. So not exactly on topic, but I can speak minimal German from my school days. Nowhere near enough to keep up with a native speaker, but because I was always better at it verbally I have a couple of phrases memorized. I was sharing a dorm room with some Germans, 2 girls and 3 boys, whilst traveling. The girls were friendly, the guys were not. They could all speak English, but only the girls made the effort, and the guys were just chatting to each other. Bear in mind that I wasn't the only person in the room with them. We had a Japanese guy, some Irish girls, and I think a Swedish couple. So English was the shared language. It became pretty obvious that the guys were making fun of other people, from both how they were behaving and the fact that at least one of the girls didn't look happy with it. As a group we decided to go to a bar, and the guys were complaining. So as the rest of us were getting ready to go I just threw into the mix, see you there in 10 minutes. In German. All the boys paused. I can speak a little German. I learnt it in school for 5 years. German girls cracked up, and the boys looked mortified. Better was that later on I admitted to the girls I had no idea what they'd been saying, and they confirmed they'd basically been calling everyone else names. They found it hilarious, and then lied back to the boys. Turned out they weren't one group. They'd just run into each other that day for the rest of the night about my fluency, and subtly translated for me to mess with them more. They did figure it out the next day, but their apologies, in English, we insisted, were great fun that night. Great accomplishments in bluffing basically. My ethnic background is Korean and Indian, and I've lived in the US since birth. As can be imagined, my appearance is fairly ambiguous, and I was insecure about my cultural identity growing up. I understand basic Korean. The following takes place when I was about 10, and my mom, Korean, took me to a Korean supermarket. She went to the veggie section and I stayed at the front of the store to look at choco pies or something. An adult woman and her mom were nearby, and I realized that they were actively talking about me in Korean. I only caught the final confident statement from the younger woman, "That's not a white person, that's a Mexican person." This upset me pretty badly. She got it all completely wrong. Of course, in hindsight I don't blame her for the assumption, but as a kid I would feel left out of my family just because I was the only one offered a fork instead of chopsticks at a restaurant. I approached my mom in tears and explained what happened. She demanded that I tell her who did it. I hesitated, but her persistence finally got me to point the stranger out. My mom purposely wheeled past her with the cart and loudly exclaimed in Korean, "Well, she doesn't even look like a Korean person to me." The lady looked up, frozen. I was mortified as I trailed behind my mom, but now it's one of my favorite memories because I appreciate how adamant my mom was about sticking up for me. Edited, Typus. This wasn't me, but this was my now ex-girlfriend. She was Ukrainian, but came over in her early teens and didn't have an accent. She also had very curly hair and Mediterranean features, not Russian looking at all. But she still spoke fluent Russian. She had been having a stressful few weeks with finals and projects and lab assignments, so I decided to go to a high-end spa in a ritzy town outside of Boston and splurge on a day, so package for her. Mani-pedi, facial, hair, makeup, you name it. I dropped her off and was planning on coming back in 3 hours to get her. When I returned she was just finishing up and headed to the register. I had my credit card ready to pay. I could tell something was wrong, but she didn't say anything. When she got to the desk, there were a few people there. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, my girlfriend started speaking loudly in Russian, gesturing, grabbing her hair, grabbing at her own clothes. I had absolutely no idea what was going on. The women looked horrified and barely spoke. She then said some choice words in Russian, flipped them off, and grabbed my hand and stormed out without paying. Apparently they didn't know she spoke Russian and spent the entire 3 hours making fun of her hair, face, makeup, and clothes. They were calling her all sorts of nasty names. I was surprised she kept her mouth shut until the end. Ultimately we never had to pay. She got a good result, and I splurged the money on that night out with a stay at a downtown hotel for the night. English is my first language, but I'm Hispanic. I only know the basics of Spanish. I have a lot of experience as a restaurant server and I have 2 examples that fit. Point: once, I was passing by a table that had just been sat, and the guests were getting settled and wanted to take a picture with their phone. One woman said to her husband we should ask him if he could take it, to which he replied he probably doesn't speak English. At this point I was at the table I was going to wipe down, but instead turned around, walked to the table, and said, "Hi, my name is Blue. I'm not the server of this section, but I would be more than happy to take a picture for you." She happily gave me the digicam and I, smiling, took a picture of one happy wife and one non-impressed husband. Point: another time I was working at a fine dining restaurant and again I was passing by a table that had just been sat, but the couple was a little older this time. As I passed and walked into a nearby server station I heard her say, "It's really cold in here. Ask someone to turn it down. Ask him." To which he replied, "Guess what? He probably doesn't speak English." I, being in the station, poured 2 glasses of water and walked over to the table. I flash a timid smile, place the glasses, nod when she thanks me, nod when he thanks me, and then when they think I'm going to leave I confidently say, "Hello, my name is Blue. Your server tonight will be John Smith. Here is some water to start, and I will request that the management adjust the temperature for you." She flashes a big smile and says thank you, and while I'm walking away I hear him say, "Well, how was I supposed to know?" He didn't say anything. You didn't give me a chance, Faco. They were rather quiet with each other for the rest of the night and looked rather grumpy. Point: sometimes it's hard being a donut. I have had some experiences like this, but most of my stories are backwards. I live in an area where the Latino population has only really grown in the past decade or two. Way back in 2007, I'm with my girlfriend walking into a newly opened panaderia, that's a bakery in Spanish. We step in, and this older gentleman begins talking to me in Spanish, which I didn't speak. I look at him confused, and he gets visibly frustrated, explaining how kids these days don't respect their heritage and only date white girls. My girlfriend was white as the snow. I took it on the nose, bought some pan dulce, and left. Point: little did he know that, though I look Latino, I'm actually Native American. It turns out a year later, I ended up going to Guatemala for 2 years as a Mormon missionary. I learned Spanish decently well, and I'm fairly gifted with language in general. I returned to that panaderia years later and encountered that man. Spoke Spanish with him and joked around about how he had called me out. Showed him a picture of my new girlfriend who was also Native American but looked Latina. He commended me. Then I switched to Navajo. He looked at me confused. I donned a perplexed look and switched to Mayan that I had learned and spoke for a year in Guatemala in addition to Spanish. No response. I then switched to the Mandarin I had started learning the previous year in college. No answer. That's when I dropped the bomb on this guy that I wasn't Guatemalan as he had assumed. I was just an overly cocky linguist with a love for languages. We laughed about it, how I learned his language, and why wouldn't he learn the language of my people. Navajo. The panaderia closed down a few months later, and I've never seen him again, but I would love to hang out and talk with him while munching down on some good bread. From there, most of my stories are of people assuming I speak Spanish. One of the funniest was, I went to a very religious college that you probably know from scandals. I no longer identify with the religion, and it was very white. I believe I was in a world civ class when we start talking about Pablo Neruda. Me, the only brown guy in the back of the room, immediately had about 20 pairs of eyes from the palest motherfuckers you've ever seen craning their necks to look at me when the professor asks if anyone can read it. Begrudgingly, I said I could read it. I'm proud about my Native American heritage, and proud that I can also speak another people's language, but it seemed insulting that everyone just assumed the brown guy spoke Spanish, which I then confirmed to be true. Haha. Good times. I'm only passingly multilingual, and I say that in the loosest of terms, but I do look foreign, so I have experiences like these occasionally. I'm Korean, but about as American as apple pie, baseball, and deep fried things that probably shouldn't be deep fried. Want proof? See the passingly but not really multilingual statement I made. Everyone knows we Americans only speak English. Anyways, because I'm Asian, I can't tell you how many times I've gotten the slow, loud, deliberate broken speech of someone assuming I can't speak English. Their speech patterns completely 180. Once I open my mouth and they hear regular Midwestern English, you can almost hear the relief in their voice. This tends to only happen on rare occasions though, and typically only in small, homogeneous, i.e., white, towns with little multicultural exposure. When I was a sheetlord teenager, I used to purposely answer in as short and simple of a response as possible and see how long they kept up the me Tarzan, you Jane speech, and then surprise them at the end point. Another thing I've seen happen much more often are people subconsciously, I assume, inadvertently giving me the Asian respect bow. When I meet them for the first time, they always stop themselves from going full on prostration, of course, or when they realize this might come off as patronizing. Usually when I greet someone for the first time, I give them a firm handshake while simultaneously doing a very slight nod as in hello, pleased to meet you, and I think a lot of people mistake that for the beginnings of a bow and think they've got to return it, which leads to some pretty comical interactions with people. Fortunately, I've never had anyone do the whole palms together prayer bow thing. When my wife was living in London, she was sitting on the upper deck of a bus. The bus stopped near Marble Arch and a large Kuwaiti family walked in and surrounded her, as in they sat in the seats in front, behind and even next to her. Now my wife is herself half Kuwaiti, but for some reason not one person out of the small clan of people thought that there was the slightest chance she could understand Arabic. Safe in the assumption that they were the only Arabic speakers, these people were having an extremely candid conversation about their bathroom habits. The grandmother was loudly announcing that she needs the biggest sheet ever. To make things worse, one of the uncles was being really leery with his teenage nephew who was sitting next to my wife. Oh, do you like what you see? Is the pretty girl making you feel weird? You should move in closer to her. They don't mind that here. It took all the energy in the world for my wife to keep a straight vacant expression on her face. The sheer amount of determination was intense. She was so focused on that when her mother called her, she automatically answered with a "Hello mama." Abrupt, deafening silence. The uncle snapped back in his seat. The nephew moved so far from her he almost fell off his seat. The grandmother just stared wide-eyed and red-faced. Everyone was just in shock. No one said a word or made eye contact with anyone until the next stop, where they all hurriedly shuffled off the bus, pretending this was their stop. 2 stories. One mine, one a friend's. Firstly, I'm Canadian. We have 2 official languages, English and French, and in most of the country you'll easily find people with at least passing knowledge of their official second language. Keep that in mind. Point in Awamut in Alberta, mostly English speaking, being bilingual not hugely celebrated, and see a new mom with a stroller just looking haggard and exhausted. Baby was only 2 weeks old. A couple walked up to her and appeared to be cooing over the new bundle of joy. With thick accents asked how old, and appeared to be just ogling over the baby, leaning in over the stroller. What they were saying, in French of course: "What an ugly thing you are. You're so gross. You should die. The only thing more ugly than you is your mother. We need a picture to prove how terrible you both are." One of them gave a quick glance up and saw me looking shocked with my mouth hanging open. Said to the other, "I think she speaks French." In French I responded back, "Of course I do. What's wrong with you?" They hightailed it pretty quickly. I couldn't tell the mother what happened when she asked. I lied and said, didn't think she looked old enough to have a baby. She smiled and said she was 27 and went happily about her shopping. My friend's story: I was working for an exchange program. Francophone and Anglophone teenagers swapped places, lived in each other's houses. I had picked a friend's sister to go into the exchange, so he had girl in the program living at his house and offered to help me out a bit for activities and things, since I often needed an extra driver. His sister was in the program for speaking fluent French. This wasn't to learn the other language, but for people who knew it to go, be a part of the other culture really. But the kids in the program didn't piece together that, if his sister was selected because she spoke French, that he might also speak French. One weekend we took them camping, about a 2-hour drive, to get to our destination, and my friend drove the other vehicle full of 16-year-old girls for me. For 2 hours they did nothing but gossip about how hot he is, and what they wanted to do to him, getting more and more graphic. His exchange sister was driving with me, and telling me she'll do better, because she speaks to him in French at home, and knows she isn't supposed to. My friend, being a 21-year-old man, had no idea how to handle these 6 teenagers being sexually graphic and remained silent. About 5 minutes after we all arrived, his exchange sister asked him something in French, and he responded back in French. Suddenly 6 16-year-olds got hugely embarrassed and flocked around me asking if he was bilingual. Obviously, they got a good lesson that day. Somehow he kept a straight face while telling them he's not into receiving anal sex and it's not what they think it is. He never explained any more to me. I'm probably too late to the post and will get buried, but I want to share anyways. So, my friend and I are both ABCs, American-born Chinese, and are fluent in Cantonese, a dialect of Chinese, which is relatively uncommon in the area we lived. Most of the young ABCs in the area either didn't or chose not to retain their native language. Because we went to school with each other, we usually stuck to speaking English with each other, with no accent. We were at a salon getting our nails done by 2 older Chinese women that spoke little English. The entire time we were there, they kept on complaining and bad-mouthing us about how young ABCs nowadays were selfish brats that waste money and time, and how they wouldn't acknowledge us as actual Chinese people because they assumed we didn't know the native tongue. At this point, my friend and I were getting annoyed and pissed off at these women, but didn't say anything and continued our own conversation in English. When we were getting ready to pay, we overheard them saying they should charge us a bit more, since apparently us ABCs only rely on their parents' money and don't care about wasting money. At this point, my friend yells at them in perfect Cantonese, "Just because we're young and we were born in America does not mean you can insult us and take advantage of us." She then proceeds to slam down some cash and comments, "This is my own hard-earned money. If you think you can cheat us out of money, you have another thing coming." It took them a minute to figure out that we understood everything they said for the past hour. Their faces were absolutely priceless as the realization hit them, and they start stuttering apologies profusely. In the end, we paid the original amount and were given a small discount as an apology and went on our merry way. I'm Chinese but I don't look it, and I grew up speaking English and Cantonese. I was involved in a school production and my school had hired hair and makeup artists for us. I was in the vocal ensemble and the hairstyle for girls was hair sleeked back tied into a bun. Lots of bobby pins and hairspray were used. On the second night, the person doing my hair asked for the bobby pins they had used on me from the first night. Hairstylist from day 1 and day 2 were different people. I told her I was sorry, but I didn't know we had to bring the bobby pins back. She said okay, started doing my hair almost immediately after she turned to her coworker and spoke in Cantonese, accusing me of being a liar and that I'm making her job harder. I guess every hairstylist was supposed to tell us to bring the bobby pins back, but mine from day 1 really hadn't told me. But she didn't even ask me if the hairstylist from day 1 had told me this before accusing me of a liar behind my back. When she was done with my hair, I turned around and spoke to her in Cantonese. Thanks and sorry for troubling you by not bringing back the bobby pins. Nobody told me I was supposed to. I'll bring it back tomorrow. She was so stunned she just kept looking at me, but spoke to her friend. She knows how to speak Cantonese. And when she finally acknowledged me, all she said was that she was so embarrassed. My sister and I are Indian Chinese, so we speak Mandarin, but don't look like we do. There was once my sister was taking the elevator down from our apartment with our dog, Aitishioshitizu, to take him for a walk. Elevator stops at a middle floor, and in comes 2 Chinese guys. They look at our dog and give the cursory "oh very cute," because let's face it, he's fecking adorable. Then ensues your standard elevator silence for a few seconds. And then one of them asks the other in a thick mainland Mandarin accent, have you eaten dog before? Oh yeah, I have. It's pretty good. So something like that one there, and they continue along this line for a few seconds while looking at our dog, not noticing the UW0TM8 look on my sister's face. Finally, the elevator reaches the ground floor not a moment too soon. Oblivious boy heads out the door first as you do. Chinese dog breed, but doesn't understand a lick of it, bless him, with my C's right behind him. But she stops for a second to turn and face them and throw out a, which means my dog isn't for your consumption. She doesn't stick around to see anything beyond the initial stunned look on their faces. TLDR, 2 guys from China discuss how delicious my dog might be, don't realize my sister understands them. I don't make the stereotypes, I just see them. Disclaimer, obviously not everyone from China is like that. There's a lot of mainlanders here, and this is the only time I've heard of anyone discussing eating dog here. I'm not multilingual, but I know enough Spanish to go to Mexico without needing any kind of translator or book to help me go about my business. When I was 15, almost 20 years ago now, and working at McDonald's, this beachy Hispanic chick ordered her food. I put in her order exactly how she said it, but once she got it, she told me I screwed up. I pointed out that I didn't, but I could have her order remade anyway, and she proceeded to completely berate me in Spanish in front of her friends and a big crowd of people. In English, I told her she ordered what she got and that, since she called me, I forget what now, but a whole bunch of shit that I repeated, that she could fuck off. Her and all her friends were shocked, and after a moment of disbelief, her friends all laughed at her, and so did a few random people that must have understood what she had said. She started to give me more shit, but her friends dragged her away at that point. Also, a couple of years later, while on our senior trip to Cancun, a bunch of us got on a bus that we were told was going to a certain club we were looking to go to. There was this one guy who spoke broken English and the driver. I heard him tell the driver that we were just dumb kids and head to some other place that I didn't quite get. I told everyone what the guy had said and told him we didn't want to go there and that they should take us where we wanted to go. He said no, that we'd like this place better, so I told him that we'd all beat the shit out of him and the driver if he didn't stop the bus and open the door right now. He did. I'm pretty sure he was just going to take us to some bar or club off the strip and basically force us to drink there. I doubt they'd try to abduct a whole bus full of high school kids for any other reason, but still, fuck those guys. I understand Portuguese, but can't speak it, whereas my dad know both Portuguese and English through and through, no accent. Sounds like a regular guy point. So one day we're at a gas station where I'm hanging with my dad. He's got dirty boots. Two guys on the other side, labor workers in guessing, peered through between the two little fill-up hubs and start snickers, cracking jokes at my dad's appearance. I didn't know how to respond, but everybody knows what "fuck yourself" means. My dad starts up a conversation with me about gas prices, sounding basic when suddenly he stops. Guys are still yapping. The last thing they said was, "Broke guy can't even afford good quality sheet, ha 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 ha." To which my dad replied, "How's it going?" in Portuguese. Both guys, still smiling, pause awkwardly and reply, "Good. Your boots look like sheet, man." To which my dad replied, "You suck your mother's dick with that mouth." The guys, being old school Europeans with zero comeback skill, reply with laughter and say, "We're bussy men." Finally my dad's head jerks back and says, "So you go down on your father with it." Gas handle clicks, print receipt, and we walk. Probably one of the best moments I've had with my old man. I was in university studying Japanese, kinda half-heartedly to tell the truth. It was my language credit, and it was fun, but I was also trying to find a decent major, and stressing about what kind of future career to pursue. We would regularly interact with the Japanese exchange students at school events, as well as other ethnic Japanese students who spoke perfect English, and manage the exchange programs, help the students, etc. At one of these events it was business as usual. Everyone talked in a mix of Japanese and English depending on their comfort level. I was sitting next to this girl Amy, who was Japanese American and just there to socialize. She was talking in Japanese to someone else, and I was trying to follow along but mostly failing. Then, the tone of the conversation changed, and, to this day, I don't really understand how. I suddenly felt/knew that they were talking smack about another friend of mine. Maybe I caught a word, maybe it was intuition, or maybe it was just because she was a beach, but I took a shot, interrupting Amy to ask, "Really?" She turned to me and gave me the sneering half eyebrow raise, and gave some half confident, "You understood that?" Like a poker game in an old west saloon. I simply stared at her, while she stared back at me for several seconds. Then I did a half shrug, and started to turn away, and she completely broke. Turns out I was mostly right. She gave a stumbling explanation how my friend had cheated on his girlfriend with another friend in their group. I didn't know this, and was a player and jerk and everyone should avoid him. And that she was only talking about him to help the other students avoid him. She was super embarrassed, both because of what she said, but also because she talked obliquely about him, not using his name, so I couldn't accidentally understand. At the same time, I felt thrilled, like I had broken a super secret code, and took my studies much more seriously from then on. And 5 years studying abroad in Japan later. This isn't really very jaw-dropping, but still bothered me, and my S/O point: I speak Spanish and English. For our anniversary last year, we went to Mexico for a lovely vacation, then had a transition flight in Orlando, Florida on our way home. We decided rather than flying all day we'd get a hotel and extend the anniversary fun. We stayed in a Hilton, and it was gorgeous. My S/O had gotten access to one of the top floor business rooms, which basically was a room where you could enjoy free food and drink and do your work in peace, with a nice view of the pool down below. But the second morning of our stay, before we were ready to leave, the card that accessed the room where breakfast was served wasn't working. So my S/O knocked on the door and was answered by a woman who worked there. He showed her his card and explained the situation, and she refused to let us in. So we went to the manager. Manager let us in herself. While we were dining, I could see that there were 3 women who worked there. They were middle-aged and clearly speaking Spanish with purpose. They ignored us when we would ask questions politely about the dishes being served. Once we simply asked for silverware because there was none out, I think because they were starting to clean up/end breakfast. They kept peering around the corner of the kitchen and looking at us, little attempt to be discreet. So I listened. They were talking loudly about us. A few of the things they were saying were: 1. We were too young to be able to afford this room. 2. Commenting on our relationship and appearance. And 3. Joking about the manager. Didn't understand why though. I wouldn't have minded normally, but the fact they ignored our presence and refused to help. Us out amid talking negatively about us really bothered me. On our way out I thanked them for all their help, sarcastically but dripping in politeness, and told them the food was delicious in Spanish. We went straight to the manager and I reported what they had been saying. I even recorded some of it on my phone and played it back for the manager / translated it. The manager didn't really need the recording, though she believed us immediately and gave us some free stuff. Don't remember what it was. It was on my partner's account / card and we didn't ever use it. I don't know what she did to punish those women, or if she even did, but the look on their faces when I was speaking to them in Spanish was worth it. Of the 3 women, the 2 in front smiled back politely but there was shock apparent on their faces. The 3rd woman was in the back, and she just looked horrified. I was so satisfied with that. Edit. Should probably add that I'm a pretty white gal, so was my partner at the time. We were also both in our 20s. So I suppose they assumed we were both trust fund babies with no education. How wrong they were. I served as a missionary in Japan for 2 years. I'm incredibly white and don't appear to know Japanese. I learned basic stuff in high school, but really became accustomed to the language after living there and studying it intensely every day. This thing was a daily occurrence to me. On the train, in the store, in a restaurant, at church, and anywhere else. People maybe. The most memorable one is when I was on a train going to Hiru. This small group of old people were talking back and forth about this stupid American. The 4 of them went on and on about how stupid I was being in Japan after my country dropped bombs on Japan in WWII. How I basically had a death wish despite being so young. One made a comment about how ignorant I am because I grew up in such a power hungry, money loving, greedy country. I had it with these 4 old people. I was sick of being disrespected and of my country being trashed. I was furious with these 4 old people that had no idea what it was like to take 5 years of your life trying to learn about a people's customs, language, and country only to have those very people hate on you in return. I stood up from the seat. In a very calm manner with a smile I said I understand Japanese. They looked at me, looked back at each other, and back at me in shock. One of the old guys bowed his head slightly and apologized greatly for being so dishonorable. I turned back to my companion and we got onto a different train car. He thought it was so cool that I threw down on them in such a chill manner. He was Japanese and said Japanese people are too concerned about confrontation like that, and it would have never happened if it were in front of a Japanese. I'm a white chick and I'm fluent in Mandarin. It happens all the time. Most recently I was at the gym. There was 1 seat left in the waiting room. A couple came in with their baby and the woman sat next to me. She then started glaring at me and clearing her throat. This went on for a while and then she started bitching to her husband in Mandarin about how terrible a person I was for not getting up and giving him my seat. I honestly don't get why she thought I was obligated to. I was not younger than him. I was not even the youngest person in the room. He did not seem in any way handicapped. But whatever, so she starts bitching about me. She tears me up one way and down the other. I have a punk hairdo. She spends 10 minutes talking about what trash I must be to have that haircut. She spends about 10 minutes talking shit about wanting to know who goes to the doctor in running clothes. She talks about my weight. I'm fit. I lived in Asia for long enough to know that a muscular woman looks fat to some people there. It was almost an hour between her sitting next to me and me being called in, and she spent most of it talking about every little thing she hated about me. I was texting my friend about her in Spanish and she even went on a little racist rant about how she should have known my tashias would be Mexican. I'm not, but I was still offended by the racism of it. So the nurse comes out and calls my name. I get up, walk to the door, and then turn around right before I walk through and say in damn near perfect Mandarin, I hope everything goes well with your appointment and your child is fine. I figured it's the best way to let them know I speak it without being like beach. I hear you. I didn't pause to get a reaction. But I know that cunt probably spent 10 minutes talking shit about that too before she realized. Stuttgart, Germany. Not as horrific as other stories. My German is good enough to get around, but my partner doesn't speak any. So we gravitated towards things that offered English so that he could enjoy them too. Did a bus tour to the TV tower. It was supposed to be a multilingual tour, but it was pretty much us, and the rest were all native Germans. While the guide was visibly annoyed, she didn't say anything. The other passengers however made a lot of comments about not getting their money's worth, because the guide had to take time to give her talk in English. There is an open plaza next to the castles that has a lot of restaurants and cafes. One of those was an ice cream stand. Watching and likely hearing us approach, the girl at the stand automatically hands us the English menus. Fine. Except the menus are noticeably smaller than the German ones. I ask for the German ones. She has this look like yeah sure whatever. After discussing with my partner what he would like, I order for the both of us in German. She's visibly shocked. For the most part, I pretty much tell English speaking tourists to avoid Stuttgart. It's pretty hostile to non-German speakers. On the plus side, had a great time at Ludwigsburg. Since the two of us were the only people on the English tour, and emphasized multiple times that we had all day, we saw it all, lots of things that aren't on the normal tour. She allowed us to go beyond the roped off area. We went into the back kitchen where the servants worked, etc etc. Definitely saved the trip to that area. I grew up speaking Spanish in the house, since my parents are from Mexico. However, I look white. This happens pretty often, but there are 2 times in my life that I can recall better than others. Once, when I was a kid, I think I was 12, I was walking down a major street with my bicycle, had a flat. There were 2 hooded guys behind me, high school age. They were talking to each other in Spanish, normal stuff, until one of them says in Spanish, says, "Let's jump this little gringo and take his bike. That dumbass isn't even riding it." Immediately I turned around and said, "Where's that faking gringo at? I'll kick his ass. I'm tired of walking." Their reaction was priceless. Somewhere between holy shit I can't believe he understood us, and that was the funniest shit I've ever seen. The second story is much later. I was at one of the hood tire shops, trying to get some chrome rims. I was with my best friend who's Native American and doesn't speak Spanish. I saw a set I liked, so in English I asked the guy working how much they were. He responded that they were $2,200. My friend walked over from looking at tires for his own vehicle. I told him that I liked the ones on the end, but they were too expensive. So he went to take a closer look at them. The same guy walks up to him and tells him in Spanish that they are $1,700. My friend looks at him for a second and calls me over and asks him what he said. I looked the salesman dead in the eye and said he said they are $1,700. The guy knew he had faked up and told me he was sorry and offered me the Mexican price. I couldn't do it though, just too shady for me. I'm Finnish and used to live in Brussels. I saw there were at least a couple of answers from fellow Finns, and I can relate. Finnish is weird, no one understands it, and that's why we tend to use it freely when abroad, since the odds of running into other Finns are tiny, let alone any foreigner who'd speak it. Anyway, my favorite encounter was on the subway in Brussels. I was heading back home and there was this party of maybe 6 Finns chatting, minding their own business. Tourists or athletes, I think. Suddenly this random drunk walks up to them and starts to speak his own language, Eastern European, Polish maybe. None of them could understand him and tried to explain that to him in English. The man was very persuasive in his attempts to communicate though, and kept on talking until he left the carriage. A few stops later the Finns were amused, but baffled by this whole encounter. They started to wonder what had gone through the man's head. Did he really think that they spoke the same language? Then they started to wonder how many Finns are there in Brussels, and how probable would it be to bump into one. I start grinning to myself at this point. As my stop was coming up, they were discussing about the people of Brussels in general, shaking their heads at the thought that the city was filled with drunks like the one they met. We reached my stop. I stood up, smirked and said to them in Finnish, "Don't worry, not all of us locals are that obnoxious." I wished them a good stay and hopped off the train. My dad is white, but he was a bit of a linguist, even though he never graduated high school. Through the military he picked up several languages. He naturally took to them. The best that I recall was one time we were fishing, and there were a couple of Japanese tourists that showed up on the riverbank. My dad was a fantastic fisherman and we were one of a couple of people that were actually catching salmon. My father was the one who was catching the most, and they took notice. They stood behind us and proceeded to make fun of us and talked about how one of them would intentionally snag my dad's line repeatedly to get us to leave so they could take our spots. Little did they know my dad spoke fluent Japanese. One of them squeezed in beside my dad and on the first cast intentionally caught my dad's line with his. The Japanese guy immediately snags his line and in broken English tells my dad that he will fix it. In one of my dad's rare moments he was extremely patient, and it took the Japanese guy like 15 minutes to undo the tangled lines. All the while the Japanese guy was talking shit about stupid Americans and how my dad didn't understand how they were playing him for a fool. When the guy finally finished, my dad smiled, looked in the guy's eyes, and nicely said something in Japanese. Those guys proceeded to haul us out of there very quickly. Me, being a teenager at the time, asked him what he said. My dad grinned and said he told them thanks for undoing the tangled lines, and the next time they'd go fishing in another country not to assume people don't speak their native language. Not everyone is stupid or rude. I'm American. I was working as a server in a fairly nice, but overpriced, Italian-themed restaurant that was never really busy. The owners liked the homey stuffy decor, the classic Italian favorites, 8-song playlist with O Solo Mio etc. repeated over and over, and family portions. This is why you're going out of business, of food. One day for lunch, a group of international business people came in for lunch. I was really excited to have a 10 top, and could actually use my French to possibly get an even better tip. All spoke English and French, some spoke German and what I assume was Russian. They all sat down, looked over the menus, and began criticizing their surroundings, the food, the prices, in French, all while I'm pouring water and keeping quiet. The food comes out, and they are no longer politely discussing the restaurant. They are actively insulting the owner, cooks, and staff, including myself. I'm pissed at how rude they are being, but hey, as long as they pay, I can live with it. Then I bring out the check. A discussion begins regarding what they can get away with in terms of payment and tip. Things like, if I tell her we don't have American currency, I bet we'll be able to pay less, because we can't pay full price, and stupid American tipping system. She'll understand we don't do that where we come from. At this point, I decide to let them know they won't get away with it. I tell them in French, I apologize that our restaurant and staff are not up to your expectations. For your next meal, may I suggest Olive Garden, or even McDonald's, so that you can say whatever you want behind people's backs. Let me know when you are ready. They fell silent, paid in full, and left a decent tip. Canadian, and I worked at a local multicultural South Asian TV station. It was a cool experience as someone from outside the culture, but I quickly became the workhorse of that station, and everything got dumped onto me and another guy who got hired at the same time. The people at the station almost went out of their way and did some crazy things to make both of us feel like outsiders. After spending 3 to 4 months watching, archiving, filming, editing, and even producing content in Urdu, I picked up a couple of words here and there and understood more than the owners and my supervisor thought I did. I was the only Caucasian working there, and that was the running joke they had, that I was their white guy who would do whatever they told him to do. It was also clear when they were talking about me, because the way my name is spelt and pronounced, it sounds very distinct, and in some languages /accent stands out and can sound pretty harsh. So one day my supervisor was standing right behind me, over my shoulder, and was talking about me to one of the other employees while I sat at the computer editing a cooking show. And when they were talking about something getting done, one of them said, "Oh, we'll just make all summer sweet do it." I responded and to the effect said, "If you guys give me that to do, this won't get done in time." Next day, they fired me for being racist. When I asked them if I could get it in writing that being racist was the reason I was being fired for, they backtracked and stated that they just didn't have any work for me anymore. 2 weeks later, my friend who was hired at the same time called me up to tell me that the owner of the station stole all of the equipment overnight. When the cops caught up to them, the owner, his son, and my supervisor had tried setting up a mini studio in their basement. Turns out they had been skimming from the top. The supervisor had found out and asked for money to keep his mouth shut, and they were trying to break free from the station because it was just a Canadian division of a bigger company that the owner would run. A weird situation, and I was glad I got fired when I did. I hired a work crew to do a large cement slab. I paid the first one I hired $30 an hour to do site prep, all my equipment. I then hired 3 more to do the rebel layout at the same price, organized by the first one. I made it clear the $30 an hour was for each of them. I'll let the first one do the organizing. I was there with them and only spoke in English for whatever reason. They began to lay into me in Spanish with pejoratives, a few of which were unfamiliar to me, but I got the gist. I learned Spanish as an expat in Spain, not Mexico. One of them suggested some of my equipment could disappear, and I would not even notice, since I did not have it locked up, and would not need it after the job, and that it would make up for the $20 an hour they were making. At the end of the third workday, I brought the payroll cash as usual, and instead of giving it to the first guy to distribute, I held it and opened up at them in Spanish, and their eyes opened up and they froze. I told them that, first of all, the first guy was as wrapping them, and that the pay was $30 an hour for each, that I had made it clear to him, and that if he had not paid them that, they should essentially bend him over a table and fuck him raw until he paid up. Secondly, if any of my equipment or tools went missing, I'd collect at least 1 testicle for each item missing. Thirdly, they were fired, and I would let their current boss, a friend of mine, know what happened, and to look for missing items himself. Then I paid the gentleman, and told my friend. They never showed up for work again for him either. I hired a different finishing crew, very good, for the same rate, and they finished the job very well. I conducted everything in Spanish. I've told this story for many years now, and can finally share with you guys. I'm considered to be light-skinned for being Mexican. Spanish was my first language and thankfully have maintained to master both languages throughout my life so far. In my younger days I worked construction, was normally in charge of crews, primarily because of speaking both languages. On several occasions, I'd be talking to the guy in charge and it never failed that they would make a comment about those lazy Mexicans or faking bnas while talking to me. I wouldn't say a word, but calmly wait for the perfect time in the conversation to greet a passing fella who I knew spoke Spanish. Conda maestro. Como lo trate el jail? What's up maestro, how's the job treating you? The guy, who just minutes before was proudly racist, would get this great look on his face and ask, "Oh, you speak Spanish? Actually I'm Mexican." My brother and I first generation citizens, the conversation normally would get awkward for them, and I'd enjoy their reasoning or excuses. Well, I didn't mean you or something about complimenting Mexican workers until the day that I met Cliff. Cliff was an older, fat white guy who wore suspenders to hold up his pants that were hanging right around where testicles normally are. As it normally went down, I was chatting with good old Cliff and sure enough I get a "those faking spics" comment. Again I let it slide and anxiously await for the right moment to strike. Oi compa. El sol está sheen hoy. Hey man. The sun is at 100% today. Cliff just looks at me, takes his toothpick out of his mouth and says, "Huh? You speak that Mexican?" I respond with the usual, that I'm Mexican and all that. Cliff kinda just eyeballs me up and down and says, "Well whatever, fuck Mexicans, those pieces shit wetbacks," and continues his racist rants like he was talking to a buddy. In all honesty, I respected that guy more than the others, since he stood his ground on his racist beliefs and didn't back down. Cheers and a big fuck you Cliff, if you're still alive out there. I have one Polynesian/American here, fluent in Cebuano. This happened about 6 years ago. I lived in the Philippines for 2 years and would constantly get comments about my size, since I was twice as big as anyone else in the whole country. For context, I'm 6 feet 2 inches 250 lbs. One day a friend, another American, but Caucasian, and I were riding a full jeepney, their public transportation. Except the one we rode was a lot smaller with everyone's knees touching. A local, who was clearly drunk, was being loud and boisterous, cracking some mediocre jokes about me, saying that I looked like the Jollibee. But it was fine. Filipinos are a light-hearted and kind people, and I remained silent and just smiled. After about 10 minutes he asked in Cebuano, "You have 50 pesos? I can cook you a nice meal to make you big and fat." I replied, "I'll eat everything you have, I'm starving." The look on his face was priceless, and everyone just kind of shut up from embarrassment. Not too long after that, some teenage kid from outside of the jeepney reached in to try to steal my friend's digital camera since his arm was resting on the window with it. The drunk man's friend, not drunk, saw the whole thing coming and grabbed my friend's camera just before the thief could grab it. The thief ran off into the traffic. The man jokingly tried charging him for saving his camera, to which my friend replied, "We'll give you 50 pesos so long you feed the both of us," in flawless Cebuano. Up until that point they only knew that I spoke their language. A few of them started talking to us, and what was originally a slightly awkward situation turned into a grand scheme of fellowship and camaraderie. Funny enough, we saw the same drunk dude about 2 weeks later during the evening on the way home, unsurprisingly still drunk, and we snacked a few duck fetus with him before saying our goodbyes. Those were great times. Edit words. I think mine is the opposite of what you would expect. I used to work the front desk of this apartment complex. I was the first one you would see walking in the doors, and I was only supposed to let people living in the building up to the elevator. Well, this woman walking in the door carrying massive grocery bags. She was working for one of those grocery delivery services. It was raining outside, and she was miserable. She made it to the front desk, dropped her bags, and pulled out her phone to type something in it. Her fingers were shaking, and I felt so bad for her. The text just said, "Elevator." When she showed it to me, I was confused, so I said, "I'm sorry, what?" She was on the verge of tears when she shook her head and started typing again, so I thought she might be deaf. Lo and behold, I took many years of ASL and had deaf friends. Me, "Are you okay?" She put her phone down and began to sign back her, "I just had a really bad day and I'm late to deliver these groceries. You can leave them here and I'll call the person down." Pointer, "Okay, thank you." Me, "Are you okay? Do you need any help or a hug?" And then she started to cry, so I came over and hugged her. Anyway, when she got to feeling better, she left and I never saw her again. My mother tongue is German, but I'm fluent in English, and my significant other is from Brazil, so I at least understand the context of a Portuguese conversation. Not everything, every time, but with 2 other languages, I'm very good at combining words to already known words in either language, and that helps my so. Her mum and I were in Rio, and they started talking to the cab driver. I was not in the best mood that day, so I didn't participate a lot in the conversation. At some point I realized that they talked about me and why I look so grumpy. She said where I'm from, and he said something along the lines, "Oh, that's why he is so mad." This kept going on. It was just joking and everything, so I didn't get mad, but at some point I understood them talking about her coming to my country and how hard it will be for her to live in such a bureaucratic country. So I interrupted them and said "É tão burocrático, inacreditable," which translates to "It's so bureaucratic, you can't believe," and everyone was silent for a second. Her mum was bursting into laughter. My so said credo, "He knows," and we all were happy and laughing. Soon after that we arrived at the hotel, and the cab driver got out of the car to get the luggage, and as we said goodbye he wanted to shake my hand. So while we did he said, in English, "Welcome and speak our language," followed by "Adios cena, tenga un gran dia." I didn't notice, but my so later told me it was funny because he spoke Spanish in the end. That was funny, guys and girls, laugh. Backstory: I'm a white Dutch guy. I've lived in Shanghai for a while, so I speak some basic conversational Mandarin. So me and 6 friends are on holiday in Thailand. We just bought tickets to see a boxing match from our hostel reception, and we are waiting for our taxi. Cue 2 white American chicks who buy tickets to the same match, so figured we could share the taxi. We all get aboard the taxi and the 2 groups don't really mingle. Only halfway through our ride over there I suddenly hear them speaking Mandarin. My assumption that they don't want us overhearing their conversation is correct, as I quickly catch them talking shit about us. I tell my friends, in Dutch, that these girls are talking in Mandarin, and start translating as much of their conversation as I can. Most of the conversation is just talking shit about our group. We already had some beers at this point, so maybe we had it coming. Meanwhile our group is just crying laughing about the absurdity of the entire situation. Point as we pull up to the boxing area, one of the girls says, in Mandarin, and they're not even that handsome. I couldn't resist but to ask them, all shocked, again in Mandarin, you don't think we are handsome? Cue. Perfectly synchronized jaw drop and eyes practically popping out of their heads. My group finally lets out the bolsterous laughter they've been keeping in for the past 10 minutes. The girls and me are both flabbergasted. Like, this sort of stuff only happens in movies, right? Well, turns out these two American girls were studying in Beijing together and thought their little secret language would keep them safe. Ha. Oh, and one of my friends hooked up with one of the American chicks, who's not so handsome now. I worked as a park interpreter with Parks Canada in a high-profile setting on board BC's largest ferries that is frequently traveled through by Europeans, many of whom spoke French. As part of my job I would walk around with a giant, stuffed orca and chat with people about the local wildlife and environment. I come up to this one family, and I start with my usual blurb. Hey folks, watching for whales today. They responded in broken English that yes, they'd love to see some whales. I turn to the kids, knowing that a lot of European kids are more fluent in English than their parents. I pull out the orca tooth that I carry with me in my pocket and show it to them and ask what they think the orca probably eats with teeth. This big point dad jumps into action and translates for the kids, saying exactly the same thing, which was nice knowing that the parents weren't messing with what I was saying. Kids respond. Puteteriles mangent these foxoudis requins. Before dad can get a word in sideways I respond in French that they got it right. Their favorite food sure is le fox, and that they are one of the few animals to eat le requins. Dad stares at me for a second. Then I continue my thing with them in French, which I'm probably not as good at speaking as the adults are at English, but this is about the kids, so I put my back into it. Made my day, because the kids were super happy to ask questions in French, only one of which I had to ask for clarification of from he parents. It was a nice experience, but I could see the parents mumbling amongst themselves as I walked away. The sad part was when I approached families who spoke any other language, usually German or Dutch, and they simply had no idea what I was trying to say, and I had no idea what they were trying to say, but we usually resolved that by me offering to take their photo while they held the giant stuffed whale. I walked into a pawn shop about 5 years ago to see what I can get off some scrap gold. Gold was booming at the time. It was a small mom and pop shop. The gentleman and his wife were right behind the glass at the counter. I say good morning and ask what I can get for this material. They pull it to their side of the counter and start inspecting it. They begin asking me how much I want for it and told them I'm currently price shopping. As his wife was testing the gold, he continued to hammer me about what I wanted for it. I told him, well, if it's real, I'd like whatever I can get for it. His wife had a sudden look of enlightenment, as if she had just struck for oil. She tells him in Spanish, "Est pindi yo no sé bloke tien," in translation, this dumb fuck doesn't know what he has. I didn't give any reaction to her statement. They throw some of it on a scale and tell me the other half is not gold. He tells me that they can offer me $50 bucks. I say no thank you and request for the gold back. He asks me again, well, what do you want for it? I respond by asking for my material back, dismissing his questions. His wife then tells him to offer me $100 so my fat ass could go buy a burger and leave. This is where I get offended. Not because of the fat reference, but because this bitch had the audacity to call me out on my appearance while sporting a dense mustache herself. I look the guy dead in the eyes and say in Spanish, I want my gold back now, all of it. Even the 18K chain that Geraldo Rivera over here is trying to hoard. Never in my life had I seen someone more submissive in returning something not theirs. As I walked out, I looked back and made a mustache gesture with my middle finger over my lip. Fuck those thieving bastards. Native English speaker reporting in point. White guy who grew up in southern Georgia, US, working on farms and in restaurants with a great many Hispanic, Asian, and Pacific Islander immigrant workers. Learning some languages allows a basic access of understanding to others. So while traveling in France, Germany, and Sweden, I noticed a lot of similarities to parts of English and Latin. In general, I found that native speakers of other languages have been very hospitable, while I've been a foreigner in their homes. Anyway, my favorite experience that relates to this thread was when I was managing Mexican restaurants in Georgia. Lots of Mexican workers, especially in the kitchen. When I started, they all assumed I was just another white guy. I was quiet to see how much I could learn about the employees before they caught on. Turns out, all the cooks across 4 cities were dealing drugs out of the kitchens. Heroin, mostly. A couple were habitual users with permanent trigger fingers. I needed the job, so I didn't confront the owner about the cooks or the other many illegal things going on, just with general operations. So, instead, the cooks started mysteriously getting arrested. The restaurants started getting more health inspections by new inspectors that the owner didn't know. It didn't take long for financial audits to happen either. It also didn't take long for the owner to figure it all out. Fortunately, he took it as an opportunity to operate his businesses in a legitimate manner. Sales went up, risks went down, and employee turnover experienced a major slowdown. I stayed on for a year longer before getting a new position in a completely different field. Can only watch your back day in and out for so long before the exhaustion gets overwhelming. I've got lots of stories from the other side. Here are 2 quick ones. Road trip with the new wife, out in Arizona at a national park. We are both Polish. We had to go to the visitor center, as the dust was wreaking havoc with my eyes. Gas perm contact lenses at the time. Walking to the restrooms, there was a older man, hunched over, walking slowly to the restrooms down a hallway. I was about to say, jokingly as an aside to my wife, Sukinsanu, Stary Dziadek, it's Zibsiege, or son of a beach, old man, go faster. However, at that moment he turned to walk into the men's room, and my wife went around him quickly to the ladies' room further down the hall. I did my thing, taking out my lenses and cleaning them, then putting them back in. By the time I'm done, my wife has long since finished and is waiting for me next to the old man and his entire family. Turns out they were Polish as well, and my wife had been talking with them for a few minutes already. After a little bit, we left to head back to the car. On the way, I tell her, quietly, what I was about to say. She just stared at me, then broke out laughing. The old man would probably have turned around and said, Damsi Isterego Dziadka, Timody Cutus. I learned to keep my mouth shut with a no harm lesson. My wife learned her lesson as well. We were working on her immigration paperwork at the local INS office back in the day, and just sitting and waiting. She got bored because no phones, no books, no backpacks. At this center, in the waiting area, it's about 70% Hispanic, 15% Asian, 10% African, and a few white people. I say this because in my wife's mind, hey, I don't see anyone who probably speaks Polish, so no one else will understand. It's not too packed, but there happens to be a white guy who sat next to us after we got there. So, I'm going over the paperwork, and she starts talking dirty to me in Polish. There aren't a lot of Polish people in our area, but most of them know us. My wife figured that, since the room was full of people who didn't speak Polish, she could. So, she just gets raunchy, knowing I'm going to turn red and start laughing. She's not serious, but she likes to get me worked up. I'm trying to read the paperwork, and she's talking about doing it later at home, doing it in the car, etc. I'm bright red, trying not to break out laughing, and she finally says, do you think we have enough time to do it in the bathroom? At this point, I think the guy next to us has had enough. He leans over and says, Dobry hello/good day. Oops. I really start to laugh. My wife turns a very dark shade of red, covers her face, and just starts to slide down the chair. I actually thanked the guy for teaching her that lesson, that Polish people are everywhere, and you can't assume no one speaks your language but you. Fortunately for my wife, they called up our number a minute later, and by the time we got back, the guy was gone. I still remind her of that every once in a while for a laugh. Not my story, but one my mom has shared with me. In her 20s she spent her life bouncing around the American Southwest. At this point she was living in a trailer park somewhere in Southwest Texas. She lived with her husband and another couple. The other husband she described to me as a 6 feet tall white guy with blue eyes and very blonde hair, and he looked about as all American as you can get. A lot of the local Mexicans called him stupid gringo. However, this guy's parents were missionaries and he grew up in Spanish speaking countries, so he spoke Spanish fluently. I guess the local Mexicans didn't know this, because it backfired on them one night. The trailer next to Thiz was a Mexican family. One night they got extremely drunk, and they began fighting. It went downhill fast. People ended up getting hurt, weapons were pulled, and the police arrived. When the police began asking questions, the Mexican family clammed up and did the no habla. Unfortunately for the Mexican family, the stupid gringo heard it all. He told the police everything that was said and done. He was sick of this family as well, because they were always causing problems. My mom said the Mexican family's jaws hit the floor when the stupid gringo began speaking to them in fluent Spanish, and he told the police everything. The police, seeing that they had a fluent Spanish speaker, utilized him as a translator really quick, which mom's friend was happy to do. All the guilty parties got hauled off to jail, and they all decided to move out that night in case the guilty parties bailed out and decided they wanted revenge. I'm Dominican, but my dad is black. I look like him, got same traits and etc. Even my name won't reveal that I could speak Spanish. As such, if we meet for the first time, you will automatically think I'm black. One day I was walking to the train station and these 4 to 5 Spanish girls, can't remember how many were walking in the sidewalk at night in a chain, so no one who is walking behind the group could pass them without asking 1 or 2 of them to move. No one was in the sidewalk. It was late at night, but only the group and me. One of them looks back and sees me and says in Spanish, "Move, move. There is a black man behind us." They were scared that I might do something to them based on what they kept saying. They also said some obnoxious things about me being black. The whole group stands to the side and let me go in front of them. I glanced at them and said in Spanish, "Thank you. It was nice of you to let me go through. Just a tip, don't walk in a chain so people can pass you easily and you don't have to be worried that someone is stalking/following you." They were amazed and said sorry for all the things they said. They also said they won't walk in chain and stereotype again. Ends up being that these girls were headed to the train station too. I saw them walk in chain form and people had to ask them to move till they can pass. I won't be surprised if they see me again and assume that I'm black. So my mom is from Cape Verde. I grew up speaking Creole and English at basically the same time. Never really thought much of it because I had never met any other Cape Verdeans besides my mom and grandparents. So I really ever used it since I was a kid. Fast forward a few years and I had a group on PS4 I played FIFA with. We were all teens. Anyway, one night we are in a lobby and one of the group members' mom just starts screaming in the back in Portuguese. Guys was from Brazil. They go back and forth a bit for a good 2 minutes before he mutes his mic for a bit. Dude was jacking off in all his mom's rags and she was going off because she didn't have any clean rags to clean the bathroom with. We had known each other for like 2 years online and he had no idea I understood Portuguese because even I didn't know I understood it. But it's pretty close to Creole in general and my mom mixed a lot of Portuguese words into when I learned it. So yeah, he came back like nothing happened, but I had already told the group what she was screaming about. As soon as he came back and asked, "Sorry guys, you all still here?" and we just burst out laughing. I reported him, "Mom, go away," in Creole/Portuguese, and we had a quick conversation where he first confirmed I could understand him and then was mortified that I had heard everything. From then on we called him Rags and we would always ask him if his bathroom was clean. A little late, but this happened at multiple places back in college. I went to this Vietnamese restaurant for 2 years at least 2x a week. I always spoke English to the owner slash cashier slash waitress, while they greeted most of their customers in Viet. I usually did takeout, and would rarely dine in, but one day, while dining in after 2 years of being a regular, my mom decided to call me, so I spoke to her in Vietnamese, since that's our native language we communicate in. The restaurant folks were pleasantly shocked to hear me speak their language, since from their perspective I looked like an American, since I have some Caucasian in me. Turns out they've known my parents for longer than the 2 years I've been going there. They regularly tried to converse with me after that, and were always really friendly. Around the same time I had this Vietnamese hairstylist I went to for about the same amount of time. I never liked speaking much, so she didn't try to converse with me, and I never gave her my, obviously Viet, name either. Same ending here. One day my dad decided to call me while I was waiting for my turn, and that's how she found out I was Viet. She wouldn't stop trying to talk to me from that day onward though, but she was super kind, and all these people trying so hard to be friendly somewhat contributed to bringing me out of my shell a little bit, and I'm thankful for that now. And present day, I live in a new city, and there's a new Vietnamese restaurant I've been going to for 2 years. They don't know I'm Viet, but I haven't spoken it in 4 years, so I'm too embarrassed to even try. They'll never figure it out. It's hilarious to hear when talk about me. He came just to buy avocado milkshakes again. This kid is weird. Does he hate bean sprouts or something? It's always no bean sprouts, this no bean sprouts, that this guy again. I was a teacher abroad for years. In this country, almost every school is super strict that if you speak the local language you must never let the students know. The logic was good. If they knew you spoke their language, they'd give up trying to make themselves understood in English and ask you in their language. That also ran the risk of the teacher giving a less than perfect explanation in the student's language. I taught kids and adults, so I've got one from each. Kids, in a school, a kid started talking shit about me to look cool to his buddies, and it was getting outright racist. I didn't say anything to him, but I spoke to the principal, explaining that I knew kids would be kids, but he needed to understand that foreign people could understand his language, and when he grew up people were unlikely to brush that off. I saw it as a potential teaching moment between the principal and the kid. He never need know I understood him. The principal could say he overheard. It could even be a moment to help to counteract some of those racist ideas he probably picked up at home and educate him a little. Welp, the principal didn't see it that way. She hit the goddamn roof once I told her what he said. Basically brings the kid into the main office, yells at him for an inordinately long time, and makes him formally apologize to me. I felt awful, and it wasn't at all what I thought would happen. So not only is this kid probably resentful, but now everyone knows I do indeed speak their language. From that point on I'd subtly let kids at other schools I taught at know I understood them, so that horrifying scene wasn't repeated. The other is with an adult. We were talking about dating, to get them to say certain physical features they find attractive, eyes, body type, etc. One woman starts to describe her ideal guy, and as she goes on I realize she's describing someone an awful lot like me. I chalk it up to I've no idea, I'll just say what's in front of me. That is, until she turns to her friend and says, in her language, I guess I just described him, huh? Well, he is my type. Flustered and embarrassed the rest of the lesson. So was she, as my reaction made it plain I understood her. Canadian here. English and French are our languages. Grew up speaking English. I'm not fluent in French any means, but I took French classes all through school which helped with simple conversational French, and I know a whole bunch of nouns and adjectives. Basically my city hosts this huge multicultural event every summer with 20-some countries represented, each in their own building in town. They have performers, art/goods to buy, and so much food and alcohol. Pretty damn cool. We end up at the Ukrainian pavilion. Lots of folks with Ukrainian roots in my city, plus delicious pierogies and sausages, so this particular pavilion is always packed with people and the lines get long and boring. Oftentimes, groups who are waiting for food will send a friend to buy a bunch of drinks and drink them while standing in line. This is what me and my friends were doing. Anyway, I was pretty sure I heard a woman calling my friend and I silly/stupid/foolish in French and mocking us. I was drunk and not sure, but I spun around and just stared at her. Immediately her eyes widened, and she starts apologizing and going on and on in French thinking I could speak fluently, but I just continued my death glare for a bit, and turned back around. Her friend was so red in the face with embarrassment I thought she might explode. It felt so damn good, even though I didn't know exactly what was said. Why do this, especially at an event celebrating different cultures and countries? And then to insult people while speaking the second native language of the country we are in. What the fuck? Am I late to the party? I played basketball for a few years, then took a break. When I went back to college I started playing again, not as good as before, but could still play. Since I was just playing for fun, usually I didn't take it too seriously, so lazy defense, not too physical, normally wouldn't call fouls and such. So here's the backstory. One day I was playing another pickup game. There's two guys on the other team, one 5'4" maybe, the other 5'7". I was used to be the shortest guy on court, being only 5'11" and 1/2, so I got the short guys having to play extra tough thing, but those two were a special kind. Mr. 5'4" was guarding me, and fouled on me yet again, slammed my whole arm without touching the ball at all. The ball went out of bounds, so I picked it up and passed inbound, without saying a thing. That's when Mr. 5'4" said to Mr. 5'7", in Chinese, "He's very slow." And Mr. 5'7" replied, also in Chinese, "Yeah, he's trash." That was the last straw. I didn't care much about the trash talking, but I hated the smugness of thinking they could get away with it by speaking a different language. So I called the ball, crossed over 5'4", rode 5'7" for a layup, and won, and turned to the two, spoke in Chinese, "Hey trash, you are way too slow." The next position they missed the shot, I grabbed the rebound, coincidentally over 5'7", and not coincidentally fouled by 5'4", when he hit me just below the elbow. I called the foul, told him he missed the ball by almost 2 feet, and that's because he's too short, again in Chinese. That was the last time those two showed up on the court I was playing at. Moral of the story, when you go to a school where 70% of student body speaks at least a second language, trash talking in a foreign language isn't the safest thing to do. Oh, bonus point, I'm Chinese. I have an opposite story from when we went as a tourist to Morocco, so I will have to tell if from the other person's perspective. I work as an informal tourist guide, hustler, at a nice place in Morocco that attracts a lot of tourists. So there comes another car on the parking lot with 4 guys in it. I sprint to the car, together with my 15 competitors, because we all want to be their overpriced tour guide for the day. They better don't refuse. We will convince the hell out of them. When they get out of the car and everybody starts shouting at them in French to start pricing negotiations, they fully understand. But they are from the Flemish region in Belgium, so they discuss with each one another in Dutch. Look at that. 2 of them want a guide, the other 2 don't. And they are discussing in Dutch. Haha. Great. I know Dutch, because I lived for a while in Antwerp. So I chime in Dutch, arguing together with the pro guide guys. They are very surprised, and we all discuss a bit further. I make a lot of interruptions, and start to annoy them. And then my luck is over. They are of course annoyed that I overhear them saying everything. They have a thick accent, because they are from the West Flemish region, but oh no. They hear my Antwerp accent, and the Contra Guide team just pulls the dialectic lever all the way. And suddenly I don't understand it at all anymore. The conversation goes private again. And because we are all a bunch of very pushy scammers, they don't take a guide in the end. Sometimes I hate it, that we are such a small language group, but in situations like this, lacking a private communication language would make me very anxious. The London Underground is a pretty good place to have this happen. I lived in the UK for a few years, and in between using the tube for commuting, and just generally getting around London, you get to hear all kinds of things. Being trilingual, English, German and Afrikaans, and having the combination of German and Afrikaans means I can understand Dutch and Flemish as well, means there are 5 languages I can understand people talking shit in. The South African speaking Afrikaans are the funniest because it's generally the tourists and they don't realize that London has one of the largest South African expat communities in the world. Hi there Shepherd's Bush, and that if the carriage is even moderately full, chances are pretty decent that there's another South African in that carriage with you. Traveling around Germany, the Netherlands, and northern Belgium with my English speaking family, people also assume I don't understand what they're saying, which leads to some interesting times. The most interesting thing I can think of is watching Dutch television news many years back, and for reasons I don't recall, they were interviewing some Dutch farmers from the northern part of the country, and had actually subtitled the interviews, because apparently the northerners' accents and dialect make them incomprehensible to the southerners. Weird thing was that I quite easily understood what the northerners were saying, despite only being able to understand Dutch. Can't speak or write it. Not as spectacular, but very funny from my perspective. So me and my boyfriend are typical Caucasian people. I'm from Dutch/Frisian descent and his parents are Dutch and English. We both have blue eyes, blonde hair. You get the picture. Besides the fact that people are surprised he can speak both English and Dutch fluently, he also speaks Japanese and actually studied it for over a year. Continue the language part, drop the rest. I'm currently learning it. The weird looks we get when we go to museums and places and end up discussing a Japanese text. He also has this thing where he will just say something random in Japanese to me whilst we're out in public. The faces of confusion. Us speaking English when we are together also leads to confusion. Once we had another person ask us for directions in a museum. She had a thick Dutch accent, and we both responded in fluent Dutch. The look of confusion on her face. Other side story, we live in a university town with a lot of international students, so learning Dutch isn't required. I have a friend who's from Michigan and moved here 4 years ago. He now speaks Dutch fluently and gets to the point that his English sounds fake. I have a tendency to talk English to him because it flows better. The amount of people who are surprised when they found out he speaks Dutch fluently and only speaks English to me because I asked for it. It happens at least once a week. Quebec here works on the pipeline in Western Canada, mainly Alberta. 2 years ago, we are working on a project in the middle of nowhere up north, so we are all sent to a camp. Just imagine a small, often shitty, little resort for the workers, where we have a small room, a huge dining area and maybe a gym, if we are lucky. So obviously, people from all over the country are working in this domain. So one day, as I'm walking down to my room, I start hearing a woman speaking French with a Quebec accent in one of the secondary hallways. The sentences go along the lines of "those photographs were private. They were supposed to be only for you and me, and I can't believe you shared those with your friends." At this point, I'm grinning from ear to ear from the cringe. After a few steps, I realize the voice is coming from a small and jaw-dropping woman that I knew was a welder's helper, as I had seen her before on site. She seems to be having a heated discussion on her cell phone. As I'm closing in, we kind of looked at each other, and just as I walked by, I just said in French, "photographs, huh? Some of us are luckier than others," and kept walking. She turned beet red and her expression went from anger to mortification. When you have an important and personal conversation on the phone, you should do it in your own room. I saw her several times after, as her welder was assigned to our crew later on the job. We just avoided talking about it. She was a good hand. This happened almost 10 years ago, when I was visiting New York City with 3 friends. We watched a band in Brooklyn, and were waiting for the subway to get back to Manhattan. It was past midnight and the station was almost empty. Just for context, there was some type of winter fashion trend going on at the time, where girls would use some kind of leggings or gym pants, but the material was more like a thick pantyhose. I don't know how to describe it, but you would see girls in those pantyhoses walking everywhere. Very common, no big deal. Back to the station, we were waiting for the subway, half drunk, half tired, half empty station silence. This 2 half pretty girls stop a few meters in front of us and casually wait for the subway too. The problem is one of the girls tried to get into the thick winter pantyhose pants trend, but totally missed it. She was wearing what looked like a regular dark pantyhose with nothing over it, so at the butt area, where the pantyhose stretched, you could see everything. Panties color, panties lace details, butt, birthmarks, ingrown hairs, everything. She was butt naked kappa. So we started talking about the poor girl's situation, in our native language, which is not a very common language. Look at that. Lol, she totally missed the trend. It's just a simple sheer pantyhose. Dude, you can see the details of her blue panties lace. Oh my god, this girl's is just walking around without even knowing her butt is exposed. Look, she has a subway map, a tourist that tried to get into New York fashion trend and failed miserably. Yeah, I know this sounds horrible. We thought we're protected by the language barrier. She doesn't understand what we are saying, so she is not offended. Who cares? Stupid kids. And then the girl takes a long look into her subway map and says to her friend, this subway is taking too long in our own language. Me and my friend stared at each other nervously for 10 seconds and then burst into uncontrollable laughter. The girls started walking to one edge of the platform, and we did the same to the other edge. The train arrived, we entered completely opposite cars, and the pantyhose girl was never seen again. So pantyhose girl, I'm sorry for being a jerk in 2009. Even though I had the excuse of thinking I was protected by the language barrier, it's not really an excuse. We were idiots, and I can only imagine what went through your head in that situation, with 4 guys talking about but at 1 AM in an empty subway station. One more time, I'm sorry. I hope we didn't ruin in any way your trip to New York City. Kind of the opposite thing. My boyfriend is culturally Cuban, but on one side of his family, great-grandparents emigrated there from Italy, so the joke is that he's generically swarthy looking. He could be Italian, Spanish, Greek, hard to say. Anyway, he is completely fluent in Spanish, but only ever really speaks it to his mother. Growing up, he's mid-40s. You were supposed to be American and not speak your native tongue outside the home. So generally he and his subs were spoken to in Spanish, but responded in English. This results in what he feels is a very poor Spanish accent, so he prefers to not speak it, but will happily translate it for me. One day, walking to a friend's house, we came upon an odd scene, and Sav had driven into someone's wrought iron fence, but there was no one there. Cops, driver, homie are winners. So I asked a Hispanic man 2 doors down what happened, and he shrugged and kinda gave me a dirty look. This is a newly gentrifying neighborhood, so there's definitely some animosity, which I get. I'm as white looking a lady as they come, and don't take it personally in the least. We were then passing a gaggle of older Hispanic ladies, and I'm like, between my teeth, ask them in Spanish. Ask them in Spanish. He rolls his eyes at me, but then politely stops and asks them what happened. He got a 5-minute long answer that I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have gotten otherwise, as they wouldn't even look at me. Haha. It was good to know too, because it involved rival gangs, and you kinda need to know this stuff to know what's up in the hood. I had a fun run-in with the police in Moscow back in 2003 that involved some language fun. I had been living in Moscow, Russia for about a year, and my Russian was decent. As my friends and we were walking towards a downtown restaurant, we were stopped by police for a passport check. These checks were mostly to make sure that only those with a proper pass could stay in Moscow, but were also a good way for the police to supplement their low income with fines from tourists. The 2 girls in our group were responsible and just showed their passports. The other guy pretended like he didn't speak any English or Russian at all, made up some vaguely Northern European sounding phrases, and just kept walking. This probably worked, because the cops had already honed in on me, the guy who was neither responsible nor audacious in English. The guys told me to get in their car, to get taken down to the department. As we drove along, they started talking in Russian, discussing how much of a bribe they'd ask from me, and how they should approach good cop bad cop. I listened for a while, entertained by the whole experience, and then replied in Russian that $100 was a crazy high fine, and that I'd love a chance to visit the Russian jail. We then negotiated for a while, and got down to $20. The only issue was that I actually had only a $100 bill on me. I didn't want to tell them that, so I made something up about needing to change money from euros into rubles. The most interesting part to me was that once we had decided on a fine amount, everything turned super friendly. We talked about soccer, football, hockey, and a bit of politics. After I came back from the exchange office, we parted on basically friendly terms. I understood that they got paid so little that they had to do this to live in Moscow. The biggest downside, other than my $20, was that it was a long walk back to the restaurant and everyone was already finished by the time I got there. But I'd trade supper for a good story any day.